Chapter 1, I want to get married. Mom, my dear mother, you have to help me.
Yi Jiawei, a 1.8-meter tall man, held Zhao Weina's arm and shook it hard. Muanxin said that the betrothal gift needs to be increased by another 200,000 yuan, otherwise her family won't agree.
Mom, I'm determined to marry her. If I can't marry her in this lifetime, I won't live anymore. He was in tears. Look, isn't my brother-in-law getting married to me tomorrow? He must be rich.
Ask me to talk to him and ask him to give me another 200,000 yuan as an advance wedding gift. Zhao Weina loved her son the most, and after hearing what he said, it seemed to make some sense. She touched Yi Jiawei's head distressfully, her eyes full of doting. My dear son, don't cry, don't cry. For your lifelong event, Mom has risked everything. Just wait, I'll go tell your sister. After saying that, Zhao Weina pushed open Yi Ruhong's door. The room was decorated festively, with big red wedding characters pasted on the windows and a brand new dragon and phoenix quilt on the bed. Yi Ruhong was sitting in front of the dressing table, stroking the shoha dress she would wear tomorrow, her face showing the shyness and longing of a bride-to-be.
Ruhong.
Zhao Weina spoke directly to the point without beating around the bush. Tell Lin Feng to add another 200,000 yuan to the betrothal gift. The smile on Yi Ruhong's face froze instantly.
She turned around in embarrassment. Mom, how can this be?
The betrothal gift was agreed upon beforehand to be 188,000 yuan. Lin Feng had already sold his house in his hometown to raise this money.
How can we raise the price at the last minute? Why not?
Zhao Weina glared at him, her voice suddenly rising. Your brother wants a 400,000 yuan betrothal gift to marry a wife, and now he's just short of this 200,000 yuan. You're his biological sister,
can you bear to watch him remain a bachelor for the rest of his life? Mom, this isn't a question of whether or not you can bear it. Lin Feng is really out of money. I don't care.
Zhao Weina interrupted her rudely. When Lin Feng comes to pick up the bride tomorrow, tell him that if he can't come up with the 200,000 yuan, you won't go with him. I want to see if he still wants to get married. Yi Ruhong's lips moved a few times, but finally, under her mother's strong pressure, she lowered her head and stopped talking.
The next morning, it was just dawn. Crackle. Firecrackers were exploding downstairs in the community.
A black Audi with flowers on it drove into the community in a grand manner, followed by a long line of wedding cars of the same model. Lin Feng was wearing a neat suit with a red groom's flower pinned on his chest, and his face was filled with uncontrollable joy. He brought a group of brothers with him, holding thick red envelopes in his hands, and went upstairs with a proud and confident look.
Bride, we're here to pick you up. Want to see the bride?
You have to get past us bridesmaids first. At the door of the room, several of Yi Ruhong's best friends were already on high alert, asking all kinds of strange questions one after another. Lin Feng and the groomsmen overcame all obstacles along the way, distributing red envelopes one after another, and finally, they pushed open Yi Ruhong's door. In the room, Yi Ruhong, wearing a phoenix crown and a red bridal gown, sat quietly by the bed. Lin Feng knelt on one knee and handed over the bouquet in his hand with a gentle voice.
Wife, I'm here to marry you.
4 years, a full 1,400 days and nights of love, will finally come to a perfect end today. He was filled with joy, thinking that happiness was just around the corner. However, just as he was about to put on Yi Ruhong's wedding shoes and take her away.
Wait a moment.
The door was suddenly pushed open and Zhao Weina rushed in with a cold face. She put her hands on her hips, blocking the doorway. Lin Feng, if you want to take my daughter away, you can.
Take out another 200,000. Otherwise, you can't get out of this door.
As soon as the words fell, the whole room was stunned. The smiles on the faces of the groomsmen and bridesmaids froze, the photographer also stopped what he was doing, and everyone looked at Zhao Weina in shock.
Lin Feng frowned, he stood up and asked in a deep voice, Auntie, didn't we agree on 188,000 before? Why did you raise the price at the last minute?
Yi Ruhong hid behind Zhao Weina, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Lin Feng is my mother. My mother wants you to take this money and use it for my brother's wedding.
Oh my God. Adding gifts on the wedding day? This is too outrageous.
One of the best men couldn't help himself.
Lin Feng's face suddenly turned gloomy. He stared at Zhao Weina and said word by word, Auntie, aren't you going too far? Excessive?
Zhao Weina snorted disdainfully, not even bothering to lift her eyelids.
My daughter was the campus belle back then.
The boys chasing after her lined up from our doorstep to overseas.
It's a blessing you've earned in 8 lifetimes for her to marry you. At the beginning, I only asked you for 188,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, which was already a bargain for you. Now I ask you to add another 200,000 yuan, what's wrong with that? She spoke with confidence, as if she was saying something that was natural and right. Besides, I don't want these 200,000. They're for your brother-in-law's wedding. He'll be your real brother-in-law soon. As his brother-in-law, shouldn't you help him out? It's reasonable for you to give him this money. These specious words made everyone present dumbfounded. Is this marrying off a daughter or selling her? Is it reasonable? Lin Feng was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Zhao Weina, his voice filled with anger and grievance. Over the past 4 years, since Ru Hong and I have been together, don't you know what your family situation is like? Her father passed away early. It's not easy for you, an orphan and a widow. I understand. How much is my monthly salary? I gave half of it to you for living expenses. Yi Jiaowei's university tuition, living expenses, dating and cell phone purchases, which one of them wasn't paid for by me? All in all, the money I've spent on you must be at least hundreds of thousands. I sold the only house my parents left me just to raise the 188,000 yuan betrothal gift. Now where do you expect me to get another 200,000 yuan? Should I rob a bank? By the end of his speech, his voice was filled with tears. In the past 4 years, he treated them with all his heart and soul, as if they were his own family, but in return he was only exploited further. He looked at Yi Ruhong expectantly, hoping that the woman he had loved for 4 years would stand up and say something for him. Yi Ruhong also felt uncomfortable. On one side was her aggressive mother and brother, and on the other side was the man who loved her deeply. She hesitated for a long time, and finally lowered her head. She walked up to Lin Feng, pulled the corner of his clothes, and whispered, "Lin Feng, please, just help my brother one more time, one last time. As long as you come up with these 200,000, we can be together forever, and nothing can separate us from now on." Completely together? When Lin Feng heard this, he felt it was extremely ironic. He suddenly laughed, so sadly that tears came out of his eyes. He looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar woman in front of him. Oh! A sneer came from Lin Feng's throat. He suddenly shook off Yi Ruhong's hand and took a step back. "Yi Ruhong, I must be blind to fall for you." His voice is not loud, but his attack is extremely powerful. "I won't get married." The shocking news plunged the entire room into awkwardness. Zhao Weina was the first to react. She jumped up and down and cursed, "Not getting married? Lin Feng, what do you mean? If you don't get married today, will my daughter's reputation still be saved? You must give me an explanation." Explanation? Lin Feng looked at her coldly, "Hasn't what I gave you enough? I make 5,000 yuan a month, and half of it goes to fill your family's bottomless pit. I can't even afford to buy new clothes for myself. The money I save goes to buy your son AJ and the latest phone. What about you? You spend my money with a clear conscience and still think it's not enough. What do you think of me? A sucker? Or an ATM? I'm so stupid. I thought I could get sincerity in return, but I didn't expect that what I got in return was a bunch of insatiable vampires." He ripped off the red flower on his chest and threw it to the ground. "I don't have these 200,000. Even if I did, I wouldn't give you a penny. From today on, we are done with each other and have nothing to do with each other anymore." After saying that, he turned around without looking back and strode out the door. "Brothers, let's go." The groomsmen were stunned for a moment, then they reacted and followed. "Just go. Who cares?" Zhao Weina continued to shout stubbornly, "My daughter is so beautiful, are you still worried about not being able to get married? There are so many people lining up to marry her." Yi Ruhong collapsed on the ground, looking at Lin Feng's resolute back, and couldn't help bursting into tears. She didn't understand how things turned out like this. Isn't it just 200,000? Why is he unwilling to help his brother again? Chapter 2 Backhand Proposal to the Bridesmaid. Just when he was feeling hopeless and ready to leave this disgusting place. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a major life decision, select system activation. A cold mechanical voice. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Choice 1, suffer the consequences, agree to Zhao Weina's request, and find a way to raise another 200,000 yuan to marry Yi Ruhong. Reward, Divine Turtle, title.
Wearing it reduces damage from mental attacks from your mother-in-law by 50%. Choice 2, leave now and sever all ties with the Yi family. Reward, 1 million in cash. Choice 3, steal the love and propose to Yi Jiaowei's goddess, bridesmaid Moon Wanxin, in public. Reward, activate the sign-in system. Lin Feng was stunned.
System? Isn't this something that only exists in novels?
He pinched his thigh hard.
It was all real.
In my mind, every detail of the past 4 years flashed by like a movie. He earned 5,000 yuan a month, but he only kept 1,000 yuan for himself and gave the remaining 4,000 yuan to Zhao Weina as living expenses. It was Yi Jiaowei who persuaded Zhao Weina that boys must have an academic degree when Yi Jiaowei went to college, and then he silently paid for all tuition and living expenses. Yi Jiaowei was in a relationship and wanted to buy the latest Apple phone and AJ shoes worth thousands of dollars. As soon as Zhao Weina called him, he had to find a way to get the money. For 4 years, he lived frugally and never bought a piece of clothing that cost more than 200 yuan.
He lived like a dog. And what about them? Take his efforts for granted and treat him as a bootlicker who can be exploited endlessly. Now, he still wants to be a turtle man? Fuck you. A fire like never before.
He didn't hesitate at all. 1 million in cash is indeed tempting, but what he wants more is to make this family pay the price.
He wants to let them know that he is not someone to be bullied.
Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lin Feng turned around and walked back into the room.
Zhao Weina thought he had given in, and a smug sneer appeared on her face. What? Have you figured it out?
If you have, go and get the money together quickly, and don't delay my daughter's auspicious time. Yi Ruhong also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Lin Feng still couldn't bear to leave her. However, Lin Feng didn't even look at them. He walked straight past the mother and daughter, through the crowd, and came to the front of the bridesmaids. He stopped in front of a girl. The girl was wearing a lavender bridesmaid dress. She was tall, beautiful, and had a cool temperament, which was out of tune with the hustle and bustle around her. It was Yi Ruhong's bridesmaid, and also the goddess that Yi Jiaowei said he would marry Moon Wanxin.
Lin Feng's actions left everyone stunned. What is this operation? Lin Feng, what are you going to do? Yi Ruhong asked in a trembling voice, an ominous premonition coming to her heart.
Lin Feng ignored her. All his attention was on Moon Wanxin.
Miss Mu.
He spoke, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone.
I want to ask, if I marry you, will it cost an extra 200,000? Boom.
This sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in the festive room. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths opened wide, unable to believe what they heard.
Poochie. One of the best men couldn't help but burst out laughing. Holy crap. Brother Feng is so awesome.
He poached her brother right in front of his ex-girlfriend.
This whole fun is too outrageous. I'm fucking done learning.
Zhao Weina's face instantly turned the color of liver. She pointed at Lin Feng's nose and screamed, Lin Feng.
You're crazy.
This method of yours is useless.
I tell you.
Shut up. A louder roar came from the side. Yi Jiaowei's eyes were red, like an angry bull, staring at Lin Feng, wishing he could eat him alive.
Lin Feng. You dare to touch my woman. I'm going to fight you.
Moon Wanxin is his goddess, the woman he dreams of getting. For her sake, he asked his mother to force Lin Feng to add another 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts.
But now, this loser and ATM in his eyes actually dared to propose to his goddess in front of him?
This is worse than killing him. Moon Wanxin was also a little flustered by Lin Feng's sudden action, and a blush appeared on her fair cheeks.
But she quickly calmed down.
She glanced at the furious Yi Jiaowei, then at Zhao Weina, who had a mean look on her face, and finally answered Lin Feng's question.
I don't want a betrothal gift.
Her voice was clear and cold, and extremely pleasant to the ear. Lin Feng smiled. He stepped forward and pulled a small box from his pocket. That was the wedding ring he prepared, and it was supposed to be worn on Yi Ruhong's hand. He knelt on one knee, opened the box, and held the diamond ring in front of Moon Wanxin.
Then, will you marry me?
The whole place was dead silent.
Yi Ruhong was struck by lightning, her whole body trembling.
She looked at the scene in disbelief, muttering to herself, No.
No. Wanxin, tell him quickly that you don't want to. Zhao Weina was also panicked. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be serious.
Moon Wanqin looked at Lin Feng, who was kneeling on one knee, then looked at the diamond ring in his hand and was silent for a few seconds. She suddenly asked, "Are you serious?" Lin Feng nodded without hesitation. "I have never been so serious."
Moon Wanqin smiled. A brilliant smile bloomed on that cold face. Okay. Just two simple words. It was like two 9-day divine thunders, striking the tops of the heads of all the members of the Yi family. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded.
No one expected that Moon Wanqin actually agreed.
No. Yi Zhaowei let out a desperate roar.
He could no longer control his emotions and rushed towards Lin Feng like a madman.
Lin Feng. I'll kill you.
However, before he could rush to Lin Feng, he was stopped by four tall figures. Lin Feng's four groomsmen had long been dissatisfied with the Yi family. At this moment, they all blocked Yi Zhaowei, rubbing their hands in anticipation.
"Boy, you want to touch my brother?"
Looking at the four men who were taller and stronger than him, Yi Zhaowei instantly became intimidated.
Chapter 3: You can't default on your debt. Crazy. I think you are really crazy.
Zhao Weina got furious and pointed at Lin Feng's nose and cursed.
Lin Feng. You ungrateful bastard. Our Ruhong has been with you for 4 years, and you treat her like this? On the wedding day, in front of all our relatives and friends, you said you didn't want her anymore and wanted to marry someone else? Do you have any shame?
Her voice was shrill and her saliva was flying. Lin Feng sneered and looked at her expressionlessly.
"Aunt Zhao, this is meaningless. Who just said that if you can't come up with 200,000, you can forget about getting married? Now I'm not getting married. I've complied with your wishes. What are you yelling at me for?"
Zhao Weina was choked and almost couldn't breathe, her face turned purple. She didn't expect that Lin Feng, who used to be so timid in front of her, would now dare to speak to her like this.
"You fart."
Zhao Weina recovered and screamed even more arrogantly, "I don't care. You must marry our Ruhong today.
Go find a way to get the 200,000 right now. Borrow it, scrape it together, I don't care what method you use, you must get it today." In her opinion, Lin Feng was a cooked duck. How could she let him fly away?
Lin Feng looked at her as if she were a fool.
"Do you think I'm crazy?
Not only will I not marry Yi Ruhong, but I will also pay you back the 188,000 yuan betrothal gift I gave you, as well as all the money I've spent on your family over the past 4 years, without missing a cent." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Weina and Yi Ruhong's faces turned pale. Over the years, her family has made a lot of money from Lin Feng. From big things like Yi Zhaowei changing his phone and buying a computer to small things like Zhao Weina buying groceries and playing mahjong, which one of them wasn't Lin Feng who paid for it? If you really calculate it, it is definitely a considerable number.
Lin Feng. Don't leave.
Seeing that Lin Feng was really about to leave with Moon Wanqin, Yi Ruhong was completely panicked. She no longer cared about her face, and without even having time to lift the hem of her wedding dress, she stumbled behind Lin Feng and grabbed his hand. Her voice was filled with tears and pleading. "I was wrong, Lin Feng, I was really wrong.
We don't want the 200,000 yuan anymore, not a cent at all, okay? Let's get married now, go to the wedding hall now, please, don't leave."
Lin Feng paused. He didn't look back, but just used force to pry open Yi Ruhong's fingers one by one.
"It's too late."
His voice was not loud, but it hurt Yi Ruhong's heart. "From the moment your mother asked for the 200,000 and you agreed, we broke up." After saying that, he no longer had any reluctance, shook off her hand and walked out the door.
"No."
Yi Ruhong's hands dropped weakly and she collapsed to the ground. The pure white skirt of the wedding dress was covered with dust and melon seed shells from the ground, looking very messy. She looked at Lin Feng's resolute back as he left, and she could no longer control her tears.
She burst into tears in an instant. Scenes from the past 4 years.
Lin Feng was really good to her, so good that he obeyed her in everything. She thought that no matter what she did or how she made a fuss, this man would tolerate her unconditionally and spoil her as before. So when her mother asked for an additional 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced.
She thought that Lin Feng would satisfy this unreasonable request for her as he did before.
But she never expected that this time, he would be so decisive. It was she who destroyed the future that should have belonged to them.
Endless regret.
Lin Feng took Moon Wanqin's hand and walked out of the Yi family's gate under the complicated gazes of relatives and friends. Downstairs, the wedding procession was still parked neatly. The heart-shaped pattern made of roses on the red lead car looked so ironic at the moment. Lin Feng took Moon Wanqin all the way to the street and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The cold winter wind blew on his face, but he felt extremely clear-headed.
The wedding was a mess.
Logically speaking, he should feel uncomfortable and in pain. But strangely, deep down in his heart, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. It was as if a huge mountain that had been weighing on me for years had finally been removed. Only then did he realize that what Yu Ruhong had brought him over the years was not sweet love, but endless pressure and internal friction. He is not a boyfriend at all. He is just a fool who is being sucked dry by Yi Ruhong's family.
He is an ATM that is available at any time.
Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled self-deprecatingly. He suddenly felt a warm and soft touch on the palm of his hand, and then he suddenly remembered that he was still holding Moon Wanqin's hand.
He rushed down from upstairs and didn't let go.
Lin Feng's cheeks felt slightly hot, and he quickly let go of her hand, saying to Moon Wanqin somewhat embarrassedly,
Miss Mu, thank you so much today. If it weren't for your help, I really don't know how this would end.
In his opinion, the reason why Moon Wanqin agreed to his ridiculous proposal was probably because she couldn't stand the ugly faces of the Yi family. She was just doing it out of kindness and cooperating with him in a play. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Moon Wanqin not only did not go down the stairs, but puffed up her cheeks, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her big watery eyes.
Who said I was helping you out?
She took a step forward, and her nose almost hit Lin Feng's chest.
You just proposed to me in front of everyone. I also promised you in front of everyone. Lin Feng, you can't default on your debt. Boom.
Lin Feng is down.
He was completely out of control. This script is wrong. Chapter 4, Going to the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Lin Feng opened his mouth and found that he couldn't say a word.
Defaulting on debt? He didn't want to blame it. But the question is, will I be able to have such a good thing?
Just when he was about to crash, that warm and soft little hand once again took the initiative to grab him.
Moon Wanqin's palms felt a little cold. Why are you still standing there? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau.
If we're late, they'll be closed.
Boom.
If it was a computer crash just now even the motherboard has burned through.
Civil Affairs Bureau? Sister, how many hours have we known each other? You don't even know how much I earn a month, and you dare to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with me?
Lin Feng felt that this world was too crazy.
He couldn't help but ask, Miss Mu, are you serious?
Moon Wanqin stopped and slightly raised her incredibly beautiful little face.
She nodded seriously. Of course I'm serious. Then, why?
Lin Feng asked the question that expressed the deepest confusion in his heart.
He couldn't figure it out at all. Is it because he is poor? Picture he just got dumped? Want to cause him trouble?
Moon Wanqin suddenly smiled, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in her clear eyes.
I like you, isn't that a good reason? Or do you think I'm not worthy of you?
Lin Feng was completely silenced by these words.
Fairy sister, what is going on in your mind? Are you not worthy? This is simply the funniest joke of the century.
He began to really, seriously examine the girl in front of him. She was wearing a lavender bridesmaid dress and hadn't had time to change out of it. The perfect cut perfectly outlines her tall and slender figure. A head of long, smooth, black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her facial features are so delicate that she looks like she came out of a painting, and her skin is so fair and translucent that it seems as delicate as a baby's.
Especially that cool and aloof temperament with a hint of cuteness, which is simply amazing.
This is the typical girl next door that all men fantasized about during their school days, and she is the ultimate evolved version. Just based on this face, this figure, and this temperament, without considering family background, and just scoring based on appearance alone, it would be at least 90 points or above.
Not to mention, how simple can a woman's family background be for a second-generation rich man like Yi Jiaowei to treat her as a goddess and to whom he would even ask his own sister to raise the price by 200,000 yuan at the wedding?
I am a poor guy who just lost his job and has negative savings.
What can I use to compete with others? Ding!
Congratulations to the host for making the right choice.
The check-in system has been successfully activated. First check-in rewards are being distributed.
Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a delicate diamond ring worth 10 million already stored in the system space. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30% of Longjiang Group's shares, automatically becoming the largest shareholder of Longjiang Group. A series of mechanical sounds rang in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng felt numb all over.
Longjiang Group? Isn't that the most famous leading enterprise in their city? A behemoth with a market value of over 10 billion. Became the largest shareholder? Is this the peak of life? Before he could recover from this huge surprise, the system voice rang again. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a major life decision. Choice 1, refuse to get married with Moon Wanxin and cut the Gordian knot. Reward, 10 million in cash. Choice 2, agree to get married to Moon Wanxin and be bound together for life. Reward, a top-of-the-line SU-777 supercar. Lin Feng. He looked at the girl in front of him who was looking expectant and a little nervous, and fell into deep thought. Reject her, take 10 million in cash, and go your separate ways. This deal is a win-win no matter how you look at it. Can. He looked into her clear eyes and couldn't say no. She is a girl, and in that situation, she stood up to help him despite the pressure from everyone. Now she has taken the initiative to propose to marry him. If he turns around and dumps her for money, then what's the difference between him and those vampires in the Yi family? He, Lin Feng, is not that bad. When Moon Wanxin saw Lin Feng staring at her without saying a word, 2 blushes appeared on her fair cheeks. She asked again, pretending to be calm. What? Do you still think I'm not worthy of you? If you think it's too fast, then we can start as friends. By the end of her speech, her voice had become as thin as a mosquito's hum, and it was obvious that she had mustered up great courage. Looking at her like this, Lin Feng's heart seemed to be gently hit by something. He suddenly laughed. He clenched the slightly cold little hand, the warmth of his palm. Walk. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Downstairs. The 4 groomsmen finally freed themselves from the farce upstairs. Oh, what's going on? Brother Feng is so pitiful, he has to deal with such a family. Let's go, hurry down and take a look. Don't let him drink alone, it could easily cause trouble. Zhang Yuan, my best friend, took the lead and ran downstairs while speaking. However, when they ran downstairs, the expected scene of Lin Feng alone and sad did not appear. It was Lin Fengzhang and the incredibly beautiful bridesmaid, holding hands and standing on the street. The expressions of the 4 groomsmen instantly changed from sympathy to astonishment, then shock, and finally to ecstasy. Fuck! Zhang Yuan rushed forward and slapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. Brother Feng! That's awesome! What the hell are you doing? I was wondering why you were so stubborn, it turns out you already found a new employer. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, don't talk nonsense. Hee, I understand everything. Zhang Yuan winked, then leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and lowered his voice. Good point. I've been wanting to say this for a long time, brother. Yi Ruhong is not worthy of you at all. And her mother is a complete vampire. This sister-in-law is so good now. This one is so good. She's like a fairy descending to earth. Several other groomsmen also gathered around and expressed their congratulations. They had long been unhappy with the Yi family, and Lin Feng's counterattack today was truly gratifying. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart as he looked at these brothers who were truly happy for him. He cleared his throat and waved his hand. Okay, stop standing there. Get in the car, everyone, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first. Okay. The group of people came in a grand manner and got on the wedding car that was supposed to go to the hotel. The convoy started, and under the astonished gaze of passers-by, it turned around and sped away in the completely opposite direction of the wedding hotel. Chapter 5, still in time for the dinner. Upstairs. The Yi family is still in a mess. Yi Jiaowei stood blankly by the window, watching the row of wedding cars downstairs start the car, turn around, and then merge into the traffic, driving in the opposite direction of the hotel. His lips trembled. Mom! Sister! He rushed into the room, tumbling and crawling. They're gone. They're really gone. That bastard Lin Feng drove the wedding car and took Moon Wanxin to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhao Weina was still cursing at Yi Ruhong, who was slumped on the ground, but her voice stopped abruptly when she heard this. She jumped up with a jerk. What? Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? This ungrateful bastard. How dare he? He abandoned my daughter on the wedding day to get married with another woman? Does he have any shame?
Zhao Weina was so angry that she was shaking all over. She had no place to vent her anger, so she turned around and pointed it at Yi Ruhong. I've already told you not to get so close to that Mu girl. She's not a good person at first glance, she looks like a vixen. Look at this, look at this. Now it's okay, right? You invited a wolf into your house. You even killed your own man. You idiot. Yi Ruhong slowly raised her head. Her face, which was originally covered with exquisite bridal makeup, was now a mess of tears. She didn't remain silent or apologize as usual. That's enough. A scream. Zhao Weina was stunned. Yi Jiaowei was also stunned. This was the first time Yi Ruhong spoke to her mother in this tone. Is it my fault? Yi Ruhong supported herself on the ground and stood up shakily, looking extremely embarrassed. If you hadn't asked for an additional 200,000 yuan, would he have left? If you hadn't treated him like an ATM, asking him for money whenever you had something to do, would he be so heartless? It's you. You ruined my marriage with your own hands. And now you have the nerve to blame others? After a series of questions, Zhao Weina was stunned by her daughter's sudden defiance and didn't react for a long time. You. Sister. Mom. Stop arguing. Yi Jiaowei was the first to get anxious. Now he only had his goddess in his mind. What's the point of saying this now? Hurry up and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get him back. They just left, there's still time to go now. One sentence woke up the dreamer. Yi Ruhong didn't bother to argue with her mother. She lifted the hem of her wedding dress and rushed out the door. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a row of wedding cars tied with colorful ribbons parked on the roadside, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin got out of the car. What is strange is that the Civil Affairs Bureau, which is always crowded in the past, is a bit deserted today. The windows at the registration desk were all empty. Moon Wanxin's hand, which was holding the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, tightened unconsciously a little. When I agreed to him upstairs just now, it was impulsive and I really couldn't stand the attitude of the Yi family. But now, when she really arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she felt a little nervous. Lin Feng. She spoke softly. Have you really decided? We've only known each other for a few hours. She paused and expressed her worries. Aren't you afraid of what others will say? They'll say I'm a dirty woman who stole my best friend's fiancé and wants you to take over. As he spoke, he lowered his head. Lin Feng stopped. Are you that kind of person? Moon Wanxin shook her head violently and explained anxiously, I'm not. I don't have one. I haven't even had a boyfriend. Lin Feng smiled. Then what am I afraid of? He held her hand and walked towards the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau. His voice was not loud but very firm. I believe in my choice. Stop having these random thoughts. From today on, you are my wife, Lin Feng. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Moon Wanxin stopped talking. She just let him hold her hand, and the warmth from his palm calmed her panicked heart. What the hell? What the hell? I can't stand it anymore. I'm almost choking to death from all this dog food. The groomsman behind him let out a series of ghostly howls. The fourth, the youngest of the groomsmen, checked the time on his phone. Hey, brother Feng, it's only 10:30. The wedding over there doesn't start until 12 o'clock. He chuckled. Let's get the certificate now and rush over. Maybe we can still make it in time for the banquet. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Yuan and the others all showed excitement on their faces as they were enjoying the fun. Yes. The bride has changed, but the wedding is still there. If we fight back, the scene will be. Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin faced each other at the same time. An unprecedented tacit understanding quietly grew between the two of them. They both saw a hint of eager smirk in each other's reactions. Do you want to go and mess things up? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Moon Wanxin smiled, and a brilliant smile bloomed on her cold face, bright and charming. To attend our wedding, she corrected. Lin Feng laughed out loud. Yes. Attend our wedding. He waved his hand with great vigor. There's a change of plan, guys. First, get the marriage certificate, then everyone, the destination is the Century Wedding Hotel, let's go. Okay. Just as Lin Feng turned around, the cold mechanical sound rang again in his mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for making the right choice. Reward, Supercar Rice SU 777 Top Edition, stored in the system garage.
Ding!
The host is detected to be heading to the wedding venue, triggering a special check-in task.
Check-in location, Century Wedding Hotel. Successful check-in reward, a custom-made wedding dress and evening gown worth 100 million, dragon and phoenix auspiciousness.
Lin Feng paused.
A wedding dress worth 100 million? System, you are quite good at playing tricks.
The curve of his mouth corners became more and more upward.
Chapter 6. Can you just make do with it?
In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin walked out side by side, each holding a brand new, hot red notebook in their hands.
Moon Wanxin lowered her head and looked at the large gold-plated characters on the cover.
The blush on her face was brighter than the notebook in her hand. She secretly glanced at the man next to her out of the corner of her eye. He seemed different from a few hours ago.
Husband.
She uttered these two words softly, almost from her throat.
The sound was as small as a mosquito's hum.
Lin Feng turned his head suddenly, looking surprised. Moon Wanxin felt even more embarrassed when he looked at her, and her little face was almost buried in his chest. Lin Feng's heart softened all of a sudden. He reached out his hand and gently took her into his arms.
Wife. 2 words, gentle yet firm.
Moon Wanxin trembled all over, then slowly relaxed and buried her head in his chest.
Fuck. I can't fucking take it anymore. Kill me.
Behind him, several groomsmen let out heart-wrenching howls. Zhang Yuan rushed over, hooked his arm around Lin Feng's neck, winked and said, "Brother Feng, this is a bit unkind of you.
Now that you're no longer single, you don't care about the lives of us singles anymore?" That's right. Sister-in-law is so beautiful, she must have some best friends, right? Please introduce them to us. Sister-in-law. Look at me.
I'm 1.85 meters tall, have 8-pack abs, and can be both salty and sweet. Lin Feng was at a loss for words and pushed them away in annoyance.
Stop making trouble. Ding.
The reward, Supercar Rice SU 777 Top Edition, has automatically parked in the host's residential parking space, and the car keys have been placed in the host's pocket.
Ding.
The reward, worth 100 million, dragon and phoenix auspiciousness, has been delivered to the Century Jiayuan High-End Wedding Dress Customization Service Center.
The host can go there to claim it at any time.
Lin Feng subconsciously touched his pocket.
Sure enough, there was an extra car key. The system is quite considerate.
He glanced at Moon Wanxin, who was still wearing the lavender bridesmaid dress in his arms, and his heart moved. The wedding dress that originally belonged to Yi Ruhong is still in the Yi family.
You can't let your new wife wear a bridesmaid dress to your wedding, right? Get in the car.
Lin Feng waved his hand.
Century Wedding Hotel. Let's go. Okay. The group hurriedly got into the car and headed towards the wedding venue.
The car had just driven a short distance when Lin Feng's cell phone rang.
It's an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng?
A very polite and sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone.
I am. Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Jiayuan.com's high-end wedding dress customization service center. The dragon and phoenix auspicious wedding dress and suit you ordered have arrived. When would it be convenient for you to pick them up?
Lin Feng glanced at Moon Wanxin beside him, and the corners of his mouth curled up.
We'll go over there now.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng said to Zhang Yuan, who was driving, "Yuan, change the route and go to Jiayuan.com first."
Century Jiayuan?
Zhang Yuan was puzzled.
Brother Feng, are you sure? Why are you going there? Century Jiayuan.
That is the famous den of money in their Longcheng. Legend has it that the cheapest wedding dress there starts at 6 figures, and they only accept custom orders and never rent them.
Those who can go there to customize wedding dresses are either rich or noble. Brother Feng, you don't want to take your sister-in-law there to rent a wedding dress, do you?
I heard that place doesn't rent out at all.
Yeah, Brother Feng, just find a photo studio and rent one. There's no need to go to that kind of place, right?
Lin Feng smiled and didn't explain. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. The car stopped in front of Jiayuan.com. Just by looking at the magnificent doorway that looked like a 5-star hotel, several groomsmen felt cramps in their calves. An elegant female manager wearing a professional suit was already waiting at the door. When she saw Lin Feng, she immediately came up to him with a smile on her face.
Mr. Lin, right? Hello, I'm the manager of this store, my last name is Wang. Hello, Manager Wang.
The wedding dress and suit are ready, please follow me. Manager Wang smiled, made a pleased gesture, and led the group into the customization area. When the wedding dress and suit named Dragon and Phoenix were presented to everyone,
everything is quiet. Everyone was attracted by the extraordinary temperament of the wedding dress.
It was a wedding dress that perfectly blended Chinese classicism with Western romance. The main body is made of pure white silk, embroidered with lifelike dragon and phoenix patterns by hand with gold and silver threads, giving it an ethereal air. The skirt is extremely large and is dotted with countless tiny diamonds. Under the light, it sparkles with dazzling light and is luxurious to the extreme.
Oh my god. Zhang Yuan swallowed. Is this a wedding dress? This is a work of art. How much does this cost?
I feel like I'll never be able to earn even a fraction of the cost of this dress in my lifetime. Manager Wang explained with a smile, this was created by our chief designer in collaboration with top overseas design masters over a year, entirely by hand, for Mr. Lin.
It's one of a kind. Made for Brother Feng?
Zhang Yuan and the others were completely dumbfounded. Moon Wanxin was also stunned.
No woman can refuse such a wedding dress.
Lin Feng gently pinched her cheek and said softly, do you like it? Moon Wanxin came back to her senses, her pretty face flushed.
Go and try it? Good. Just as Moon Wanxin was following the staff to the fitting room,
Manager Wang suddenly came over with an apologetic look on his face.
Mr. Lin, there is something I must tell you. What's wrong? Manager Wang looked a little embarrassed. That's right.
Because this wedding dress was designed by an overseas designer, there may be a slight deviation in the size conversion.
We are willing to return part of your money as compensation. She paused and said cautiously, look, can we just make do with this?
As soon as these words were spoken,
everyone who had just looked amazed now frowned. Is the store bullying customers? A custom wedding dress is the wrong size, and they still expect people to make do with it? What is this? Chapter 7 Tailor-made.
Lin Feng frowned slightly.
Make do? Before he could say anything, Zhang Yuan next to him exploded. No, what do you mean? Such an expensive wedding dress, custom-made, is the wrong size, and we're just going to make do with it? Is this how you do business at Jiayuan? You're just bullying customers because you're just a big store, right? The other groomsmen also joined in the fun. This is the top bridal shop in Longcheng, is this the service?
Manager Wang's professional fake smile was about to fail, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead.
She kept bowing and apologizing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, this is indeed our mistake. How about this, we'll give you a full refund, and you can consider this wedding dress as a gift from us.
Is that okay with you?
This was the greatest sincerity she could show. After all, this wedding dress is unique, and even if the size is off, its value is still there.
Lin Feng smiled. He waved his hand and interrupted Manager Wang. No need for a refund. He took Moon Wanxin's hand and said softly, go and try.
Moon Wanxin hesitated, but, the size.
Believe me.
Lin Feng's voice was not loud. He turned to Manager Wang and said, my wife never needs to compromise.
Manager Wang was stunned. Zhang Yuan and the others were also stunned. Oh shit.
What Brother Feng said is so damn cool.
This wave of operations is simply amazing.
Manager Wang wanted to say something else, but swallowed his words back.
Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, please follow me.
The door of the fitting room slowly closed.
Zhang Yuan and a few others were waiting outside, scratching their heads. Brother Feng, what's the trick? You know it won't fit, but you still insist on trying it on. That's right, this is a waste of time. The wedding over there is about to start. Just then, the door of the fitting room slowly opened. In an instant, the entire hall, all the sounds, disappeared. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, standing still and forgetting even to breathe. Moon Wanxin walked out. She was wearing the dragon and phoenix dress. That can no longer be called a wedding dress. That was the fairy clothes left behind by the Queen Mother of the West in the human world. On the flawless white skirt, the dragon and phoenix embroidered with gold and silver threads seemed to come alive, circling and dancing around her body, shining brightly.
The tiny diamonds dotted on the hem of her skirt were like a whole galaxy draped over her body, so dazzling that people dared not look directly at it. And Moon Wanqing, she stood in the center of the light. That already beautiful face was now even more beautiful than that of an ordinary person. It was cold and holy, and in its holiness there was a hint of an ethereal air that was otherworldly. Beside her stood Lin Feng. The black dress of the same style is embroidered with a dragon totem in dark gold thread, which is low-key and luxurious. It makes him look tall and straight, and majestic. Two people stood side by side. One is like a god descending to earth, and the other is like a fairy descending to the earth. A talented man and a beautiful woman. A match made in heaven. At this moment, these two words seemed to be tailor-made for them. Gudong. Zhang Yuan swallowed hard. Oh my god. Is this still the brother Feng I know? This must be a god from heaven coming down to earth to get married. Manager Wang and several staff members were the first to react. They lifted their skirts and rushed forward quickly, their faces full of shock as if they had seen a ghost. Size. Manager Wang carefully checked every detail of the wedding dress. The waist is neither too big nor too small, and fits perfectly. The shoulders are wide, not too wide or too narrow, and fit perfectly. The skirt is neither too high nor too low, just above the ankles. The whole wedding dress seemed to be grown directly on Moon Wanqing's body, there was not a single part that looked out of place. How is this possible? Manager Wang was completely dumbfounded. She clearly remembered that the data the designer gave her showed that her bust and waist circumference were both larger. Is it that I am dazzled? Moon Wanqing also looked down at herself in surprise. She turned her head and asked Lin Feng with an incredible expression. Hubby, what's going on? Lin Feng smiled, and his voice was gentle as he gently tidied up a strand of hair on her temples. I told you so. This wedding dress was made for you. No one can wear it except you. Boom. My heart is filled with warmth and numbness. Her face was as red as the sunset in the sky. At this moment, she suddenly felt that getting married to this man she had only known for a few hours didn't seem like such an impulsive thing to do. Maybe this is the legendary fate. On the other side, the Civil Affairs Bureau. A taxi braked to a stop. The car door opened and Yi Ruhong rushed out, holding up the dirty hem of her wedding dress. Zhao Weina and Yi Zhaowei followed closely behind. Where are the people? Where are the couple who just came here to register? Yi Zhaowei's eyes were red and he grabbed a staff member and yelled at him. The staff member was startled by him and struggled to say, I just left. I left after getting the certificate. Got the certificate. These three words, like three knives, stabbed fiercely into the hearts of the three members of the Yi family. Ah! Lin Feng. Moon Wanqing. Yi Zhaowei let out an unwilling roar and punched the pillar next to him. Sister! Let's go to the wedding. He suddenly seemed to think of something and grabbed Yi Ruhong's hand. They're definitely going to the hotel. As long as the wedding hasn't happened yet, we still have a chance. Let's go kidnap a wedding. Right. Go to the hotel. Yi Ruhong's body shook and tears flowed down again. The person who should have been standing here with Lin Feng, holding the red notebook, was her. Now, everything is ruined. She wiped away her tears, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Let's go. To the Century Wedding Hotel. On the way, Zhao Weina held her daughter's hand, and her face returned to its usual harshness and confidence. Ruhong, don't worry. When we get there, you don't have to say anything. Just watch me. Mom promises that I'll make that Lin guy come back and marry you. Chapter 8 The bride has changed. Century Wedding Hotel. Today, the entire place was booked by the Lin family. At the entrance of the hotel, there is a long red carpet, with flowers and balloons on both sides, which is very festive. Lin's relatives and friends, all dressed respectably, gathered at the door in groups of 3 or 4, distributing wedding candies and waiting for the arrival of the newlyweds' wedding car. Hey, you guys say, this kid Lin Feng is really lucky. An old man in a tang suit was cracking melon seeds with an envious look on his face. Yes, I've seen that girl from the Yi family. She's so pretty and has a good job. I heard she's a teacher. This marriage is perfect. Everyone was chatting animatedly. Sudden crack. There was a sharp sound of brakes. A taxi rushed to a stop in front of the hotel. The car door opened, and a figure in a white wedding dress stumbled out. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Weina and Yi Jiaowei also rushed out of the car. The greeters and relatives at the door were all stunned.
Isn't this the bride? What's going on? Where's the wedding car? Where's the groom? Why did she take a taxi here by herself? And why is she crying like this?
Yi Ruhong's wedding dress had long lost the purity it had in the morning. The hem of her skirt was covered in dust and mud, her delicate makeup was a mess from crying, her hair was disheveled, and she looked as disheveled as a refugee.
What are you looking at?
Zhao Weina put her hands on her hips, like a shrew cursing in the vegetable market, and started to scold the relatives of the Lin family.
Where are your Lin family members? Where did they all go?
Today is my daughter's wedding day, and that little bastard from your family left my daughter at home halfway through the wedding and went to propose to the maid of honor.
Tell me, is there such a way of doing things?
If you don't give our Rohong an explanation today, I tell you, I will never let you go. I will make your Lin family completely infamous in Longcheng.
Boom!
Zhao Weina's words are quite explosive.
Everyone was stunned. On the wedding day, the groom ran away with the bridesmaid? What a shocking piece of news. The faces of the Lin family's relatives instantly became extremely ugly.
Lin Feng's aunt was the first to react.
She walked quickly forward and looked at Zhao Weina in disbelief. Mother-in-law, you are not kidding, right?
We've watched Lin Feng grow up, and he's not that kind of person.
Is there some misunderstanding here? Misunderstand?
Zhao Weina sneered and pulled the crying Yi Ruhong over.
Ask her yourself. Ask her if I told you a lie. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Ruhong.
Yi Ruhong didn't dare to look up at anyone, her eyes were evasive, and she just kept crying. Aunt Lin Feng's heart sank, and she slowed down her tone and took Yi Ruhong's hand.
Good boy, don't cry. Tell your aunt the truth. What happened?
Yi Ruhong's lips trembled, and finally, under Zhao Weina's murderous gaze, she nodded gently.
Wow! This time, the whole audience was in an uproar. Oh my god! It's actually true! This Lin Feng is such a piece of shit, isn't he? He did something like this on his wedding day, he's a complete beast. Poor girl, how can she live her life from now on? What a sin!
The commotion at the door soon attracted more guests into the hotel. More and more people came to the door to watch the fun, pointing and talking at the three members of the Yi family and the relatives of the Lin family. The sounds of talk, laughter, and sympathy were endless. The faces of the Lin family relatives turned pale and blue, and they were so embarrassed that they wanted to find a hole to crawl into.
What are you all arguing about? A loud roar was heard.
Lin Feng's father, Lin Yu, and his mother, Zhou Hui, walked out of the hotel with grim faces. As soon as Zhao Weina saw the real culprit coming, she became even more arrogant. She put her hands on her hips, spitting and ready to start cursing.
Lin Yu! You've come just in time. You!
However, she hadn't finished speaking yet. Lin Yu didn't even look at her, but waved to the security guard of the hotel next door.
Security guard! Kick out these people who are causing trouble and disrupting our wedding.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. All the curse words Zhao Weina had prepared were stuck in her throat, and her face turned purple. She couldn't believe her ears.
Blast out? He actually wanted to ask the security guard to kick him out? Lin Yu! How dare you?
Zhao Weina was completely furious and pointed at Lin Yu's nose and screamed.
Your son abandoned my daughter first, and you, the Lin family, didn't even give us an explanation, and you still dared to drive us away? Do you still have any shame? Is there any law left?
I'm telling you, this wedding must take place today.
My daughter must be the bride today. Otherwise, no one will have a good life.
Yi Jiaowei also chimed in, shouting with red eyes, that's right.
You, the Lin family, must give us an explanation. Isn't it just a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift? Are you planning to default on it?
After he shouted like this, the guests around looked at the Lin family with even more contempt. It turns out that they couldn't agree on the bride price. Lin Yu looked at the spoiled mother and son and laughed instead of getting angry. A muscle on his face twitched and he sneered.
200,000? Zhao Weina, what about when you suddenly raised the price and asked my son for the 200,000 yuan? Now that your son has said it, how come we are the ones defaulting on our debt? My son must be blind to fall for your daughter.
Our Lin family is incredibly unlucky to even think of marrying into a family like yours. Lin Yu's voice was not loud, but every word was heart-wrenching.
I'm putting this here today. From today on, my son Lin Feng and your Yi family will be completely separated. His wedding will go on as usual.
He paused, glanced at the guests watching the excitement, and spoke loudly. It's just that the bride has changed.
Chapter 9: The Truth.
Lin Yu's 5 words are very powerful.
The entire hotel entrance fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone looked at Lin Yul as if he were a madman. Changing the bride on the wedding day? This is even more outrageous than the groom running off with the bridesmaid.
Zhao Weina was the first to react.
Lin Yui. What the hell are you talking about? Change the bride? Your son hurt my daughter like this, and you still want to change the bride?
I tell you, no one else can marry today except our Rohong.
That's right.
Yi Jiaowei also shouted, if you, the Lin family, don't give us an explanation today, we will stay here and not leave.
Let's see where you can put your faces. Lin Yu looked at the throwing tantrum mother and son with a calm expression.
Instead of getting angry, he turned to his friends and relatives who were craning their necks to watch the fun.
Dear relatives, dear guests.
I know that today's incident was not handled openly and honestly, and it brought shame to our Lin family. He paused, his voice filled with exhaustion and determination. But now that things have come to this, there are some things I won't hide anymore. Everyone may want to ask why my son Lin Feng did such a stupid thing on his wedding day.
Lin Yul's gaze slowly swept over Zhao Weina and Yi Ruhong. I won't hide it from you all. Just over an hour ago, my son called me. He said that when he went to pick up the bride, he was stopped by his mother-in-law. My mother-in-law said that if she wants to take the bride away, she can add another 200,000 yuan as a betrothal gift.
These 200,000 are not for my son and his wife, but for her son, Mr. Yi Jiaowei, to marry a wife.
If you don't give me money, I won't let you pick me up. Wow. The crowd was completely blown away. If everyone was just shocked before, now it is unbelievable. Did I hear correctly? A temporary increase of 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts? Or marrying my brother-in-law? Is this selling my daughter? This is outrageous. Art is far less exciting than life.
I used to think the Lin family kid was a piece of shit, but after all this time, I found out the real reason. The sounds of discussion and contempt surged towards the 3 members of the Yi family. Those who had sympathized with Yi Ruhong before also changed their attitude after seeing her demeanor.
Zhao Weina's face turned red and white. She didn't expect Lin Yui to expose this matter in public. He didn't give her any face at all. She put her hands on her hips and yelled, "What's wrong with 200,000? I've raised a daughter for over 20 years, and it must have cost me more than 200,000 yuan. Is asking him for a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift too much? Besides, it was a test. A test to see if he was sincere towards my daughter. He's so good. He abandoned my daughter for a mere 200,000 yuan. Who would dare to marry a man like that?"
These remarks that distorted right and wrong made many people present laugh out loud.
Well said.
Lin Yi suddenly laughed. Zhao Weina, you really have the nerve to ask how much money it costs to raise your daughter.
Then I'd like to ask you, how much money has my son Lin Feng spent in your Yi family over the years? Who paid for the Alienware computer that your son, Yi Jiaowei, bought for over 10,000 yuan when he went to college 3 years ago? Who paid for the bag you're wearing and the Cartier watch your daughter Yi Ruhong is wearing?
My son's monthly salary is just over 5,000 yuan, and I gave half of it to your family.
Lin Yu became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and his voice became louder and louder.
In order to raise the 188,000 yuan betrothal gift, my husband and I spent all our retirement savings and even owed a lot of debts to others.
Now, you're on the verge of success and you're asking for another 200,000? Does our Lin family own a bank? I'm sorry, we can't come up with the money. We won't get married either.
Lin Yi pointed in the direction of the hotel gate and said word by word, "You, the Yi family, leave here now, immediately."
Well said. You shouldn't marry into a family like this. Exactly, she's the ultimate brother-supporting demon. Whoever gets involved will be in trouble. Let's go now, don't embarrass yourself here. The guests present almost unanimously supported the Lin family and pointed fingers at the 3 members of the Yi family. Zhao Weina was completely confused.
She felt extremely unfamiliar looking at Lin Yui, who had a tough attitude and spoke harshly.
Is this still the honest man who always smiled and even tried to please me when he saw me before? How dare he? How dare he talk to me like that? Why did things turn out like this? She panicked. Just then. Crackle. A burst of crisp firecrackers sounded from the road outside the hotel. Then came the sound of a car horn. Everyone stopped arguing and looked towards the source of the sound. A row of brand new red wedding cars were slowly driving towards the hotel entrance. The wedding procession has arrived. Everyone's heart was in their throat. They all wanted to see it. The legendary bridesmaid, the woman that Lin Feng was willing to marry even if it meant breaking off the engagement on the wedding day. What does it look like? Chapter 10, Clearing the Scene. The lead car is an extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Following behind was a whole row of red Ferraris, like a long red dragon, driving towards them with great momentum. The grandeur of this fleet alone is more than 10 times better than the Autos that Lin Feng drove to pick up his bride this morning. Everyone present was stunned. Is this the wedding car prepared by the Lin family? That's not right. I haven't heard that the Lin family has such strength? Amidst everyone's confused and uncertain speculation, the door of the Rolls-Royce opened. A pair of shiny black leather shoes stepped out first. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. The man was wearing a black suit with an exquisite phoenix totem embroidered with gold thread on his chest. It was a set of phoenix seeking phoenix. It was Lin Feng. But it doesn't seem to be Lin Feng. Today he is completely different from usual. He is so handsome that he looks like the protagonist from a comic book. Temperament has undergone a drastic change. In the past, he always acted flattering and humble in front of the Yi family, and couldn't even stand up straight. But now, he just stood there quietly, exuding a powerful aura that could not be ignored. Damn, is this still Lin Feng? This boy is so handsome? This outfit, this aura, is absolutely amazing. The guests burst into exclamations. Even Lin Feng's aunt rubbed her eyes, unable to believe that this was her honest nephew. Yi Ruhong was even more stunned. She had been dating Lin Feng for several years, but she never knew he could be so handsome. Zhao Weina and Yi Jiaowei's faces looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Especially Yi Jiaowei, his fists were clenched tightly. Lin Feng ignored everyone's reactions. He walked around to the other side of the car and opened the door himself like a gentleman. Then he stretched out his hand. A flawless, delicate hand gently rested on his palm. Next second, a figure slowly walked out of the car. The moment I saw that face clearly, the whole world stopped. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. The wedding dress she was wearing was so much more gorgeous and noble than the one Yi Ruhong rented from the photo studio. The hem of the dress was inlaid with tiny diamonds, sparkling brightly in the sunlight. Under the long veil is a flawless face with delicate features and fair, translucent skin that seems as smooth as a baby's. She just stood there quietly, with a faint smile on her lips, like a fairy who had fallen from the heavens to the mortal world, unconcerned with worldly affairs. All the men present stared in amazement. The women were mad with jealousy. Oh my God, is this the bridesmaid? This must be a fairy descending to earth. It's so beautiful. I take back what I said earlier. Lin Feng and her standing together, they are a perfect match made in heaven. Compared to her, Yi Ruhong is just a country girl. No wonder Lin Feng wants to regret the engagement. I would regret it too. These discussions deeply hurt Yi Ruhong's heart. She stared at the woman Moon Wanxin, her best friend. She had to admit that Moon Wanxin was so beautiful today that she was jealous. But this beauty should belong to her. This position should be hers. Lin Feng. Yi Ruhong couldn't bear it any longer. She rushed over holding up the dirty hem of her wedding dress. She grabbed Lin Feng's arm and her whole body was shaking. Lin Feng, I was wrong, I was really wrong. She cried so hard that she couldn't speak. I shouldn't have listened to my mother. I shouldn't have let her ask you for the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift. Will you forgive me? Let's start over and get married now. Please, give me another chance. She thought that as long as she lowered her posture, acted coquettishly like before, and shed a few tears, Lin Feng would soften his heart. However, Lin Feng just frowned. The face that had once been full of doting on her now only showed cold disgust. He pulled his hand back suddenly as if he was shaking off something dirty. Security guard. He spoke coldly, without a trace of warmth in his voice. Kick these troublemakers out. From now on, I don't want to see them anymore. Yi Ruhong froze in place. Drive out? He actually wanted to call security to kick him out? How dare he? Lin Feng.
Yi Ruhong screamed in disbelief.
You can't do this to me. We've been together for 4 years. You said you would love me forever. Have you forgotten how you pursued me before? Have you forgotten how much you have done for me? I know I was wrong now. I beg you to forgive me. Why won't you even give me a chance? She was completely devastated and desperate. I can't live without you, Lin Feng. I really can't live without you.
The heart-wrenching cries made some soft-hearted guests around feel a little bit of pity. But Lin Feng was too lazy to even look at her. He said this with some impatience.
What are you still standing there for? Several security guards immediately understood and dared not delay any further. Let me go. Let me go. Lin Feng. You bastard. You're such a heartless man.
Zhao Weina also rushed up and wanted to fight with the security guard, but was stopped by 2 other tall and strong security guards.
You, the Lin family, will not have a good end. I curse you to have no descendants.
Yi Zhaowei also started cursing, and the scene was chaotic for a while. In the end, the 3 members of the Yi family, who were still cursing, were dragged out of the hotel by the security guards.
The world is finally quiet.
Looking at Yi Ruhong's crazy woman-like back as she was dragged away, and then looking at Moon Wanxin, who looked like a fairy beside Lin Feng, everyone present felt infinite emotion in their hearts.
Alas, it's really a crime you committed yourself, you can't live with it.
The old man in tang suit who was cracking melon seeds shook his head. It was supposed to be a good thing, but he insisted on making trouble.
Now look what happened.
The groom ran away, and he became the laughingstock of the whole Dragon City.
That's right.
You don't want a good guy like Lin Feng, but insist on asking for 200,000 yuan.
You are simply picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. I think Miss Mu is very good now. She and Lin Feng are a perfect match. This is the right person.
Everyone sighed and looked at Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin with expressions full of blessings.
Chapter 11 Fireworks Feast.
Lin Feng held Moon Wanxin's hand and walked up the steps to the hotel entrance. He bowed slightly to all his relatives and friends.
Dear uncles, aunts, and friends, I'm sorry to have made you laugh today.
His voice was calm, neither humble nor arrogant, with a hint of apology, but not at all embarrassed. The one next to me is my wife, Moon Wanxin.
The simple introduction calmed down all the commotion present.
Moon Wanxin also cooperated by smiling at everyone and nodding, showing her temperament as a lady from a noble family.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Lin Feng's aunt was the first to step forward to smooth things over, with a big smile on her face.
What's so funny about this? We had a shocking feast today. This feast was worth it. With just one sentence, everyone laughed and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed.
That's right, Lin Feng, you're really good.
What you did today was really inspiring. The old man who was cracking melon seeds before gave a thumbs up.
If the old doesn't go, the new won't come.
Your new wife is 100 times better than the previous one. That's right.
This girl is so beautiful. Standing next to our Lin Feng, they are a perfect match, made in heaven.
It's a must.
I must not go home until I'm drunk today. The guests chatted with each other, and blessings were heard everywhere. No one mentioned the bad things about the Yi family anymore.
It seemed as if the family of 3 was just an insignificant episode before the wedding.
The hotel manager was also a smart man. Seeing this, he immediately winked at his staff.
Soon, several staff members ran out nimbly.
They first deflated the inflatable arch at the door that had the words "Congratulations to Mr. Lin Feng and Miss Yi Ruhong on their wedding" written on it, and quickly dragged it away. In less than 10 minutes, a new, more majestic arch was erected.
The words above have become:
Congratulations to Mr. Lin Feng and Ms. Moon Wanxin on their happy marriage, and may they be forever in love. Inside the hotel, all the signboards and table signs with Yi Ruhong's name printed on them were replaced in the shortest possible time. Everything seemed to have been prepared in advance. The wedding officially begins. Lin Feng took Moon Wanxin to toast at each table. He was calm and generous, while Moon Wanxin was gentle and decent. The two of them standing together looked a perfect match no matter how you looked at them. Just as he drank a glass of wine, a spicy feeling rose in his throat. In my mind, that familiar mechanical voice sounded again.
Bite.
Detected that the host is holding a wedding, Century Wedding Hotel check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for completing this important life event. The system hereby rewards you with a grand fireworks party. After the fireworks bloom, the host's luck will be permanently increased. I wish the host and his wife a long and happy marriage and a son soon. Lin Feng's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly. Fireworks party? Can it also increase your luck? There's something about this system. While dealing with the teasing of his relatives, he focused his attention and quickly studied this system that suddenly appeared. After a brief understanding, he had a rough idea of it. This system is mainly divided into two functions. One is the selection system, just like what happened downstairs at Ye's house before, which will be triggered randomly, allowing him to make a choice, and then give rewards based on the choice. Another one is the clock-in system. Punching in is divided into fixed punching in and random punching in. Fixed check-in means that you can get generous rewards by completing the check-in at some special life nodes or places, such as getting married, having children, starting a business, etc. Random check-in is completely based on your appearance. You may be walking on the street or having a meal, and the system will issue a check-in task. In short, as long as you keep making the right choices and keep completing the check-ins, you can get various rewards and reach the peak of your life. Got it figured out. It seems that God still favors him. Night falls quietly. The banquet was coming to an end. Lin Feng put down his wineglass, took Moon Wanxin's hand, and walked to the center of the banquet hall. He picked up the phone and cleared his throat. Dear guests, thank you all for coming to my wedding today. After you've had enough food and drink, I've prepared a little entertainment for everyone. He deliberately kept the secret, then took Moon Wanxin's hand and walked out of the hotel first. The guests were all curious and followed. Everyone came to the square outside the hotel. 8 o'clock in the evening sharp. Call out. A whistling sound cut through the night sky. Immediately following. Bang! A huge golden firework exploded above everyone's heads. The fireworks were extremely gorgeous. In the dark night, they looked like a golden chrysanthemum in full bloom, or a peony in full bloom. The golden light spread out in all directions and fell slowly, so beautiful that it made people's heart tremble. This is not the end yet. Then, the second one, the third one. Hundreds of fireworks rose into the sky one after another, blooming in various brilliant shapes in the sky. Sometimes it looks like thousands of colorful butterflies dancing in the night sky. Sometimes it looks like a giant golden dragon, rolling and soaring in the clouds. Sometimes they look like flaming trees, blooming silver flowers and dancing all over the sky. Sometimes it looks like rainbows, intertwined and dancing wildly. The entire night sky of Dragon City was lit up by this extremely grand fireworks display. On the ground, everyone stopped and looked up, shocked by the magnificent and beautiful scene. Oh my god! Is this what Lin Feng prepared? This is too awesome. How much does this cost? Everyone exclaimed in amazement, immersed in this magnificent fireworks feast. Chapter 12 I like you so much. Moon Wanxin tilted her little face up and stared at the fireworks in the sky. The dazzling light, reflected in her clear pupils, seemed to crush the stars in the sky. Does it look good? Lin Feng's voice sounded softly in her ears. Moon Wanxin nodded vigorously. Close your eyes and make a wish. Lin Feng's voice was a little bewitching. Moon Wanxin obediently closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and made a wish devoutly under the brilliant fireworks. When she opened her eyes again, a velvet box appeared in front of her. Lin Feng knelt on one knee. He slowly opened the box. That's a ring. A ring carved entirely from a single crystal diamond. The crystal clear ring body seemed to seal a blue sea of stars, with gems flowing in it, and the brilliance was restrained, not like something from the mortal world. Exquisite diamond ring. Oh my god. What kind of magical ring is this? I'm going blind. How much is this worth? 100 million? 1 billion? The guests stretched their necks one by one, trying to see more clearly. Moon Wanxin was also completely stunned. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Lin Feng picked up the ring and held her slightly cold little hand. The proposal just now was too hasty. Now, I want to ask you again. Ms. Moon Wanxin, are you willing to marry me, Lin Feng, and become my only wife, spending the rest of my life with me? His voice was gentle yet solemn against the backdrop of fireworks. Moon Wanxin looked at him and her eyes suddenly turned red. She didn't speak. Just nod hard. Lin Feng smiled. He took her hand and slowly put the exquisite diamond ring on her ring finger.
Not too big, not too small, just right.
It seemed as if this ring was born to belong to her.
I like it so much.
Moon Wanqing cried and her voice trembled. The next second, she could no longer control her emotions and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, hugging him tightly. The guests around looked at this fairy-like couple and tactfully did not disturb them. I just silently send you my most sincere blessings in my heart.
The wedding was coming to an end and the guests were leaving one after another.
Zhang Yuan and several groomsmen came over arm in arm, each with a drunken look on their face.
Brother Feng. Awesome.
Zhang Yuan slapped Lin Feng on the back and laughed.
What I did today was really fucking satisfying.
You saved 200,000 in betrothal gifts and got such a beautiful fairy sister-in-law for free.
You are so lucky.
Another groomsman also came over and said with emotion, that's right, when we saw you being exploited by those vampires of the Yi family, we, as brothers, felt heartbroken.
It's all right now. I'm finally out of this sea of suffering.
Of course. Brother Feng, tonight is your wedding night with sister-in-law, so you have to behave yourself. We're all waiting to drink in your full moon wine.
Get lost.
Lin Feng cursed with a smile. After seeing off all the guests, Zhang Yuan and his friends carried the drunk Lin Feng back to the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel.
This is their wedding room tonight. Sister-in-law, I'll leave Brother Feng to you.
Zhang Yuan threw Lin Feng on the soft big bed, then winked at Moon Wanqing.
A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold, so we won't bother you too.
After saying that, he slammed the door shut with a few bangs and locked it from the outside. You can also vaguely hear their screams and howls outside the door. The room suddenly became quiet. Moon Wanqing looked at Lin Feng, who was lying on the bed drunk and unconscious, and her pretty face blushed. She walked over and tried to help him take off his shoes. Unexpectedly, a big hand grabbed my wrist. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes were a little blurry, obviously he was drunk, but he seemed to retain a trace of clarity.
Heartwarming. He murmured. Yeah, I'm here. Moon Wanqing responded softly.
Lin Feng stared at the ceiling in silence for a long time, then suddenly asked a question.
Why? Why, did you agree to marry me?
His voice was soft, with a hint of drunken confusion.
I'm a broke man. I lost my job, sold my house, and am in debt. You are so nice, why do you like me?
This question had been lingering in his mind since the moment he proposed to her.
Moon Wanqing was silent.
In the room, there was only the sound of two people breathing lightly. After a long time, she sighed softly. She sat on the edge of the bed and gently helped him tidy up the messy hair on his forehead.
Because I like you, silly.
Her voice was very light and soft.
Actually, I've known you much longer than you've known me.
At that time, you had just been with Yi Ruhong.
Moon Wanqing paused, as if recalling something.
She always brags in front of me about how great a boyfriend she has. Say you'd eat instant noodles for a month just to buy her a bag she liked. That you would run all over town in the middle of the night to buy her medicine when she was sick. Say you'll give her most of your monthly salary, leaving only a little for your living expenses. When she told me this, her face was full of boasting and self-righteousness. But she didn't know how much I envied her at that time.
Moon Wanqing smiled self-deprecatingly.
I pieced together a complete picture of you from her mouth, bit by bit. A kind, sincere, responsible, and even a little silly man.
Then, I fell hopelessly in love with you.
But you were her boyfriend at the time, so I could only keep my feelings for you secret in my heart and didn't dare tell anyone.
This morning, you came to pick me up and propose to me in front of everyone. You know what? At that moment, I felt like I was going crazy. I just realized that I like you so much that I can't hide it at all. So, I agreed. She lowered her head and gently pressed her cheek against Lin Feng's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. The treasure that Yi Ruhong doesn't want is mine.
I will help you piece together the love she destroyed with her own hands, bit by bit.
Lin Feng. I like you. I like you so much. Chapter 13, The whole city is shocked.
After Moon Wanqing finished speaking, the heart that had been hanging in her chest finally settled down. She lay quietly on Lin Feng's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. I waited for a long time, but there was no response.
She looked up in confusion.
All I could hear was a slight snoring sound coming from beneath me.
This guy actually fell asleep. Moon Wanxin was both angry and amused. I've been brewing my emotions for so long and mustered up so much courage, but in the end, it's all in vain?
She stretched out her little hand and hit him on the chest unhappily.
Fool!
She cursed at him, but her movements were so gentle as if she was acting coquettishly. She stood up, struggled to straighten Lin Feng's body, helped him take off his shoes, and covered him with a blanket. After doing all this, she didn't go to the other bed. Instead, he moved a chair and sat beside the bed, quietly and infatuatedly looking at his sleeping profile.
Lin Feng. Do you know? I've liked you for a really long time.
Her voice was very soft, as if she was afraid to disturb his dream.
At the same time, the Longcheng internet was in an uproar because of a wedding.
A distant cousin who attended the wedding edited the video of the grand fireworks, added a romantic background music, and posted it on her WeChat Moments and TikTok. I declare this the most awesome wedding I've attended this year.
The groom is so handsome. As soon as the video was sent out, likes and comments came in like a tide. Holy crap! Which rich family is getting married? This fireworks show is going to cost at least 1 million or 80,000, right? I'm so envious that I'm crying.
What kind of fairy tale love is this? Please give me a frontal photo of the groom.
Just seeing his profile makes me bleed.
The location was Longcheng, Century Wedding Hotel. I was nearby at the time, and the whole sky was lit up.
I thought it was some official event.
My cousin looked at the rapidly increasing number of likes, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. She replied to each comment one by one. The video went viral after being spread from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 to 100 people.
Longcheng, a time-honored jewelry store that has been open for decades.
The boss Li Deming was browsing his phone boredly. An old customer forwarded the fireworks video to their common Dragon City tasting meeting WeChat group.
Old Li, come out and see the gods. You jewelers are not as romantic as me. Li Deming smiled and clicked on the video. The dazzling fireworks are indeed shocking.
But at the end of the video, the camera gave a close-up of the groom putting the ring on the bride's finger. Li Deming's smile was no longer calm.
He sat up suddenly from the recliner. The phone almost fell to the ground. No. Impossible.
He muttered to himself as if he had seen a ghost. With trembling hands, he repeatedly dragged the video progress bar to the last few seconds, pausing and zooming in over and over again.
That ring. That ring carved entirely from diamonds.
That ring seemed to have a sea of stars sealed inside.
Exquisite diamond ring.
Li Deming screamed in shock. As someone who has been immersed in the jewelry industry for a lifetime, how could he not recognize this ring? This is the only rough stone of its kind in the world, and it was carved entirely by hand by the world's top design master over a period of 3 years. This ring is not an ordinary item at all, it is a real work of art. Decades ago, it was bought by the Queen of Britain at an unimaginable price as part of the royal collection.
How could he appear at the wedding of an ordinary person in Longcheng?
Li Deming felt that his worldview had suffered a huge impact.
He did not dare to delay and immediately forwarded the video to several respected old friends in the industry. Don't sleep. Come out and take a look. The group exploded instantly. Old Li, what's wrong with you? It's the middle of the night. These fireworks are nice, but they're quite expensive. Wait, that last ring, what the hell? Am I dazzled? Is this an exquisite diamond ring? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Isn't this thing locked up in the British Museum? P? It must be P.
Li Deming's fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. I guarantee this with my decades-long reputation.
This isn't photoshopped. Look closely at the luster and the starburst inside. No technology can replicate that. The group fell into a long silence. Everyone was shocked speechless by the news. If this is true, that means an unimaginable mysterious person is in their Dragon City.
Just then, a young customer who had not left Li Deming's store came over curiously.
Boss Li, what are you guys talking about? Why are you so excited? Exquisite diamond ring? What is that? Is it expensive?
Li Deming was in great shock and excitement at the moment, and he did not hide anything. He explained the origin and legendary story of the ring to the guest. As the guest listened, his eyes grew wider and wider, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Without saying a word, he took out his cell phone and recorded the conversation, then added a video of wedding fireworks and posted it on the largest local lifestyle forum in Longchang.
Shocking news.
The groom at today's Century Hotel wedding is suspected to be some hidden tycoon. His wedding ring is a priceless, exquisite diamond ring. As soon as the post was published, it instantly ignited the entire forum.
Is this true? Are you kidding me? A delicate diamond ring? I just looked it up. Holy crap. You kidded me.
This thing is worth more than I could ever make in 10 lifetimes.
Oh my god, I just saw this fireworks video on TikTok, and I didn't realize the highlight was the ring. So, who is the groom? Is there a class representative who can come out and explain it? No wonder the Yi family acted like that.
They directly replaced the bride. It turns out they had the confidence to do so.
Stop talking. Yi Ruhong must be regretting it now.
She picked up sesame seeds and lost a gold mine.
For a time, all the topics in the entire Dragon City, whether online or offline, revolved around this mysterious couple.
Countless people turned into Sherlock Holmes and began to frantically search for the identities of the newlyweds based on the blurry profiles in the video. This matter has caused too much trouble. It even alarmed some real big shots. They also began to use their connections to investigate the background of the newlyweds. A farce caused by a broken engagement completely detonated the entire city in a direction no one expected. Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin, who were at the center of the incident, knew nothing about this.
Chapter 14: The Yi Family Regrets.
Some curious people took screenshots of the fireworks video and sent them to foreign identification agencies. The other side quickly gave a positive answer: this is the Linglong diamond ring.
Genuine goods at a fair price. Guaranteed replacement.
Soon after, someone else used internal channels to uncover the true origin and value of the wedding dress and suit named Dragon and Phoenix appearing together. The chief designer of Century Jiayuan, in collaboration with top overseas design masters, spent a whole year to create this purely handmade product for Mr. Lin.
Worth 100 million. When these two pieces of news were confirmed, the entire internet was silent. Holy crap! A 100 million yuan wedding dress? A 1 billion yuan diamond ring? Am I reading a fucking novel?
Soon, a new Weibo topic topped the list at rocket speed and became the #1 hot search. #Longcheng Tycoon's wedding customized a wedding dress worth 100 million yuan and gifted a diamond ring worth 100 million yuan. This title is simple and crude, full of the smell of money, but it is enough to attract everyone's attention.
Yi family.
Yi Jiawei covered himself tightly with the quilt, tossing and turning but unable to fall asleep. As soon as I closed my eyes, I saw the embarrassing scene of being pointed at and talked about by countless people at the hotel entrance during the day. There is also Moon Wanxin's incredibly beautiful face, and the smug look on Lin Feng's face. He grabbed his phone irritably, wanting to watch some TikTok to distract himself. As a result, as soon as he opened it, the first video pushed by the system made him feel like he was struck by lightning.
It was that damn fireworks show. The title of the video is even more eye-catching. Searching for the richest groom in Longcheng online. A 100 million wedding dress, a 1 billion diamond ring, redefining romance. Fake. It must be fake.
Yi Jiawei's first reaction was disbelief, and he even wanted to laugh.
That poor guy Lin Feng?
He has known Lin Feng for more than 4 years, and he has no idea what kind of person that guy is.
Half of his monthly salary of several thousand yuan is used to support his family.
If he bought an Alienware computer, Lin Feng would have to eat bread for 2 months.
Can such a person afford a diamond ring worth 1 billion? Can you afford a wedding dress worth 100 million? What a joke!
He sneered, ready to scroll away from the video, and cursed in the comments section, the blogger is bragging. But for some unknown reason, he still clicked on the comments section. Then, the sneer on his face disappeared little by little. In the comments section, no one questioned the authenticity of the video. They were all filled with shock, envy, and worship. There are even several certified jewelry appraisal experts who quote classics and explain the history and value of the Linglong diamond ring. Every comment was like a loud slap in his face.
It hurts so much.
Yi Jiawei's hands began to tremble uncontrollably.
He quit TikTok in defiance, then opened Weibo and the local forum. Overwhelming.
Everywhere I looked, there was talk of this wedding. Evidence, one piece after another.
Analysis, one link after another.
He suddenly remembered the row of wedding cars that Lin Feng drove today. A Rolls-Royce Phantom led the way, followed by a row of red Ferraris.
He was only angry and jealous at the time and didn't think about it carefully.
Now thinking back, that fleet of cars was simply not something an ordinary working-class person could afford to rent.
An absurd, yet incredibly true thought. Lin Feng. What a fucking hidden rich guy. Fuck.
Yi Jiawei suddenly jumped up from the bed and screamed. The blood color on his face instantly faded and turned pale.
If Lin Feng is really a wealthy man. So what did their family do today?
They personally pushed out a gold mine, no, a diamond mine.
And you offend others to death. It's over. It's all over. No.
He couldn't bear this terrible reality alone.
Yi Jiawei didn't even bother to put on his slippers. He rolled off the bed barefoot and stumbled out of the room. Bang, bang, bang.
He banged on the doors of Zhao Weina and Yi Ruhong's rooms next door like a madman.
Mom. Sister. Open the door. Something big has happened.
He knew that this news would be more devastating to them than the embarrassment they suffered at the hotel entrance during the day.
Bang, bang, bang. The violent knocking on the door was like a death warrant.
Zhao Weina suddenly woke up from her sleep, and a burst of anger rose up in her heart.
Yi Jiawei. What the hell is wrong with you in the middle of the night?
She got up angrily, slipped on her slippers, and opened the door cursing.
Look at what time it is now. Can't you let me sleep? Yi Jiawei had a pale face and trembling lips as he pointed at his cell phone. Mom, look, something big has happened.
Zhao Weina glanced at it impatiently, and on the screen of her mobile phone was the picture of the fireworks feast.
What the hell? It's just a video of fireworks. What's the big deal?
She curled her lips in disdain.
There are plenty of rich people in Longcheng. What's so strange about setting off fireworks? Do you think everyone is as poor as Lin Feng, who can't even come up with a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift?
As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes swept across the picture below the video. The blurry yet familiar profile brought her originally impatient expression to a more focused state.
Who is this? Zhao Weina couldn't believe it.
She snatched the phone from Yi Jiawei's hand, enlarged the picture, and looked at it carefully.
The moment I saw that face clearly. No. Impossible. This is definitely fake. The picture is wrong. How could this be Lin Feng?
Her voice was hysterical. Yi Jiawei smiled bitterly, his eyes red. Mom, I didn't believe it at first. But if you look at Weibo, TikTok, and local forums, it's all being shared and discussed online. He pointed at the extremely gorgeous wedding dress on the phone screen.
Mom, do you still remember the wedding dress that Lin Feng took Moon Wanqing to try on today? This is it. Auspicious dragon in Phoenix. 100 million. And that fireworks show was also set off by him for Moon Wanqing. The worst part is, Mom, look at this. Yi Jiawei put the phone in front of Zhao Weina, and the picture froze on a close-up of Lin Feng putting the ring on Moon Wanqing's finger. This ring is called the exquisite diamond ring. It's said to be the only one of its kind in the world. It was bought by the Queen of Britain decades ago and is now worth over $1 billion. The whole internet is saying that Lin Feng, he's been pretending to be poor. Zhao Weina's mind is in a mess now. A diamond ring worth $1 billion. A wedding dress worth 100 million. These numbers.
She stood there blankly, her phone slipping from her hand. In his mind, he recalled how Lin Feng had been obedient to the Yi family and given them whatever they asked for over the years. She thought of the salary Lin Feng handed in every month. He remembered that he ate instant noodles for a month in order to buy a bag for Yi Ruhong. I remember how he saved money to buy a computer for Yi Jiawei. I remember that he sold his house to pay off their family's debts. She always thought that Lin Feng was just an ordinary working-class person, a soft persimmon that they could exploit at will. She always thought that it was their Yi family that gave Lin Feng a great gift, allowing this poor boy to marry their beautiful daughter. But now, these so-called gifts have all become a huge irony. She didn't just find a live-in son-in-law, she personally drove away a wealthy son-in-law, no, a super rich man. She was even shameless enough to raise the price by 200,000 on the wedding day, offending the other party to death. Zhao Weina's chest heaved violently. I regret it so much. She went to Yi Ruhong's door and knocked hard. Ruhong. Ruhong, open the door quickly. Mom has something to tell you. Her voice was urgent, and there was a hint of humility that she herself didn't even notice.
Look at the news. Look at Lin Feng. Maybe there's still a chance.
The door creaked open. Yi Ruhong stood at the door with disheveled hair and red and swollen eyes, obviously having cried all night.
Mom, what do you want to do now? Her voice was hoarse, tired, and desperate.
Zhao Weina didn't have time to explain. She picked up the phone on the ground and handed it to Yi Ruhong.
Ruhong, look.
Yi Ruhong took the phone impatiently, and when she saw the familiar face and the glaring title on the screen.
Ah! A shrill scream. Exquisite diamond ring, 1 billion. Auspicious dragon and phoenix wedding dress, 100 million.
She remembered that yesterday, she was wearing the wedding dress rented from the photo studio, and was acting like a clown, making a scene in front of Lin Feng. She remembered that she still despised Lin Feng for being poor and for not being able to come up with a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift. She remembered that she still relied on Lin Feng's love for her, asking him for whatever he wanted and squandering money recklessly. It turns out that she is the real idiot. She destroyed the happiness that originally belonged to her with her own hands, and gave a wealthy man to her best friend with her own hands.
No. Impossible.
Yi Ruhong's body shook, her legs softened, and she slowly fell down.
Ruhong!
Zhao Weina and Yi Jiaowei exclaimed at the same time.
In the room.
All that was left were Zhao Weina's panicked cries and Yi Jiaowei's regretful growls.
Chapter 15 Youth Loss Compensation.
Yi Ruhong locked herself in the room, refusing to eat or drink, like a living dead. Zhao Weina and Yi Jiaowei sat on the sofa, one sighing and the other feeling anxious.
Mom! Yi Jiaowei finally couldn't bear it anymore.
He stood up and paced back and forth in the living room.
We can't just let it go like this.
Zhao Weina rolled her eyes and said unhappily, so what do you want?
He's a well-known wealthy man in the city now, and he already has a wife. Do you still want to snatch her back?
I did not mean that.
Yi Jiaowei stopped. I mean, should we go and apologize to Lin Feng?
What? Zhao Weina seemed to jump up from the sofa all of a sudden.
Apologize?
Yi Jiaowei, did your head get squeezed by the door?
You want me to apologize to that little bastard? Do you still want to save my old face?
Face? How much is face worth? Yi Jiaowei also became anxious and yelled at his mother for the first time.
A wedding dress worth 100 million. A ring worth 1 billion. They should all belong to my sister. They belong to our family. It's all because of you.
It's all because you insisted on asking for the $200,000 at the door.
You've taken away our family's wealth, our sports cars, our villas, and everything else. You still have the nerve to mention your face. You little bastard. You've rebelled against the heavens.
Zhao Weina was so angry at her son's words that she was shaking all over. She pointed at his nose and her lips were trembling.
Who am I doing this for? I'm doing this for a good-for-nothing like you. You still dare to blame me? She looked around angrily, picked up the mop from the corner, and hit Yi Jiaowei. I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son. I'll let you blame me. I'll let you blame me. Ouch. Mom! Mom, I was wrong.
Yi Jiaowei was beaten so badly that he ran away in panic, jumping up and down in the living room.
Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I was wrong.
Zhao Weina chased him and beat him until she was out of breath.
She threw the mop and collapsed on the sofa. Yi Jiaowei limped back carefully and sat down next to Zhao Weina. Mom!
He spoke tentatively.
Apologies aren't an option. Well, then let's go ask him for some compensation, okay?
Zhao Weina was panting heavily, and after hearing this, she seemed to have an idea. Seeing that there was a door, Yi Jiaowei hurried over and lowered his voice. Think about it, my sister has been in a relationship with him for 4 years and has given him the best years of her life. Now he wants to break up and change people, and he has hurt my sister like this.
Shouldn't he pay her some compensation for her emotional distress? For the loss of her youth? He's so rich now, any little money that slips through his fingers would be enough for us to live on for a lifetime. Our request is reasonable and fair.
If he doesn't give it to us, we'll go to his company and make a scene, and expose him online.
Say he's a traitor and abandoned his wife.
Let's see how his wealthy self can put his face.
Zhao Weina fell silent.
Her mind was racing. What my son said seems to make sense.
Reconciliation is definitely impossible.
She couldn't bring herself to apologize.
But asking for money is something she is good at. Right. My daughter's youth cannot be wasted like this. The more she thought about it, the better she felt about this idea. The dejection on her face disappeared, replaced by a familiar, shrewd, and mean look. Okay. She slapped her thigh. Tomorrow, we'll go find him. If you don't give me money, I won't let him get married peacefully. The next morning. In the presidential suite, sunlight poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes in response to a gentle call. Lin Feng, wake up, the sun is shining on your butt. Moon Wanxin had finished washing up and was wearing the bathrobe provided by the hotel. Her hair was still a little wet and she was blow-drying it. The hangover headache seemed to disappear the moment I saw her smile. Everything that happened yesterday replayed in my mind like a movie. Breaking off the engagement, getting the marriage certificate, a grand wedding, fireworks all over the sky. And also, the words that the girl in front of him said to him by the bed. It turns out that these were not dreams. Lin Feng felt unprecedented satisfaction and joy in his heart. Just then. Bite. It was detected that the host spent a good night with his wife. The wedding check-in reward for yesterday was delayed. Now it is being supplemented. Re-signing successful. Reward, all-around improvement in physical fitness. Wishing the host strong and healthy life and a son soon. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. This system is a bit too considerate. The next second, a warm current surged from his limbs and spread throughout his body. The brain, which was originally a little drowsy, suddenly became extremely clear. Every cell in my body seemed to be activated and full of strength. He could clearly feel that some strange and powerful changes were taking place in his lower body. He grinned and gave this reward a 5-star rating. Chapter 16 seems to be more handsome. Are you awake? Moon Wanxin lay on the edge of the bed, her big watery eyes staring at him without blinking. Lin Feng felt as if his heart was gently scratched by a kitten's claws. Soft and itchy. He was just about to say something. Moon Wanxin's nose suddenly wrinkled slightly, and a trace of harmless doubt appeared on her little face. Lin Feng, do you smell a strange smell? She tilted her head like a curious little animal. Lin Feng was stunned and subconsciously raised his arm to smell himself. Oh shit. An indescribable sour and stinky smell rushed straight to the top of his head. He understood instantly. This is the all-round physical improvement reward from the system, which is removing his hair and cleansing his marrow to expel impurities from his body. System, you are messing with me. Making such a socially disastrous scene in front of his newlywed wife? Lin Feng's old face suddenly turned red, and he jumped up from the bed. I'm going to take a shower first. He rushed into the bathroom. Moon Wanxin was left sitting alone on the bed, looking bewildered. In the bathroom, the shower head was turned to maximum flow. Lin Feng stood under the water, watching a layer of black, greasy dirt washing down his body along with the water, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. The effect is really great. After washing off all the dirt on his body, he raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. Then, he became a little distracted. The person in the mirror is still him. But it seemed like he was no longer him at all. The slightly protruding belly has now disappeared without a trace. Instead, there are 8 well-defined and solid abdominal muscles. On both sides of the abdominal muscles, there are 2 extremely sexy shark lines, all the way down, disappearing into. The contours of his face also became more angular, less gentle than before, and more heroic and handsome. The overall appearance and temperament of the person have been elevated to a higher level. This wave of transformation is a huge profit. Lin Feng admired his new body with satisfaction for a while, then he remembered a fatal problem. He didn't take any change of clothes. That, heartwarming? He opened the bathroom door a little and stuck his head out. Can you help me get my clothes? They're in the suitcase. Good. Moon Wanxin responded obediently, walked to the suitcase and opened it. Then, her movements froze. In the box, there were only a few neatly folded t-shirts and trousers. On top, there was a stack of brand new men's underwear. It's still the cartoon pattern one. Moon Wanxin's pretty face instantly turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She felt her cheeks were so hot that she could fry an egg on them. She closed her eyes and quickly pulled one out like a thief. It's a blue stitch one. She pinched the corner of her underwear, lowered her head, blushed, and walked quickly to the bathroom door like a frightened little rabbit. Here you are. She passed the clothes in through the crack in the door, then ran away in a flash, hid by the window, and pretended to look at the scenery. Lin Feng looked at Stitch in his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Lin Feng came out wearing a clean t-shirt and trousers. Moon Wanxin heard the noise and subconsciously looked back. Then she was stunned. How does it feel? After taking a shower, he seems to become handsome again? Lin Feng looked at her silly little look and couldn't help laughing. He walked over and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Are you stunned? Moon Wanxin nodded subconsciously, and then her face turned even redder as if she realized something. Lin Feng was in a good mood. He reached out and scratched her nose, then said teasingly with a smile, I think beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. No. Moon Wanxin raised her head and looked at him seriously. You just became more handsome. That serious little expression made Lin Feng laugh. He glanced at the wall clock and saw that it was already late. Let's go. He took Moon Wanxin's hand. It's time to serve tea to our parents. Moon Wanxin nodded vigorously, her palms slightly sweating. The two walked out of the room and came to the living room outside. Lin Yu and Zhou Hui sat on the sofa, their faces showing unconcealable joy and anticipation. Seeing the two people coming out, Zhou Hui waved hurriedly. Come on, come on. Brand new tea sets had already been prepared on the coffee table. Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin looked at each other and brewed 2 cups of hot tea. The two walked side by side to their parents and knelt down respectfully. Dad, please have some tea. Mom, please have some tea. The two said in unison. Hey! Good. Good. Lin Yul and Zhou Hui couldn't stop laughing. They quickly took the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Then, the old couple happily took out a thick, heavy red envelope from their pockets and stuffed it into Moon Wanxin's hands. It's heartwarming. Zhou Hui took Moon Wanxin's hand and said earnestly, from now on, you and Xiaofeng will be a family. Life is bound to have its ups and downs. We need to be considerate and supportive of each other, understand? Okay, I understand, Auntie. Moon Wanxin nodded sensibly. Zhou Hui smiled and patted the back of her hand. And you still call me Auntie? Moon Wanxin was slightly stunned, then reacted, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yun and Zhou Hui, her voice sweet and soft. Dad. Mom. Why? The words Mom and Dad melted the hearts of the old couple, and they smiled so hard that their eyes narrowed into slits. The whole room was filled with the happy laughter of the family. All right, get up quickly, the ground is cold. Zhou Hui helped the two children up and said, breakfast is ready, come and eat. A family of 4 sat happily at the dining table. Halfway through the meal, Lin Yu and Zhou Hui looked at each other. Lin Yi put down his chopsticks and cleared his throat. Xiaofeng, there's something I've discussed with your mother and I need to tell you. Chapter 17 Lucky Star. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at his father. Moon Wanxin also put down her chopsticks and sat down obediently. Lin Yu looked at his son and daughter-in-law, and the smile on his face could not be hidden, and the corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears. Your mother just received a call from the district committee this morning. They say our old house is going to be demolished. Zhou Hui, standing aside, was also grinning from ear to ear, nodding repeatedly. Demolition? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Dad, didn't they say they wouldn't demolish the house? Why is it? I don't know either. Lin Yu slapped his thigh and said cheerfully, maybe the previous plan from above has been reactivated. Who knows? Anyway, they made it clear on the phone that we should prepare the materials and someone will come to discuss it in a couple of days. He stretched out a finger and gestured. They say it's based on the area, plus household registration, and all that messy compensation added up. At least, there has to be this number. 10 million. Lin Yul and Zhou Hui worked hard all their lives, but the money they saved was not even a fraction of this amount. This is simply a pie in the sky, and my ancestors are so lucky. Xiaofeng. Lin Yu patted Lin Feng's shoulder excitedly. You'll soon be a second-generation demolition tycoon. You won't have to worry about money anymore. Lin Feng remembered the system last night. After the fireworks bloom, the host's luck will be permanently increased. Could it be? This sudden demolition is because my luck has increased? This system is so damn effective.
Zhou Hui held Moon Wanxin's hand and liked her more and more the more she looked at her.
That's so heartwarming.
When you go back to your parents' home in a couple of days, ask your dad to prepare some more gifts for them. We, the Lin family, can't let others look down on us. Moon Wanxin quickly waved her hands. Mom, there's no need to bother with this.
My family doesn't care about this. That won't work.
Lin Yui patted his chest loudly.
3 letters and 6 engagements, all the necessary etiquette must be followed. My daughter-in-law, Lin Yui, must marry in with honor and return home with honor.
Moon Wanxin was moved, bit her lip lightly, and then nodded heavily. It feels so good to be respected and cherished by my parents-in-law. Seeing his parents as happy as children, Lin Feng smiled.
He felt that it was time. Dad, Mom.
He put down his chopsticks with a serious expression.
Actually, there's something I need to tell you.
Lin Yui and Zhou Hui both looked over.
What's going on? You're so mysterious.
Lin Feng smiled and said, actually, we don't need to be too anxious about the demolition compensation.
The investment I made with my friend has paid off.
He paused and said a number that gave the old couple a cardiac arrest.
The total revenue is almost 50 million. How much? How much?
Lin Yui's tongue was tied and the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground with a click. Zhou Hui also widened her eyes and grabbed Lin Feng's arm.
Xiao Feng. You didn't do anything illegal, did you? 50 million. This is not 5,000 yuan, this is 50,000 yuan. This amount of money is an astronomical figure for an ordinary family like theirs. What investment can earn 50 million? The old couple's first reaction was not surprise, but shock. Mom, what are you thinking about?
Lin Feng was at a loss for words. He took out his cell phone, retrieved the bank's transfer records, and handed it over. Look, this is the extra money the bridal shop returned to me yesterday. Lin Yul and Zhou Hui came over and put their heads together. When they saw the transferee's name on the mobile phone screen, which was Jiayuan Wedding Shop, followed by a long string of zeros, the two were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at their phones, and then stared blankly at Lin Feng.
A full half-minute passed. My godly grandma.
Lin Yu slapped his thigh suddenly and let out a strange cry that shook the earth.
50 million. My son made 50 million. The worry and fear on his face were instantly replaced by intense ecstasy.
Zhou Hui also reacted, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak.
She just kept patting Lin Feng's back. Good boy. Good boy. You've made it.
First, there was the demolition compensation of more than 10 million yuan.
Another 15 million return on investment. This double blessing made the old couple so happy that they almost fainted. Our family's luck is about to change. Lin Yu's face flushed with excitement.
Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and looked at Zhou Hui. The couple's eyes all fell on Moon Wanxin, who was standing next to them in a state of confusion from beginning to end.
Ouch!
Zhou Hui slapped her forehead and suddenly realized.
She grabbed Moon Wanxin's hand and smiled like a flower. I know. All these good things in our family must be brought about by our warm-hearted family. That's right.
Lin Yul nodded heavily, his face full of confidence.
Wanxin, you are the lucky star of our Lin family. Chapter 18. 1 million is a little too little.
Zhou Hui held Moon Wanxin's hand. Others were like mothers-in-law looking at their sons-in-law, and the more they looked, the happier they became. Now it is the mother-in-law who looks at her daughter-in-law and becomes more and more satisfied the more she looks.
It's heartwarming. Zhou Hui cleared her throat and asked tentatively, does your family have any requirements for a son-in-law? Like, a betrothal gift or something?
She asked cautiously, fearing that if she wasn't careful, she would come up with another sky-high bride price like the Yi families. Lin Yui also pricked up his ears.
Moon Wanxin blinked and thought about it seriously. My parents said that as long as the person I like has good character and treats me well, that's fine. The betrothal gift is just a token of my appreciation.
She stretched out her finger and gestured.
Give me a few 100,000 or so, as long as you can see my intention.
As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yui and Zhou Hui looked at each other.
What a nice girl. What a reasonable family.
Lin Yui slammed the table with great enthusiasm.
That won't do.
He blew his beard and glared, looking disapproving.
That Yi Ruhong asked for 188,000 yuan at the beginning, and even wanted to add 200,000 yuan at the end. How can An Wanxin, such a good girl, be worse than her? Son. He waved his hand. Go back home in 2 days and bring 500,000 yuan. No. 500,000 isn't enough. Bring 1 million. Let your father-in-law and mother-in-law see that our Lin family will never mistreat their precious daughter. Lin Feng didn't have time to speak. Moon Wanxin, who was standing next to him, gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. Dad, Mom. She whispered, 1 million, isn't that a little too little? Lin Yui was stunned. Zhou Hui was also stunned. Lin Feng was also stunned. 3 people, 6 eyes, all looked at Moon Wanxin. Why does this script feel familiar? Moon Wanxin felt a little embarrassed when they looked at her. Her pretty face turned slightly red and her voice became even lower. I mean, how about bringing some more? For example, 5 million, 10 million? Hiss. There was a sound of gasps in the living room. The smiles on Lin Yud and Zhou Hui's faces froze. Could it be that they were mistaken? This girl is actually a. Moon Wanxin hurriedly explained. We have a custom back home. It's the betrothal gift given by the man. The woman's family usually treats it as a dowry and adds some things for the daughter to take back to her husband's family. The more they give, the more sincere they feel the man is and the more he values their daughters, so they will give more as dowry. She counted on her fingers and calculated carefully. Just think about it, if we bring 10 million as a betrothal gift, my parents will be so happy that they might even bring back 100 million as a dowry. By then, won't the money still return to our own pockets? Puff. Lin Feng just took a sip of tea and spat it out. He coughed violently, his face turning red. Lin Yun and Zhou Hui were completely dumbfounded. Can it still be done like this? Is there any other good thing like this? Lin Feng finally caught his breath and gave Moon Wanxin a thumbs up. Wife, you are such a good housekeeper. The financial power of our family must be handed over to you from now on. Moon Wanxin's face turned red at his praise, and she lowered her head embarrassedly. Lin Yui and Zhou Hui looked at each other and laughed. Okay. Let's do it. Lin Yi made the final decision. My daughter-in-law, Lin Yui, is so smart. The whole family is happy. At the same time, on the outskirts of Longcheng, in a huge manor villa, an old man in a tang suit, with gray hair but looking energetic, was sitting at the stone table in the yard, playing chess with the housekeeper. Achoo! Without any warning, the old man sneezed loudly. The housekeeper quickly handed over a tissue and said jokingly with a smile, Master, someone must be missing you. The old man rubbed his nose and snorted. Who else could it be except my troublesome daughter? She's probably gotten into some trouble again and wants me to clean up the mess for her. Although he expressed disdain, he couldn't hide the fondness in his eyes. This old man is none other than Longcheng's true business giant, Moon Wanxin's father, Moon Anshan. The butler smiled and poured hot tea for Moon Anshan. Master, you don't know that recently a remarkable figure has emerged in our Dragon City. Oh? Moon Anshan became interested and placed a black piece. Tell me about it. A mysterious local tycoon held a wedding at the Century Wedding Hotel. The scene was truly stunning. The butler described it vividly. A fireworks show lit up half of Dragon City. The wedding dress given to the bride is a handmade dragon and phoenix, designed by Jiayuan.com's chief designer, and it's worth 100 million. The wedding ring is even more important. It was collected by the Queen of Britain decades ago. It is a unique and exquisite diamond ring in the world. Moon Anshan was delighted to hear this. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. The butler paused and added. The most peculiar thing is not this. It's that bride. I saw her photo on the news. She looks just like our young lady. They're practically cut from the same cloth. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone, opened the news, and handed it over. Moon Anshan leaned over to take a look curiously. The picture accompanying the news was the one of Lin Feng holding Moon Wanxin's hand, looking at each other affectionately under the sky full of fireworks. Hey! Moon Anshan was happy. You know what, they really look alike. It's strange that there are two people in this world who are so similar. He sighed and returned the phone to the housekeeper. The housekeeper asked cautiously, Master, aren't you curious about who the groom is? Do you want me to send someone to check? What are you checking? Moon Anshan waved his hand, not caring at all. They're just getting married, why are we asking about it? He picked up the teacup, took a sip, and looked at the roses blooming in the yard with a distant look in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, our family is warm and it's time to get married. I don't know which brat will get the advantage in the future. He sighed, his tone filled with the melancholy and reluctance of an old father. But then again, the girl in this photo is really beautiful. If our Nwanshin wore this wedding dress, she would definitely look better than her. Chapter 19 Rice Su 777. Seeing that Munanshan was engrossed in watching, the housekeeper couldn't help but move closer to take a few more glances. Master, don't tell me, if you don't know the girl in the photo, you would really think she is our daughter. Munanshan flipped through a few more related news items and looked at the accompanying pictures. The more he read, the more amazed he found them. The world is so big, there are so many strange things. He put down his phone and picked up the teacup. The butler nodded in agreement. Our young lady is now at the age to get married. Any brat who wants to marry my daughter has to get past me first. He put down his teacup. I don't necessarily care about being well matched, but character must come first. He must be genuinely warm and kind to our family. He paused and added. Of course, it would be even better if his family background could match our Mu family. On the Lin family's side, the happy breakfast finally ended in laughter. Without saying a word, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and transferred 10 million to each of them in front of the two elders. Dad, Mom, take this money and spend it as you please. Buy whatever you want. Don't save it. Lin Yul and Zhou Hui looked at the long string of zeros on the phone, their hands trembling. They refused for a long time, but finally accepted it under Lin Feng's insistence. After a quick tidy up, Lin Feng took Moon Wanqin's hand and prepared to go downstairs. Let's go pick out some gifts for our warm-hearted parents. As soon as the two walked downstairs, they found that something was wrong. The parking space, which is usually quite empty, was now crowded with people, all craning their necks and holding up their phones to take pictures. In the middle of the crowd, there was a silver-gray sports car with an extremely cool shape and a futuristic sense of technology. Several young girls in cool clothes and with hot bodies were leaning against the front of the car, posing in various poses for selfies. Hey hey hey! What are you doing? A man wearing a flowered shirt and a big gold chain squeezed out of the crowd, yelling with an unhappy look on his face. Don't mess with my car. Can you afford to pay for it if it breaks? Several girls were stunned by his yelling, and one of the brave ones curled her lips. It's just a broken car. What's so great about it? Broken car? The man in the flowered shirt was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the sports car with an arrogant look on his face. Open your eyes and see clearly. This Xiaomi SU777 is limited to 20 units worldwide. I spent over 100 million to get it. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd around them exploded instantly. Holy crap! A 100 million car? Rice SU777? I've never heard of it. Is it that awesome? Wow, this car is so cool. I've really opened my eyes today. The girls were so shocked that they covered their mouths, and their expressions changed instantly when they looked at the man in the flowered shirt. They quickly put away their phones and came over with fawning looks on their faces. Oh, brother, I'm sorry, we didn't know this car was so expensive. Don't be angry, brother. We just thought this car was so beautiful that we wanted to take a picture with it. Yeah, big brother, how about we add each other on WeChat and treat you to a meal as an apology, okay? Several girls surrounded him, talking in sweet voices, and their coquettish voices made people's bones go soft. The man in the flowered shirt looked smug and nodded reluctantly. Alright, since you are so sincere. Lin Feng and Moon Wanqin stood not far away and took in the entire scene. This man is a master. Lin Feng touched his chin and commented. With just a few words, I tricked the girls into giving me their WeChat accounts. Moon Wanqin asked curiously, how do you know he's lying? Because. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing more. He slowly took out a pair of car keys from his pocket. Then, he pressed the button lightly at the Rice SU777. By UBU. A crisp unlocking sound was heard. The doors on both sides of the sports car worth 100 million yuan slowly opened upwards like the wings of an eagle. The whole audience was silent. Everyone was stunned. The smiles on the girls' faces froze. The smug look on the face of the man in the flowered shirt also froze. The atmosphere was very awkward at one point. You guys.
One of the girls was the first to react. She pointed at the man in the flowered shirt and trembled with anger.
You're a liar. Bang!
A loud slap landed on the face of the man in the flowered shirt.
You filthy scoundrel! Why are you transferring money when you don't have any? You have no shame.
Dare to lie to us sisters.
Beat him to death.
The other girls also reacted and rushed forward, punching and kicking the man. The man in the flowered shirt was beaten so badly that he ran away in a panic, covering his head. Moon Wanxin looked at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes full of little stars.
You're so awesome, husband.
Lin Feng grinned and leaned close to her ear.
I have something even more powerful, do you want to see it? Moon Wanxin's pretty face turned red in an instant. Chapter 20, Hurricane.
He opened the car door, protected Moon Wanxin's head like a gentleman, and let her sit in the passenger seat. The gull-wing doors slowly closed, and the futuristic sports car, under the envious gazes of the crowd, let out a low roar and sped away. All that was left was a mess and the girls' even more angry fists and kicks. The car just drove out of the hotel gate. In Lin Feng's mind, the familiar mechanical sound rang again.
Bite.
Detected that the host drove a top-of-the-line car for the first time, Raisu 777 successfully checked in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, racing-level driving skills.
Next second.
Countless knowledge, skills, and experiences about driving flooded into Lin Feng's mind. From the extreme cornering of F1, to dealing with complex road conditions in WRC rallies, to drifting the hairpin turns of Akina Mountain. He felt as if he had become an experienced driver with decades of driving experience in an instant. This Rice SU 777 seemed to have become a part of his body, and he was aware of the vibrations of every part. The smile on his lips grew wider and wider.
At the same time,
Yi Jiaowei and Zhao Weina were getting out of a taxi cursing.
Damn, this place isn't even connected to the subway.
Yi Jiaowei had just complained when he saw a silver-gray, cool sports car that he had never seen in his life whizzing past him. The streamlined body and the sci-fi taillights made him stare blankly.
Fuck!
He cursed subconsciously. But when he saw the profile of the man in the driver's seat, he was even more dumbfounded.
Lin Feng? He screamed. It's him! Mom! Lin Feng! Zhao Weina also saw it.
She was still feeling bad about the taxi fare of several dozen dollars.
This little bastard!
Zhao Weina put her hands on her hips, shaking with anger.
He really is rich. He's been lying to us. Yi Jiaowei clenched his fists tightly.
He remembered how Lin Feng appeared in a Rolls-Royce with Moon Wanxin. I remember the wedding dress worth 100 million yuan and the diamond ring worth 1 billion yuan that went viral on the internet. Look at this sports car in front of you, which is obviously worth a lot of money.
All the clues are connected.
This bastard Lin Feng has been pretending to be poor from the beginning to the end and playing tricks on the Yi family.
We can't just let him go like this. Yi Jiaowei's eyes turned red.
This poor guy not only cheated his family for so many years, but also stole his beloved goddess Moon Wanxin.
This is intolerable. Right. Zhao Weina also reacted and a greedy look appeared on her face. He must give an explanation.
He has ruined my daughter's youth.
He must compensate our family adequately.
He must also apologize to us in front of everyone.
Go. Catch up.
The mother and son looked at each other, and without caring about anything else, they chased madly in the direction the sports car left.
In the car.
Lin Feng glanced at the tiny figures of the two clowns in the rearview mirror, and a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and looked at Moon Wanxin, who was standing beside him with a curious look on her face.
Would you like to see something even more powerful? Moon Wanxin hasn't reacted yet.
Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator suddenly.
Boom.
The powerful push on her back instantly pressed Moon Wanxin firmly against the seat. She uttered a short cry of surprise. The street scene outside the window was rapidly receding.
Ah. My heartbeat is accelerating wildly.
But the strange thing was that she was not afraid at all.
Instead, she felt extremely thrilled and excited. Hold on tight.
Lin Feng held the steering wheel with one hand, and even had time to adjust the volume of the stereo with the other hand.
A DJ song filled the entire carriage. The red light at the intersection ahead has just turned green.
Lin Feng saw the right moment and gently turned the steering wheel. The car moved like a fish, passing between two cars that had just started, at an incredible angle. The drivers of the two cars only felt a flash of silver light passing by them and could not even see the license plates clearly. The speed is getting faster and faster. The points on the driver's license are also decreasing. But Lin Feng doesn't care, he has money. There was a confidence on Lin Feng's face that showed that he was in control of everything. His control over the vehicle has reached an incredible level. Every acceleration and every lane change is as if calculated by a computer. In his eyes, other vehicles on the road became slow-moving obstacles. Faster. Instead of being afraid, Moon Wanxin screamed with excitement. Okay. Lin Feng laughed out loud. The sports car rushed onto the national highway, completely breaking free from the constraints of the city, like a beast out of a cage. Just then, there was a harsh roar of an engine from behind. A yellow Lamborghini Veneno and a black Pagani Huayra were chasing them from the left and right, looking very aggressive. Hey, that guy in front, that car looks nice, is it new? The owner of the Lamborghini rolled down the window and whistled at Lin Feng. Run a lap? The owner of the Pagani also stuck his head out, with the arrogance typical of a rich second generation on his face. Lin Feng glanced at them through the rearview mirror and said nothing. He just stepped on the accelerator again. Buzz. The speed of Rice Su-777 has increased again. Damn it! You dare to speed up? The two rich second generations were stunned for a moment, and then they stepped on the accelerator. However, no matter how they chase, the silver-gray sports car in front always kept a fixed distance from them. They are fast, and it is fast too. They are slow, and it is slow too. It's like playing with two rookies. Damn it! This kid is weird. The Lamborghini owner had sweat on his forehead. He found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get closer by another meter. Final. At the next intersection, Lin Feng drove the Rice Su-777, an extremely smooth and perfect drift. The tires made a harsh friction sound on the ground and drew a graceful arc. It parked steadily and precisely in a newly vacated parking space on the street side of Longqing Central Square. Not a penny more, not a penny less. In the carriage, Moon Wanxin's little face turned red with excitement. She looked at Lin Feng's handsome profile and could no longer control herself. Baji. She leaned over and kissed him hard on the cheek. Chapter 21. Hello, brother-in-law. A warm, soft touch flashed across my cheek. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and looked at Moon Wanxin's little face, which was flushed with excessive excitement. Hubby, you're amazing. Moon Wanxin's clear eyes sparkled with admiration. I've never felt so excited. She was still in a state of excitement with adrenaline rushing through her body. That drift just now was so cool. I want more. She grabbed Lin Feng's arm and shook it hard, like a little girl asking for candy. Let's go a little faster, okay? Lin Feng looked at her like a little lunatic and smiled helplessly and dotingly. Hold on tight, my queen. He restarted the car and left the square. The yellow Lamborghini and the black Pagani immediately followed, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiching him in the middle. Dude. Sure. The owner of the Lamborghini, Mu Lianghua, rolled down the window again. That drift just now was professional level. No, it was even more awesome than professional level. The owner of the Pagani next to them also joined in the fun. Brother, leave me your contact information so we can go out together when we're free. Lin Feng ignored them and just raised his eyebrows at Moon Wanxin. Moon Wanxin immediately understood what he meant and made a face at the two rich second generations outside the window. My husband won't play with you. After saying that, she looked at Lin Feng again, her eyes full of anticipation. Husband, get rid of them. Okay. Lin Feng chuckled, turned the steering wheel, and the car suddenly cut to the right. Before the two supercars could react, the Rice Su-777 had already rushed onto the national highway ahead like a silver lightning. Boom. The roar of the engine is a man's most romantic battle song. Fuck. Mu Lianghua and his companions were stunned. He's speeding up again. Damn it, is this still a human being? There are so many cars on this highway, how dare he do that? The two looked at each other and read a hint of horror in each other's expressions. They also stepped on the accelerator and chased after it desperately. But the next scene completely overturned their cognition. That silver-gray sports car is like the most agile fish in the endless stream of traffic. Every lane change and every overtaking is as precise as if measured with a ruler. The timing, angle, and speed were all perfectly grasped.
That's not driving anymore. That's dancing. It is a performance of a gorgeous art of speed and passion. I give in.
Mu Lianghwa's hands, gripping the steering wheel, were covered in cold sweat.
This guy is definitely the world's top professional racer. No. A professional race car driver is awesome on the track, but he's awesome on the highway. They're completely different concepts.
The owner of the Pagani, his voice full of admiration.
I have to meet this guy. No matter how much it costs. Mu Lianghua nodded heavily.
They were no longer in a provocative and competitive mood, but had become two devout followers.
Follow from a distance and enjoy this visual feast. Finally.
The speed of Raisu 777 slowly decreased. The car drove into the underground parking lot of Mixi, the largest luxury shopping mall in Longchang.
Squeak. Another textbook drift. The car stopped steadily in an empty parking space.
Moon Wanxin let out a long sigh and felt her whole body go limp. I was too excited just now and didn't feel anything, but now that I've stopped, the aftereffects are coming back. She unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door, and tried to stand up.
As a result, my legs went weak and I almost fell to my knees. Ouch. Fortunately, Lin Feng was quick-witted and pulled her into his arms.
You were yelling nonsense just now. Lin Feng scratched her nose and teased with a smile.
Now you feel weak in the knees?
Moon Wanxin's pretty face turned red. She buried her head in his chest and muttered softly.
It's because you're so awesome.
Lin Feng was amused by her little appearance. Take some time in the car.
I'll get you a bottle of water. Just then.
Two supercars, one yellow and one black, were parked in the parking spaces next to them, one in front and one behind. Mu Lianghua jumped off the Lamborghini and ran towards Lin Feng with an excited look on his face.
Brother! You!
As soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Moon Wanxin being held in Lin Feng's arms.
Then, the expression on his face froze instantly.
He stood there stupidly, as if he had opened a golden body.
Sister? An exclamation of disbelief came out of his mouth. Why are you here? How could you hug a man?
Mu Lianghua felt that his worldview had suffered a devastating blow. He grew up with his cousin since childhood, and he had never seen her hugging or kissing a man, let alone saying a word to a boy.
Isn't his sister misogynistic?
Moon Wanxin was also stunned when she heard this familiar voice. She raised her head from Lin Feng's arms, and when she saw who it was, her eyebrows instantly raised. She let go of Lin Feng and rushed forward in 2 steps. He grabbed Mu Lianghua's ear.
Mu Lianghua. You've become more capable. Racing with others outside again. You weren't detained enough last time, were you? Are you itching for me to tell Uncle again? Hey! Hey! Sister! Sister! I was wrong. I was wrong.
Mu Lianghua grimaced in pain and begged for mercy repeatedly.
Gently. Gently. My ears are going to fall off. The Pagani owner next to him was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? This car god is the younger brother of this young lady? I'm asking you.
Moon Wanxin put a little more strength in her hands. What bad things are you trying to do by chasing our Lin Feng's car?
No. Absolutely not. Mu Lianghua was almost crying.
I just saw this guy's driving skills are amazing, and I want to make friends with him and learn from him.
Our Lin Feng?
Moon Wanxin finally reacted, let go of her hand, and a smug look appeared on her face. She walked back to Lin Feng, took his arm affectionately, and raised her chin like a proud little peacock.
Let me introduce you formally. This is my husband, Lin Feng. That is, your brother-in-law. Boom. Mu Lianghua's mind was in a mess. Sister, brother-in-law? He stared at Lin Feng blankly, then looked at his cousin who had an expression that said, "Praise me quickly." It took him a full half-minute to digest this information. Then, he showed an extremely brilliant smile on his face and bowed 90 degrees. Hello, brother-in-law.
This cry was so sincere and so clear and loud.
Lin Feng was completely confused by his sudden action. Brother-in-law.
Your driving skills just now were simply amazing.
Mu Lianghua's face was full of admiration. My name is Mu Lianghua, and I'm Sister Wanxin's cousin. Brother-in-law, you'll be my real brother from now on.
He came over, rubbing his hands, his face full of anticipation. Brother-in-law, we have a supercar club in Longchang. It's full of friends who love cars.
Are you free? Can you come and give us some guidance? You'll have to ask your sister. My sister would definitely agree, wouldn't she, sis? I don't care about your men's affairs. That's great.
Lin Feng smiled and took out his cell phone.
The two of them quickly added each other on WeChat.
Mu Lianghua put away his phone contentedly, then winked at Lin Feng.
Then brother-in-law, I won't disturb you from dating my sister. Have fun, you guys. Ah Fei and I will leave first.
After saying that, he pulled his still confused companion, jumped into the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. In the parking lot, only Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin were left. Moon Wanxin stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly.
My cousin has been naughty since he was a child. He was spoiled by my uncle.
Lin Feng smiled and rubbed her hair.
I think it's quite interesting.
He took her hand.
Let's go, my little lucky star, and see what gifts we want to buy for your parents. Chapter 22, A Rich Woman. The two walked into Vientiane City side by side. Moon Wanxin looked at the dazzling array of luxury goods stores and her pace slowed down.
She tried to speak several times but swallowed her words back.
What's wrong? Lin Feng noticed her abnormality. Husband.
Moon Wanxin stopped, bit her lip, and made up her mind.
There's something I haven't told you yet.
Lin Feng smiled.
What's going on? Why are you being so serious?
Moon Wanxin raised her head and looked at him seriously.
I lied to you. My family situation may be different from what you think.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and waited for her next words.
My father, his name is Mu Nanshan. Mu Nanshan?
Lin Feng felt that this name sounded familiar.
I think I've seen it on the news.
Moon Wanxin took a deep breath, her voice as quiet as a mosquito's hum.
That's the chairman of the Mu Group.
Lin Feng was stunned.
Mu Group. A true business giant and leading enterprise in Longcheng. Chairman Mu Nanshan. 2 months ago, he just topped the 401 rich list and became the new richest man in Longcheng. He suddenly remembered.
Before, when Yi Ruhang showed off in front of Moon Wanxin, she always said intentionally or unintentionally that Moon Wanxin's family was well off and she was either rich or noble. At that time, he thought that Yi Ruhang was flattering herself and deliberately praising her best friend to show off her own circle.
Now it seems that what they said was true. No, it's modesty.
It's more than just being rich or noble.
That guy is the fucking richest man in Longcheng.
Lin Feng looked at the little woman in front of him, who was lowering her head and nervously clutching the corner of her clothes like a child who had done something wrong.
He couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Moon Wanxin suddenly raised her head, looking aggrieved.
You're still laughing. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I'm just afraid, I'm afraid you'll feel pressured. Pressure?
Lin Feng pulled her into his arms and kissed her on the forehead.
My wife's family is so awesome, I can't express how happy I am. I'm on the peak of my life now that I'm with a rich woman.
He pinched her little face.
But you're right, the pressure is indeed a bit great. If I don't do well here, won't I be unable to hold my head up in front of my father-in-law?
He stroked his chin and spoke seriously.
No, I have to work harder.
I'll try to push my father-in-law off the position of the richest man within a few years. Moon Wanxin was amused by his cocky look, and all her previous nervousness and uneasiness disappeared. She stretched out her little fist and punched him lightly on the chest.
Hate. But?
Lin Feng changed the subject. In this case, those gifts we thought of seem a bit difficult to come up with.
A Patek Philippe watch? An Hermes bag?
These things are astronomical prices for ordinary people.
But for his father-in-law, the richest man in the world, it was probably just like buying a keychain from a street stall. Then, what should we do?
Moon Wan was also in trouble.
Just then,
in Lin Feng's mind, that familiar voice sounded again.
Bite.
It was detected that the host brought his wife to Longcheng Vientiane City for the first time, and the check-in was successful.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 100% ownership of Vientiane City.
Lin Feng staggered and almost lost his balance.
Oh shit. He grabbed hold of a nearby pillar. Dragon City Center McC.
This is not as simple as a car or a house.
This is the most prosperous and top-notch commercial landmark in the entire Longcheng. It is a super money printing machine that truly makes a fortune every day. It is said that the annual revenue here is close to 10 billion. Now, the entire shopping mall belongs to him? System Dad, you are my real dad.
Lin Feng felt a little dizzy. Happiness comes so suddenly that I feel a little short of breath.
Honey, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?
Moon Wanqing hurriedly supported him, her little face full of worry.
No. It's okay.
Lin Feng waved his hand.
I just think the air conditioning in this mall is a bit too high. As soon as the words fell,
his cell phone started buzzing.
It's an unfamiliar number.
Lin Feng calmed himself down and pressed the answer button.
Hello, is this Lin Feng, Mr. Lin?
A respectful and slightly flattering middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone.
I am. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the property manager of Vientiane City. My name is Chen Ming.
Chen Ming's tone became more respectful.
Mr. Lin, it's like this.
We just received a notice from the group headquarters that all shares of the mall have been transferred to your name.
Today is the settlement date for this quarter's rent and property management fees. I'll check the accounts with you and remit the payment when it's convenient for you.
Lin Feng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
I'm at the mall right now. Ah? You're at the mall?
Chen Ming's voice was filled with surprise.
That's great. Where are you, Mr. Lin? I'll pick you up right away. First floor, in front of Hermes. Okay. Please wait a moment, I'll be there in 2 minutes. Hang up the phone. Moon Wanqing looked at him curiously. Honey, what do the people at the mall want from you? Nothing.
Lin Fengyun smiled calmly.
Just a little business talk.
He took her hand.
Let's go, I'll take you to see him. 2 minutes later.
A middle-aged man in a neat suit and with sleek hair appeared in front of them, jogging. It was Chen Ming. He saw Lin Feng at a glance, and his face was immediately filled with a warm smile. He walked quickly towards him, slightly bending over.
Director Lin. Hello. I'm Chen Ming. Sorry to have kept you waiting.
As he spoke, he held out his hands respectfully. Lin Feng shook hands with him.
Chen Ming started to flatter again. Director Lin is truly young and promising, and a very handsome man. Even more handsome than in the photo.
His gaze inadvertently fell on Moon Wanqing, who was beside Lin Feng. Then, he froze. As the person in charge of Longqing's top shopping mall, he naturally knew Mu Nanshan, the god of wealth. I have also seen the daughter of the richest man from afar at some high-end cocktail parties.
This is... Miss Mu? Chen Ming's voice was a little stammering.
Lin Feng put his arm around Moon Wanqing's shoulders and introduced her with a smile.
This is my wife. Boom.
It was as if 100,000 thunderbolts exploded simultaneously in Chen Ming's mind.
The daughter of the richest man married the new owner of their shopping mall? What the hell is this magical combination? Rich people deserve rich people.
The way he looked at Lin Feng instantly became more humble and more respectful.
And Moon Wanqing on the side. I'm completely stupid.
She widened her watery eyes and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, then looked at Chen Ming, who was standing next to her, and wished he could bury his head in the ground.
Mr. Lin? New boss?
Her little head was a little confused. She pinched herself hard.
It hurts so much. It's not a dream.
She tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, her voice trembling.
Husband. You bought this shopping mall? Chapter 23. Earn 5 more small goals.
Lin Feng looked at Moon Wanqing's shocked and speechless expression and thought it was so cute that it was unfair. He didn't answer, but just smiled calmly at Chen Ming, who was already petrified beside him.
Manager Chen, there are too many people here. Let's find a place to talk. Ah. Oh. Good. Chen Ming woke up as if from a dream and nodded and bowed quickly.
Mr. Lin, madam, please come this way.
My office is upstairs.
His attitude was so respectful that he almost knelt down to polish Lin Feng's shoes.
Moon Wanqing's little head is still blank. She was led by Lin Feng and followed Chen Ming in a daze into the employee-only elevator. Until the elevator door closed, blocking the view of everyone outside.
She suddenly came to her senses and grabbed Lin Feng's arm.
Husband. What on earth is going on? Don't tell me you just made a phone call and bought this mall?
Lin Feng looked at her big eyes that were full of I was scared and couldn't help laughing out loud.
About the same. He pinched her little nose. Moon Wanxin. The elevator quickly reached the top floor.
Chen Ming led the two of them into a spacious and bright office.
Mr. Lin, madam, please take a seat.
He personally brewed the best Longjing tea for the two of them, and then respectfully placed a thick document on the table in front of Lin Feng.
Director Lin, this is the mall's financial report for this quarter, as well as a detailed breakdown of rental and property fees.
After deducting all operating costs and taxes, net income for the quarter was $532 million. When Chen Ming reported this number, his voice was full of pride. This is the result of his own hard work.
However,
Lin Feng just said oh without even raising his eyelids.
He casually flipped through the report and said lightly, I've checked the accounts, and there's no problem. Transfer the money to my account. Okay, Mr. Lin.
Chen Ming immediately took out his tablet and started operating it. A few seconds later,
Lin Feng's cell phone vibrated with a buzzing sound. A bank deposit text message popped up. Your account ending in 8888 received 532 million renminbi at 1808 on August 8. The current balance is 582 million renminbi.
Lin Feng looked at the long string of zeros. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still felt a little dazzled. From more than 50 million to more than 500 million. The speed at which these assets skyrocketed was faster than a rocket. He took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. The best way is to keep your wealth secret and make a fortune quietly. The more nonchalant he acted, the more unfathomable Chen Ming felt he was, and the more humble his attitude became. And Moon Wanxin was sitting next to Lin Feng.
I'm completely numb.
She looked at the text message on Lin Feng's phone, and then looked at Lin Feng's face, which was so calm as if he had just received 500 yuan.
An unprecedented feeling of frustration surged in my heart.
She had been wondering whether her identity as the daughter of the richest man in Longchang would bring pressure to Lin Feng. She even thought about how to comfort him and protect him in the future.
What a result! He immediately became the boss of the entire Vientiane city.
As the daughter of the richest man, in front of him, it seemed as if
I had instantly become a little dish that needed to be fed. Moon Wanxin was a little unhappy.
She hummed softly. Her little mouth is slightly pouting, and you can hang an oil bottle on it.
What's wrong?
Lin Feng noticed her mood change immediately. I was thinking that if someone bullies you in the future, I'll tell my dad and ask him to support you. Moon Wanxin muttered softly and aggrievedly.
It's all right now. You're rich now. I won't be able to protect you anymore.
Lin Feng's heart melted when he saw her cute look that said, my backer is not as strong as my husband.
He waved his hand, signaling Chen Ming to go out first.
Chen Ming felt as if he had been pardoned.
He quickly bowed and left the office, even considerately closing the door behind him. There were only two of them left in the office.
Lin Feng pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head, and his voice was so gentle that it could squeeze water out of her.
Fool! I have a lot of things that I haven't had time to tell you. Moon Wanxin's body stiffened slightly. But it doesn't matter.
Lin Feng tightened his arms and hugged her tighter.
We have a lifetime. I will spend my whole life slowly telling you.
This sentence moved Moon Wanxin more than the I do at the wedding and the affectionate gaze under the fireworks. She felt like her whole body was melting in this embrace.
The little grievance and frustration just now disappeared in an instant.
Instead, it is filled to the brim with sweetness and happiness.
Oh my God! How could my husband be so good at this? Handsome, rich, and good at saying sweet words. Who can withstand this? No, I love him so much.
Moon Wanxin buried her face in his chest and rubbed it hard, like a kitten that had found the warmest harbor. She responded muffledly. The two of them stayed in the office for a while before leaving Vientiane City hand in hand. They had just left not long ago.
A taxi stopped at the entrance of Vientiane City. Zhao Weina and Yi Zhaowei got out of the car. Damn, I'm so tired.
Yi Zhaowei complained while rubbing his sore calves. It's all that bastard Lin Feng's fault. He drove so fast that we had to chase him for so long.
Zhao Weina also looked tired and resentful. Just then, Yi Zhaowei's eyes suddenly lit up.
He pointed at the silver gray sports car in the parking lot not far away and screamed, "Mom! Look! It's that little bastard Lin Fang's car. He must be in this mall." Zhao Weina looked in the direction he pointed. "Walk!" She waved her hand. "We must find him today. Make him give our family an explanation. We must give us adequate compensation." The mother and son rushed into Vientiane City in a rage. However, Vientiane City is too big. They wandered around in there like two headless flies for 2 hours. From the beauty area on the first floor to the cinema on the top floor. I ran so hard that my legs almost broke, but I didn't even see Lin Feng's shadow. The mall security had long been eyeing these two guys with strange behavior and unfriendly eyes, and followed them the entire time, making them feel very uncomfortable. Damn it! Where are the people? Yi Jiaowei was so tired that he was out of breath and sat down on the bench in the rest area. Where on earth is this bastard hiding? Zhao Weina was also tired and angry, and pounded her lower back. After resting for a while, the two of them had no choice but to go back to the parking lot dejectedly and wait for the opportunity. But when they returned to the parking lot, the parking space where the Rice Su-777 was originally parked is now empty. Fuck! Yi Jiaowei let out a desperate roar. He ran away. That coward, he ran away. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. He subconsciously reached into his pocket to take out his cell phone and post a video on Douyin to curse Lin Feng, the scumbag who abandoned him after having sex with him. Then, he touched nothing. His face turned pale in an instant. He quickly felt in his other pocket. Empty. Where's my phone? He panicked and started touching himself all over. Where's my wallet? Where's my phone and my wallet? Zhao Weina, who was standing next to him, felt a pang in her heart when she saw his expression and quickly went to look through her bag. Then, she was also dumbfounded. Her wallet and cell phone were also missing. My money! My phone! Zhao Weina let out a shrill scream and collapsed to the ground. The mother and son completely broke down in this busy parking lot. Lin Feng! Yi Jiaowei's eyes were red and he howled towards the sky. It must be him. He must have hired someone to steal our things. He's a jinx. Nothing good ever happens to us when we meet him. I'm not done with you. Just wait for me. I'm going to make you pay. I'm going to ruin your reputation. Chapter 24, Picking Up a Lot. Yi Jiaowei's shrill roar echoed in the parking lot. My money. This is so unfair. I can't live like this anymore. She cried and searched around the empty parking lot. Call the police. Let's call the police now. Zhao Weina jumped up from the ground. Yi Jiaowei looked dejected. What's the point of calling the police? How can I report it when my phone is gone? The two of them stared at each other, stunned. Penniless and without their cell phones, they looked like two plucked, soaked chickens in this huge dragon city, looking both miserable and ridiculous. It's all your fault. Zhao Weina was so angry that she slapped Yi Jiaowei on the back of the head. If you hadn't insisted on coming to find him, would we have been robbed? You're such a good-for-nothing. You're more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Yi Jiaowei was beaten so hard that he staggered. He felt angry and aggrieved, but he didn't dare to refute a single word. He knew that his mother was a powder keg that could explode at any moment. The other side. In an elegant private restaurant. Lin Feng was slowly and leisurely peeling a shrimp for Moon Wanxin. Moon Wanxin opened her little mouth obediently and swallowed the shrimp meat covered with sauce in one bite. She squinted her eyes with happiness, and her little feet swayed under the table. The excitement of speeding in the car just now and the shock of finding out that her husband was the owner of Vientiane City have now all turned into an inextricable sweetness. Hubby. She took a sip of juice and supported her chin. Where are we going next? After eating, it's time to get down to business. Lin Feng wiped his hands. For my parents, pick out gifts for their return visit. When this was mentioned, Moon Wanxin felt a little worried. My dad has everything he needs. His biggest hobby is tinkering with his bottles and jars. That's easy. Lin Feng smiled. Come on, I'll take you to a nice place. I guarantee you'll be able to pick out a gift that will satisfy him. Half an hour later. The Rice Su-777 stopped at the entrance of Longqing's most famous antique street.
Moon Wanqin looked at the quaint shops on both sides of the street with some curiosity. Will my dad like the things here? She knew nothing about antiques. As for men, especially men of your father's age and status.
Lin Feng took her hand and walked inside. Giving money and cars as gifts is too vulgar.
Gifts should be presented with dignity, taste, and uniqueness.
He pointed to the shop next door, which looked to be the largest, called Jubao Pavilion. There might be something good in here that will catch Dad's eye.
As soon as the two stepped into the door,
a boss wearing a long gown, with a goatee and looking like an immortal, came up to us with a smile on his face.
Oh, we have two distinguished guests here. Our little shop is truly honored.
The boss glanced at the two of them and knew that they were definitely two big fish.
Feel free to look around.
I can't say all the things in my treasure pavilion are rare treasures, but they are all genuine and authentic. Lin Feng smiled and didn't waste any words with him. Boss, take out your most valuable thing and show it to us. When the boss heard this, the smile on his face became even brighter.
An expert. Your Excellency is such a quick-witted person.
He made a pleased gesture.
Real treasures shouldn't be displayed outside.
Please come in, both of you. He led Lin Feng and Moon Wanqin through a lobby filled with various porcelains, calligraphy and paintings, and came to a secret room inside. In the center of the secret room, in a glass display case, stands a colorful and intricately shaped porcelain vase quietly. Please take a look, distinguished guest. The boss introduced with a smug look on his face.
This is our shop's treasure, the Qianlong era Famille Rose hollowed out, auspicious and abundant revolving vase.
He pointed at the bottle and spoke excitedly with saliva flying everywhere.
Look at this bottle.
It has two parts, the upper part is the outer wall, and the lower part is the inner liner. The upper part of the inner liner is connected to the neck of the outer wall and can rotate, hence the name rotating bottle. This craftsmanship is extremely complex and luxurious. Emperor Qianlong commissioned it to be produced in the official kilns of Jingdezhen just to show off his skills. The yield rate is extremely low, and even fewer examples have been handed down from generation to generation.
This is definitely a genuine piece from the imperial kiln during the Qianlong reign of the Qing dynasty. It's priceless.
Moon Wanqin was stunned by what he said. Although she didn't understand, she felt that he seemed very powerful. Lin Feng just listened quietly without comment.
Just then,
in his mind, the familiar voice arrived as promised.
Bite.
It was detected that the host visited the treasure pavilion in Antique Street for the first time, and the check-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, fiery eyes and golden pupils. Fire eyes can see through the authenticity, age, value and stories behind all antiques and collectibles.
Here we come.
Lin Feng was delighted. System Dad, the eternal god. He calmly activated the function of fire eyes and golden pupils.
The antique business is very complicated. If you don't have some real skills, you will be ripped off in a minute.
With this plug-in, you don't have to worry about drilling holes anymore. Then he raised his head and looked again at the rotating bottle that his boss had praised so highly.
He looked at the good luck and abundance revolving bottle in the glass display case.
Originally, the boss said that this was a top treasure from the Qing dynasty Qianlong official kiln and was priceless. But with the help of the fire eyes and golden pupils, the true information of this bottle instantly appeared clearly in Lin Feng's mind.
Item, pastel-colored hollowed-out auspicious and abundant revolving vase replica. Era, Early Republic of China.
Years, 65 years.
Value, low. Note, this vase is a replica from the Republican era. Its craftsmanship is crude, and its glaze is impetuous.
It is far from the original.
Its market value is approximately 8,000 yuan.
Lin Feng sighed in his heart.
Wow, this boss is talking nonsense.
He dares to say that something worth only $8,000 is priceless. His face remained expressionless, he just shook his head slightly.
Boss, although this bottle looks gorgeous, I always feel that it lacks a sense of history.
As soon as he said this, the boss' heart skipped a beat, but he still kept a smile on his face.
Oh, you have a good eye, my dear guest.
This bottle is indeed a replica, but it is also an old item from the Republic of China period.
It still has collection value.
The boss wanted to get away with it, and Lin Feng didn't expose him. After all, he was a guest, and there was no need to tear the relationship apart right from the start.
Okay, I don't like this bottle.
Lin Feng waved his hand.
Boss, are there any other real guys?
The boss' smile froze and he cursed in his heart, thinking that this guy was here to mess things up. He cleared his throat and carefully took out some porcelain from the cabinet next to him. Lin Feng activated his fire eyes and scanned them one after another.
Item: blue and white plate with lotus pattern replica. Era: modern. Duration: 2 years. Value: very low. Note: for street stall goods, the cost price does not exceed 50 yuan. Item: Tang Dynasty 3-color pottery horse high imitation. Era: modern. Duration: 5 years. Value: low. Note: the aging process is rough and common in the market. The market value is about 500 yuan.
The more Lin Feng looked, the more frightened he became. He glanced at dozens of items and found that 90% of the items in this treasure pavilion were imitations. Moreover, most of the value grades are only very low, or low. The antique industry is really complicated.
Lin Feng was speechless.
It seemed that this boss was an expert at spotting fakes at first glance, and he specifically targeted those ignorant fools. Just when he was about to give up and leave with Moon Wanxin,
his eagle eyes suddenly caught Lin Feng's attention at a seemingly inconspicuous, dust-covered porcelain bowl in a corner.
The bowl looked ordinary, even a little shabby, and was placed casually in a pile of junk, as if it had been abandoned.
Item: Ding Kiln white glazed carved chicken bowl authentic. Era: Northern Song Dynasty. Years: 700 plus years. Value: upper middle.
Note: this bowl was fired in the Ding Kiln during the Northern Song Dynasty.
It features exquisite craftsmanship and a warm glaze.
The bottom of the bowl is engraved with the words chicken crow, symbolizing good luck.
The market value is at least 5 million yuan. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Song Dynasty. Ding Kiln. This is fucking a steal.
He forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart and walked to the corner casually.
Boss, how much is this bowl? He pointed to the chicken crowing bowl.
The boss glanced at it casually. This bowl had been in his shop for a long time and no one had ever been interested in it. He casually said, "Oh, this bowl, I got it from a fellow villager a long time ago. They said it was unearthed in the Qing dynasty.
It looks quite old."
He paused, held out 5 fingers, and added half a finger.
"Since you really want to buy it, 550,000, take it." 550,000?
Lin Feng almost laughed out loud in his heart.
It's a genuine product worth 5 million, and you want to get rid of it for just 550,000? This boss is such a kind person. 550,000?
Lin Feng pretended to be surprised and frowned.
"Boss, this bowl of yours looks tattered and not as good looking as that revolving bottle. Why is it so expensive? Based on its condition, it's probably worth 50,000 yuan at most."
Of course he knew the true value of the bowl, but he had to act, otherwise how could he get the bargain? When the boss heard this, he immediately became unhappy.
"Hey, dear guest, what you said is wrong. Antiques are all about taste and background. Although this bowl doesn't look very good, it's an old item from the Qing dynasty.
It has been passed down to this day, so it has a story behind it."
He began to brag incessantly, praising the bowl to the skies. Lin Feng was not in a hurry and just listened to him bragging.
After the boss was exhausted from talking, he spoke slowly.
"How about this, boss? I won't bargain with you anymore. Just one price, 80,000. 80,000 yuan. If you sell me this bowl, I'll consider it a friendship." 80,000? The boss almost jumped up. "Dear guest, are you here to mess things up? 80,000 yuan, how are you going to give it to a beggar? My bowl costs at least 500,000.
The two of them went back and forth, bargaining. Finally, Lin Feng pretended to sigh helplessly.
"Okay, since it's not easy for you, boss, I won't make it difficult for you. 100,000 yuan, I'll take this bowl." The boss hesitated.
This bowl has indeed been in his hands for a long time and he has never been able to sell it. Moreover, he himself was not sure of the true value of the bowl, so he just treated it as a slow-selling item.
"Okay. Since you're so forthright, I'll take this price."
The boss slapped his thigh, fearing that Lin Feng would go back on his word.
"But let me be frank, once you've made your purchase, there are no returns or exchanges."
Lin Feng was delighted in his heart, but his face was serious.
"That's natural. But to protect the rights of both parties, let's sign a contract, right?" The boss was stunned. "Do I have to sign a contract to buy a broken bowl?"
But he changed his mind and decided to sign the contract. Even if the boy found out that he had been cheated, he wouldn't be to blame.
Okay. Let's sign it.
Soon, the boss took out a standard antique sales contract. Lin Feng read it carefully and signed his name after confirming that it was correct.
Moon Wanxin watched the whole process from the side.
Although she didn't know what was so special about this bull, seeing Lin Feng being so cautious, she knew it must be a good thing.
Her admiration for Lin Feng deepened even more. Husband, you are so awesome.
Lin Feng carefully put the bowl into a box and took Moon Wanxin's hand.
Come on, little fool, let's go somewhere else. The gift for my father-in-law must be the best of the best. Chapter 25, Picking Up a Big Bargain.
Just as the two of them reached the door of the store and were about to step out, Lin Feng's footsteps suddenly stopped. His fire eyes and golden pupils were uncontrollably attracted by a painting hanging in the corner of the door. It was a gray-looking scroll painting, hung crookedly, the paper was yellowed, and covered with a thick layer of dust, as if no one had touched it in years. The painting depicts an ancient cityscape and looks like the most common imitation of along the river during the Qingming festival. However, for Lin Feng, the information in this painting made him freeze in place. Item, along the river during the Qingming festival, Zhaomingfu's authentic version.
Era, Yuan Dynasty.
Years, 700 plus years. Value, top grade.
Note, this painting was created by Zhao Mengfu, a renowned calligrapher and painter from the Yuan Dynasty.
Although its composition differs from the Northern Song Dynasty version by Zhang Ziduan, its artistic and historical value surpasses that of the other. It is a national treasure of inestimable value.
Boom. A national treasure. The value is immeasurable. He thought that the chicken crowing bowl just now was a huge leak.
I didn't expect that the real treasure would be hanging at the door in such an inconspicuous place, gathering dust. This is fucking not just a lucky find, this is God chasing him and stuffing money into his arms.
This overwhelming wealth is unstoppable.
He forced himself to suppress his pounding heart and pointed casually at the painting on the wall.
Boss, how much do you want to sell this painting for? The boss, who was happily counting money, raised his head when he heard the voice and looked in the direction he pointed. Oh, that thing.
The boss looked disdainful and curled his lips. A modern print, deliberately made to look old.
If you like it, 3,000 yuan. Take it. 3,000?
Lin Feng almost laughed out loud.
A national treasure, and you're selling it for 3,000? Boss, you are my brother.
He had a hesitant look on his face and frowned.
3,000? That's a bit pricey, isn't it?
It looks about the same as the 30 yuan with shipping at the street stall. When the boss heard this, he immediately became impatient. Take it or leave it, any item in my shop is worth more than this painting. If you hadn't been so straightforward just now, I wouldn't bother to waste time talking to you.
Okay.
Lin Feng waved his hands quickly, fearing that he would go back on his word.
3,000 is 3,000, I'll buy it.
Without saying a word, he took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay.
Drop. 3,000 yuan has been received.
The boss was so happy that he took the painting down from the wall, rolled it up with newspaper, and wanted to hand it to Lin Feng.
Etc.
Lin Feng stopped him.
Boss, let's be frank. Although this painting is not valuable, let's still sign a contract, right? The boss was stunned. Come on, bro, you're going to sign a contract just to buy a $3,000 print?
Why are you so slow? Although he expressed disgust, he was actually very happy in his heart.
Sign. Must sign.
After signing the contract, even if this guy finds out that this painting is not worth even $300, don't even think about asking me for a refund.
Okay. Let's sign it. The boss waved his pen and took out another sales contract.
Lin Feng read the contract carefully, and then signed his name on the buyer's side. Looking at the thin contract, Lin Feng finally felt relieved. From now on, this painting along the river during the Qingming festival belongs to him. Moon Wanxin watched the whole process from the side, her little mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. She was completely confused. She really couldn't understand her husband's actions. Spend 100,000 yuan to buy a bowl that looks tattered and looks like it was dug out of the ground. I spent another $3,000 to buy a painting that looked dirty, as if it was picked up from a garbage dump.
Is this the world of the rich? She really couldn't understand it. It was not until the two of them walked out of the door of Jubo Pavilion that Moon Wanqing finally couldn't help but pulled the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. "Husband?" she asked quietly, somewhat worriedly. "Are you really going to give these two things you bought to my dad? I'm afraid he'll be unhappy." In her opinion, these two things seemed too shabby, not to mention compared with those priceless antiques, even compared with the handicrafts worth thousands of dollars in the mall. Lin Feng looked at her conflicted little face and couldn't help laughing. He stopped and carefully handed the scroll in his hand to her other hand. "Fool." He scratched her nose. "Do you really think that your husband, me, is a fool with a lot of money and a lot of money?" Moon Wanqing blinked, looking confused. "The bowl in your hand." Lin Feng pointed at the box she was holding. "It's not some Qing dynasty junk. It's a white glazed bowl with a carved rooster pattern, made in Ding Kiln, one of the 5 famous kilns of the northern Song dynasty. That boss didn't know the value of the goods and sold it to me for 100,000 yuan. In fact, if this bowl were put up for auction, it would fetch at least 5 million. 5 million? Moon Wanqing's little hand trembled, and the box in her arms almost fell to the ground. She widened her watery eyes and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. "Something I bought for 100,000 yuan is worth 5 million? What is this concept? However, this is not the end." Lin Feng pointed at the scroll in her other hand, and the smile on his face became a little mysterious. "As for this painting, it's not some $3,000 print. It is an authentic work by Zhao Mengfu, the most famous calligrapher and painter of the Yuan dynasty. It's as famous as the Along the River during the Qingming festival hidden in the Palace Museum. It's a national treasure. Its value." Lin Feng paused and spoke word by word. "Immeasurable." Boom. Moon Wanqing was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the bowl in her hand, and then stared blankly at the painting in her hand. "My brain is blank." A full half-minute passed. She suddenly took a deep breath, her voice trembling. "Husband. You are not kidding me?" Lin Feng looked at her frightened expression and laughed even more happily. He reached out his hand, held her in his arms, and whispered softly in her ear. "When did I ever lie to you?" Moon Wanqing stopped talking altogether. Her little head was completely unable to think. She only knew that her husband seemed not human. It's a god. He's the kind of male protagonist that only appears in novels, with superpowers and can do anything. She buried her head hard in Lin Feng's chest. An unprecedented, huge sense of happiness and admiration. "My husband is the most awesome person in the world." Chapter 26: Gambling on Stones. Moon Wanqing held the two treasures in her arms, her little face flushed red, not knowing whether she was excited or thrilled. She carefully placed the box containing the chicken crowing bowl on a bench by the roadside. Then, she gently unfolded the scroll of Along the River during the Qingming festival, bit by bit. Although the drawing paper was yellowed and covered with dust, it seemed to be shining with brilliant light in her eyes. "It's really beautiful," she muttered to herself. She didn't know much about antiques, but she just felt that this painting was more beautiful than any she had seen in any museum. It was not for any other reason, but because her husband spent 3,000 yuan to cheat it from a boss who didn't know the value of it. This feeling of finding a bargain is more exciting and gives you a greater sense of accomplishment than directly spending 300 million to buy it. She rolled up the scroll carefully, then picked up the box containing the chicken crowing bowl and looked at it over and over again. "Husband." She suddenly raised her head and made a decision. "This bowl is so valuable, let's give it to my dad. He's sure to like it." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. "As for this painting." Moon Wanqing blinked cunningly and hugged the scroll in her arms like a little squirrel protecting its food. "Don't give this away. This is a national treasure. We must keep it for ourselves as a family heirloom. Later, pass it on to our children." Lin Feng's heart was deeply touched. He reached out and took her into his arms. "This silly girl always thinks about him in everything. She gave me a bowl worth 5 million yuan without blinking an eye. But the first thing she thought of was to leave this priceless painting to their own little home. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? Okay, I'll do as you say." The two walked on the street for a while and were about to go home. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from not far ahead. A makeshift shed was packed with people in 3 layers. "It's rising! It's rising! It's rising again! Holy crap! Ice type! Ice type has appeared. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Moon Wanxin poked her little head out curiously. Honey, what are they doing? It's so lively. Lin Feng also came over. I saw that the area under the shed was filled with stones of various sizes and shapes. A master was operating a cutting machine, and sparks were flying amid the harsh friction sound. An old man who was watching the fun nearby was explaining science to the people around him in a vivid and colorful way. This is gambling on stones. One knife makes you poor, one knife makes you rich, one knife makes you wear sackcloth, one knife makes you take the highway. It looks like a broken stone, but there might be imperial green hidden inside. Lin Feng became interested. He was just about to activate his fire eyes and golden pupils to see if there was anything valuable inside these stones. A familiar and noisy voice came from behind. Brother-in-law. Sister. Mu Lianghua, his little follower Yang Bo, and several other rich second generations rushed over. You guys are here too. Mu Lianghua ran to Lin Feng with an excited look on his face. He glanced at the gambling stone stall and curled his lips in disdain. Brother-in-law, this kind of street stall is just a small business, it's meant to deceive laymen. Come on. I'll take you to a nice place. My buddy's family owns this place. That's what you call professional. The chances of getting good stuff are much higher. Lin Feng hasn't spoken yet. Moon Wanxin spoke sweetly. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. The air suddenly became quiet. Mu Lianghua, Yang Bo, and those rich second generations were all petrified. They all opened their mouths wide, staring at Moon Wanxin as if they had seen a ghost. Did they hear it right? The most icy beauty in Longcheng, the eldest daughter of the Mu family who was said to be misogynistic. You actually call a man husband? And it sounds so natural and sweet? Is this world crazy? Mu Lianghua suddenly came to his senses, pulled Lin Feng to the side, lowered his voice, and looked as if he had seen a god. Brother-in-law. My dear brother-in-law. What kind of magic potion did you give my sister? Why is she willing to call you husband so easily? Lin Fengyun glanced at him calmly. We have obtained a marriage certificate and are a legal couple. Boom. Another bolt from the blue. Mu Lianghua and his friends felt like the tops of their heads were about to be blown off. Got the certificate? Fuck. Yang Bo was the first one who couldn't help but curse. Brother-in-law. You are my brother. Several other rich second generations also gathered around, and each of them looked at Lin Feng as if he were a god. Brother. Please give me the secret code. Brother. Take my knees. Lin Feng was amused by their naive appearance. He briefly recounted to them his legendary experience with Moon Wanxin, from their blind date where they mistook the wrong person for someone else, to their flash marriage and wedding. Of course, he naturally concealed the matter of the system. After listening, Mu Lianghua and his group were once again stunned. A full half-minute passed. Several rich second generations gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Brother, from today on, you are my half-brother. Your actions are simply amazing. No, they're miracles. He is the ultimate idol of all the dandies in Dragon City. Brother, I'll stick with you from now on. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. The group drove their supercars in a mighty procession and headed straight to a large stone gambling field in the suburbs. It was a huge warehouse-style factory, filled with jadeite raw stones shipped back from Myanmar. Some were as big as small mountains, and some were as small as basketballs. As soon as Mu Lianghua and his friends entered, they were like mice falling into a rice jar, and they all screamed with excitement. This piece of skin is performing so well, it's sure to produce something good. You know shit. Look at this piece, it has a python belt, it will definitely produce full green. Don't fight with me. I've got my eye on this one. I'm going to open an imperial green one today and blind your eyes. A few people arguing and chatting with each other soon picked out the stone they liked. Chapter 27, Imperial Green appears. Sizzle. A sharp cutting sound was heard and sparks flew everywhere. Mu Lianghua and his friends stretched their necks and stared at the cutting machine. Stop. With a loud shout from the master, the cutting machine stopped. A basin of cold water was poured on it, and with a sizzling sound, white mist rose. How is it? Is it green? Mu Lianghua was the first to rush up. However, the cut surface was grayish-white, without even a single green hair. It collapsed. The master shook his head and said it concisely. Fuck. Mu Lianghua kicked the waste bucket next to him. Fuck, I spent 800,000 yuan on the material, and this is what I got? Next to them, the stones of Yang Bo and his friends were also cut one after another. As a result, without exception, they all collapsed. Either it is a white stone, or it is mixed with a few unnecessary floating blue flowers, and it is not even worth making a ring face. The rich second generations who were clamoring to open the imperial green card just now are now all wilted. It's over, it's over. All my pocket money for this month is gone. If my dad knew I spent $1 million to buy a piece of broken rock, he would break my legs. It's all your fault. You insisted on saying this had a python belt. What the hell is it? Several people blamed each other and looked dejected. Mu Lianghua's eyes rolled, he rubbed his hands, and approached Lin Feng and Moon Wanqin with a flattering look on his face. Sister, brother-in-law. His voice was sickeningly sweet. As soon as Moon Wanqin heard his movement, she knew that he had bad intentions. What? Can you lend me some money first? Mu Lianghua chuckled and held up 2 fingers. Not much, just 2 million. I'll take another gamble. I feel like I'll definitely make a profit with the next one. No. Moon Wanqin refused without even thinking about it. She put her hands on her hips and started scolding him like a housekeeper. You're unlucky today. If you keep buying, you'll end up spending all of next month's living expenses. Sister, What do you mean by I? My husband's money didn't come from the wind. Moon Wanqin snorted. Mu Lianghua was speechless and had to look at Lin Feng for help. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. He turned around and began to stroll slowly in the huge warehouse. Moon Wanqin immediately followed like a little follower. Mu Lianghua and his companions had no choice but to follow behind listlessly. Lin Feng walked and finally stopped in front of a huge raw stone that looked like a small hill. This piece of raw stone weighs a full ton, and its surface is full of pits and marks of weathering. It looks like an ordinary rock, and the ugliest kind at that. Boss, how much is this? Lin Feng asked. The owner of the gambling stone field ran over when he heard the sound, and when he saw Lin Feng pointing at the stone, he immediately laughed. Boss, you have a really good eye. This piece is the most precious treasure in our yard. It was dug out from an old pit. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance. There might be a dragon hidden inside. The boss held up 5 fingers. 500,000? 50 million. If you really want this amount, you can just take it away. Wow. Mu Lianghua and the others who were following behind all gasped. Are you crazy? Mu Lianghua was the first to rush up. This stone is just crap. Look at the skin, it's nothing, it's just fucking marble. Yeah, Yang Bo said, getting anxious. With 50 million, why buy something else? Why buy something like this? Isn't this just a complete waste of money? Change it, bro. This one really doesn't work. Trust me. Several rich second generations talked at the same time to persuade him. Although they are playboys, they still have basic knowledge of gambling on stones. In their opinion, the piece of rock chosen by Lin Feng was a piece of waste rock that would definitely collapse. Spending 50 million to buy a piece of scrap rock, this person is either stupid or has too much money to burn. Lin Feng ignored them, just turned his head and looked at Moon Wanqin. What do you think? I'll listen to you. Moon Wanqin smiled sweetly and took his arm. I support my husband's decisions. Good. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. That's it. He took out his cell phone and transferred 50 million yuan directly to his boss in front of everyone. Fuck. Mu Lianghua covered his face with his hands, looking as if he couldn't bear to watch. He shook his head and sighed. It's over. It's completely over now. Brother, 50 million, just gone like that. You are the real dandy. He even wanted to run over and talk to the boss to see if he could refund the money for his sister's sake. This brother-in-law is a good person, but he is a little stupid and has a lot of money. Master, cut it. Lin Fengyun ordered calmly. Several craftsmen worked together and used a crane to move the huge raw stone to the largest cutting machine. Buzz. The roar of the cutting machine resounded throughout the warehouse. Everyone held their breath. Mu Lianhua and his companions no longer held out any hope.
They were all ready to rush forward to comfort their foolish brother-in-law who had lost 50 million. Crack! With a loud bang, the cutter split the huge raw stone into two parts from the middle. The master turned off the machine, picked up a basin of water and poured it on it. The mist dissipated. It was as if the whole world had stopped. The entire warehouse was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's movements were frozen there. I only saw the huge cut surface. A piece of green. It's a green that makes people's heart tremble, a green that seems to be dripping with water. It was an extreme, pure green that could not be described in words. Rich, positive, transparent, and even. It seems to be the most perfect masterpiece of the creator. Gudong. I don't know who it was, but he swallowed hard. Next second. The entire warehouse was instantly in an uproar. It's gone up. A huge increase. Holy shit. What's this green? Oh my god. An old expert who had been playing with stones for decades rushed up trembling, his voice shaking. Emperor Green. It's Imperial Green. Boom. These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in everyone's ears. Oh my god. It's really Imperial Green. Such a huge piece. This cut must be worth at least 500 million, right? 500 million? Who are you looking down on? If all of this is in there, it would be more than 10 billion. Mu Lianhua, Yang Bo, and those rich second generations were completely dumbfounded. They opened their mouths wide and stared at the green slice in stupidity. My brain is blank. Quick! Quick! Master, make another cut. Yes. Keep cutting. See if there's anything else underneath. The crowd went completely wild. Everyone squeezed forward, wanting to see more clearly. The news spread as fast as it could spread with wings. Less than 10 minutes. The entire Longqing stone gambling enthusiasts, jewelers, and even media teams carrying cameras and long guns all rushed to this suburban warehouse like crazy. The originally spacious gambling stone field was instantly surrounded by people. Everyone's face was filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. They are all waiting to witness the birth of a miracle. Chapter 28 Boss By. Moon Wanxin's little hand tightly grasped Lin Feng's arm. She pressed her whole body against Lin Feng. Her mind went blank. She only knew that her husband spent 50 million to buy a piece of stone that everyone said was waste. Then, this stone produced Imperial Green worth 1 billion yuan. What kind of magical operation is this? She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng's handsome and indifferent profile. Worship. It's nothing but worship. Mu Lianhua, Yang Bo, and those rich second generations standing behind them were completely petrified. Several people had their mouths open and their eyes wide open, looking like statues struck by lightning. Mu Lianhua uttered a single syllable with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. He remembered how confident he had been just now. This stone is just a waste. It's a fucking marble. Brother, 50 million, just gone like that. Now, this piece of marble has been cut. Inside is an imperial green that is so bright that it can blind people and dogs. His face was burning. This isn't a slap in the face. This is to directly press him to the ground and rub him back and forth with the imperial green. Thump! Yang Bo was the first one to give up. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees on the ground. He prostrated himself in the direction of Lin Feng. Elder brother. You are my brother. From today on, you are my father. No, you are my grandfather. Several other second-generation rich people also reacted and followed suit, kneeling down in unison. Grandpa. Please accept my grandson's knees. Master. Are you still looking for a pendant? The kind that can serve tea and water in say 666. They were really convinced. I am completely convinced. This is not gambling on stones, this is opening your third eye. The stone gambling enthusiasts and jewelers who rushed over after hearing the news went completely crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the hell did I see? With this color and this water content, this must be the ancestor of Imperial Green. This stone has been here for almost a year. I pass by it every day, but why didn't I take action? I'm such an idiot. A middle-aged man beat his chest and stamped his feet, crying heartbreakingly. I missed the chance to get rich overnight.
Stop talking. I just want to know who this guy is. How did he know there was something valuable inside? Is that even a question? He must be a god who has come down to earth to experience the lives of us mortals. In the crowd, media reporters were pushing forward like crazy. Countless microphones were placed in front of Lin Feng. Sir, are you the owner of this Imperial Green? Excuse me, when you bought this rough stone, did you already know that it contained Imperial Green? Sir, your net worth has skyrocketed by 1 billion overnight. How do you feel now? Is there anything you want to say to everyone? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He reached out and held Moon Wanxin in his arms, separating her from the crazy reporters. No comment. He uttered 4 words lightly. Just when the situation was about to get out of control, a steady, resonant voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone, make way. Don't disturb the distinguished guests. The voice was not loud, but it was majestic. The originally noisy crowd suddenly quieted down and automatically separated to both sides, making way. A middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a plain tang suit, walked over slowly, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. He is the owner of this gambling stone field, Bai Junsong. Bai Junsong walked up to Lin Feng, first took a look at the enchanting Imperial Green, and a hint of admiration appeared on his face. Then, he turned his gaze to Lin Feng with a kind smile on his face. Little brother, you have good eyesight and courage. This precious stone of mine is now truly put to good use in your hands. He said this in a polite and appropriate manner. Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, Mu Lianghua, who was standing next to him, rushed over, rolling and crawling. Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai. He pointed at Lin Feng with a face full of pride, as if he had opened this piece of Imperial Green. Let me introduce you, this is my brother-in-law. Dear brother-in-law. Bai Junsong was stunned for a moment. He looked at Lin Feng, then at Moon Wanxin, who was held in Lin Feng's arms, and instantly understood. The smile on his face became more sincere and enthusiastic. Ouch. It turns out that the flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. He took a step forward and patted Lin Feng's shoulder affectionately. Brother Lin, you are so young and promising. Our family is warm and happy to find a home like you. As her uncle, I am also happy for her. This skill of being so easy to get along with is also unique. Lin Feng smiled, tacitly accepting the call of brother. Boss Bai, you're too polite. Why call me Boss Bai? That's too formal. Bai Junsong waved his hand. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Bai like Lianghua does. He changed the subject and looked at the huge jade again. Brother Lin, what are you going to do with this material? Do you want to sell it directly, or do you want us to provide you with the best craftsmen to solve it and process it into a finished product? Of course, if you trust Uncle Bai, we can take back the site directly. As soon as these words were spoken, the jewelers around became anxious. This is a huge business opportunity. Mu Lianhua, this silly and tactless guy, came up to him with a look of curiosity on his face. Uncle Bai, recycling? He scratched his head and asked a question that made everyone in the audience laugh. How much can you give me for recycling it? You can't cheat my brother-in-law. This thing must be worth at least 1 billion or 8 billion to me. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. There was a burst of sneers all around. Whose landlord's stupid son is this? He thinks he's buying cabbage for free? Billions and hundreds of millions. Does he know the price of Imperial Green? He has completely disgraced the Mu family. Moon Wanxin's pretty face turned red. She grabbed Mu Lianghua's ear and dragged him aside. Shut up. Lin Feng also shook his head helplessly. This brother-in-law, apart from being able to shout 666, his brain is really not working at all. Chapter 29, 15 Small Goals. The smile on Bai Junsong's face was meaningful. He didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Feng, waiting for him to come and help him out. Lin Feng was so angry that he laughed at his silly brother-in-law. He patted Mu Lianghua on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Do you think this jade has a fixed recycling price like gold? Selling the raw stones directly is one thing, but processing them into finished products is another. If Uncle Bai buys this piece of material as a whole and processes it into bracelets, pendants, and ring faces, the profit can at least double. He's asking me now to see if I know the ropes, and whether I want to cash out right away or take it slow. Lin Feng finished speaking.
Mu Lianhua looked at Lin Feng blankly, then looked at Bai Junsong, who was smiling but not saying anything beside him.
A handsome face turned red in an instant.
He finally understood how embarrassing what he had just said was. He is not speaking up for his brother-in-law, he is actually stripping his brother-in-law's underwear and telling others, "My brother-in-law is an amateur, come and cheat him." For the first time, he deeply realized that he was really a fool who knew nothing except eating, drinking and having fun over the years. Lin Feng ignored him and turned to Bai Junsong.
"Uncle Bai, my father-in-law likes to drink tea.
I plan to take out half of the material and ask your craftsman to make me a set of tea sets.
I will use the rest to make some bracelets and pendants. As for the other half,"
Lin Feng smiled.
"I'll just sell it to you, Uncle Bai, at the market price." This statement is absolutely flawless. It not only gave Bai Junsong face, but also maximized his own interests. The joy on Bai Junsong's face could no longer be concealed. Whether it is recycling or processing, he can make money. Moreover, Lin Feng's decision was equivalent to taking the initiative to make friends with him.
Don't refuse the favors in business that come to your door.
Good. Brother Lin is indeed a straightforward person.
Bai Junsong waved his hand and made a pleased gesture enthusiastically.
There are so many people here, let's go to my office, have a cup of tea and chat slowly.
He led Lin Feng and Moon Wanqin into the VIP room behind the gambling stone field amid the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Brother Lin, I can't let you suffer any loss with this decision.
Bai Junsong personally brewed top-quality pu'er tea for the two of them.
Well, I'll buy your half of the material at the market price, plus 20 percentage points higher. The other half of the processing fee is waived.
Consider it Uncle Bai's wedding gift to you too.
When these words came out, even Lin Feng was a little surprised. This boss Bai really knows how to behave.
Reciprocity is the norm.
Soon, the top team of appraisers in the gambling stone field was called over. After rigorous measurement, lighting, and evaluation,
in the end, the appraiser gave an estimate that made everyone gasp.
Mr. Bai, Mr. Lin, the quality of this imperial green is the best we have ever seen in our 30 years of business. Conservatively estimated, the market value of the entire piece of material is around 1.5 billion yuan.
1.5 billion. It's 500 to 600 million more than what people had guessed before. Mu Lianhua and his followers were so exhausted from listening to what was going on that their legs went weak.
Bai Junsong was also shocked, but his face remained calm. He took out the contract he had prepared long ago. Brother Lin, now that the valuation is out, half of the material is worth 750 million. I'll give you another 20 points, which is 900 million. However, we brothers should settle accounts clearly, and the contract must be signed. Lin Feng took the contract and read it carefully. After confirming that everything was correct, he signed his name with a flourish.
It's a pleasure to work with you.
It's a pleasure to work with you.
Bai Junsong immediately called the finance department. Less than a minute. Lin Feng's cell phone vibrated with a buzzing sound. A bank text message popped up. Your account ending in 8888 received 900 million renminbi at 2018 on August 8. The current balance is 1,382 million renminbi.
Lin Feng looked at the long string of zeros on his phone and was in a good mood.
This overwhelming wealth came so simply and crudely.
And Moon Wanqin was sitting next to him.
I'm completely speechless.
Her little head was buzzing. From 50 million to 300 million in cash, plus imperial green jade worth 1.5 billion.
It took no more than an hour.
She looked at Lin Feng's calm profile, and a feeling of admiration that was as endless as a surging river was about to drown her. She suddenly thought of her father, who was known as the richest man in Longcheng.
It seems not so far away anymore. At the rate my husband is making money, it seems like it's only a matter of time before I surpass him. At this moment, Moon Wanqin was extremely grateful. Fortunately, that stupid woman Yi Ruhong was blind and abandoned Lin Feng.
That's why she picked up such a god-like treasure husband.
The future is promising. No, it's the future that can be deceived. From now on, she will rely on her husband's power to act arrogantly.
Chapter 30: Letting my dad retire early. The deal was done and the money arrived. Bai Junsong personally escorted Lin Feng and Moon Wanqin to the door of the VIP room. The noise outside still did not stop. Countless reporters and onlookers surrounded the entire gambling stone field.
Brother Lin, please go through the back door. I'll arrange for someone to take you there. Bai Junsong does everything perfectly. I will handle the media and ensure that none of your information is leaked. Thank you, Uncle Bai.
Lin Feng nodded. He is not afraid of being famous, but he finds it troublesome. Mu Lianghua and his little followers followed behind as if their souls had been sucked away.
Especially Mu Lianghua. It is the awe that comes from looking at a god. He dawdled and came over. Brother-in-law.
His voice was so small, like the hum of a mosquito.
Lin Feng turned his head. I just.
Mu Lianghua's handsome face turned red, and he stammered for a long time, unable to utter a word. He wanted to apologize, but felt too embarrassed.
I want to say something else, but I don't know what to say.
Finally, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. With a thump, he knelt down in front of Lin Feng.
Lin Feng. Moon Wanxin. Bai Junsong. This sudden action left everyone present at a loss. Brother-in-law. I was wrong.
Mu Lianghua hugged Lin Feng's thighs and cried with snot and snot.
I was just a complete idiot before. A clueless idiot. I shouldn't have questioned you. I shouldn't have advised you. I'm just an idiot. Don't be angry with me. You can still take me out to play in the future, okay?
He cried so sincerely and heartbreakingly.
Yang Bo and the others standing nearby also looked ashamed.
Although they did not kneel down, they all lowered their heads.
Brother, we were wrong. We are blind to the true power.
Lin Feng was so angry that he laughed at his funny look. He kicked Mu Lianghua up from the ground.
That's enough. You're already grown up, why are you crying like that? Stand up.
Mu Lianghua climbed up from the ground sobbing and looked at Lin Feng pitifully.
Do you know you're a fool?
Lin Feng asked him.
Mu Lianghua nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Will you still dare to make a fuss in the future? Mu Lianghua shook his head like a rattle. Are you just going to just eat and wait for death from now on?
Mu Lianghua suddenly raised his head, and for the first time, something other than confusion appeared in his eyes.
Brother-in-law, you are the only son your father has.
The future of the Mu family will be handed over to you sooner or later. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it sounded like a heavy hammer.
You are in this state now. Do you think you can bear it?
Mu Lianghua's body shook violently. He stood there blankly, his lips moving but no words coming out. His father and grandfather have told him these words countless times.
He always listens in one ear and out the other.
But today, when Lin Feng said it, he felt an unprecedented huge shock and shame.
Yes.
Besides racing cars, he also goes to bars and spends money.
What else will he do?
Compared to my brother-in-law whom I have only known for less than a day,
I am simply a useless waste. Okay, figure out your own path.
Lin Feng patted his shoulder.
Don't let your sister worry about you.
After saying that, he took Moon Wanxin's hand and left through the back door under the escort of the bodyguards arranged by Bai Junsong. Only Mu Lianghua was left standing there in a daze.
Raisu 777, driving smoothly on the way back to the city. It was too quiet in the car.
Moon Wanxin hasn't spoken since she got in the car.
She just leaned sideways, staring at Lin Feng who was driving without blinking.
The little guy looked as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Lin Feng felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him.
What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Moon Wanxin shook her head. Husband.
She suddenly spoke, her voice soft and sticky.
Pinch me. Lin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What? Let me see if I'm dreaming. Moon Wanxin said seriously. I always feel that everything that happened today is so unreal. It's like being in a movie.
Lin Feng smiled. He freed one hand and instead of pinching her, he gently pinched her little face.
Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt.
Moon Wanxin shook her head, then she took the initiative to move forward and put her little face on Lin Feng's palm.
But it's reassuring.
She squinted her eyes in happiness.
Husband, who are you? She asked quietly, curiously. Why are you so powerful?
I can race cars, appraise treasures, and gamble on stones.
Are you a god who has come down to earth to experience our mortal lives?
Lin Feng was amused by her wild idea.
If I were a god, the first thing I would do would be to take you in, little goblin. I'm not a goblin. Moon Wanxin reluctantly hit him lightly on the arm. I am your lucky star. She raised her chin, her face full of pride. Yes, yes, it's my lucky star.
Lin Feng agreed with a smile.
Without you, I wouldn't have such good luck. The atmosphere in the car was sweet and warm. After a while,
Moon Wanxin seemed to remember something and suddenly sat up straight.
That's right, husband. That imperial green, are we really going to make a tea set and give it to my dad? That's too expensive, isn't it? I'm afraid his heart won't be able to take it.
Lin Feng thought about it.
What else? Otherwise. Moon Wanxin blinked cunningly. Let's sell that half piece of jade and get some money. Then, you take this money and buy out my dad's company. Let him retire early and go home to enjoy his retirement. By then, you will be the richest man in Longcheng. Then I can legitimately take advantage of your influence and walk sideways. Lin Feng's feet trembled, and the car shook. He looked at his little wife with a mixture of laughter and tears in her eyes, who had said something shocking. What on earth is going on in this little head? Your idea is very constructive. He commented seriously. But, not yet. Why?
Moon Wanxin was puzzled.
Because.
Lin Feng deliberately prolonged his voice.
Your father's company is too big, and my current money is not enough. But don't worry.
He changed the subject and a confident smile appeared on his face.
It won't take long. I will make him willingly give up his position to me. Chapter 31. This young man is quite interesting.
The news that Lin Feng had opened the Imperial Green spread throughout the entire Dragon City overnight, as if it had grown wings. It even has the potential to break out of Dragon City and become popular across the country. After all, 50 million to win 1.5 billion, this story is comparable to a myth and is too gimmicky and eye-catching.
A gambling god emerges in Dragon City.
He wins a 1.5 billion yuan Imperial Green with a 50 million yuan bet.
Getting rich overnight is no longer a dream.
A mysterious man went shopping with his girlfriend and casually offered a jadeite at a sky-high price.
Shocking.
This piece of scrap that's been stored for nearly a year is actually Imperial Green.
All major news media and online platforms are flooded with reports about this incident.
Although Bai Junsong had tried his best to suppress the frontal photos of Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin, some blurry photos taken by curious people at the scene were still circulated. For a time, the entire internet was speculating about who this mysterious man with extremely good luck was.
Mu family, manor.
In the study, Longqing's richest man, Mu Nanshan, was holding a glass of fine Dahongpo and leisurely watching the news. Uncle Wang, the housekeeper, stood respectfully by. Suddenly, the scene on the TV screen changed and began to broadcast the gambling stone news that was popular on the entire internet.
Here's a quick news for this city.
Yesterday evening, a citizen unearthed a 1-ton Imperial Green jadeite rough stone at a gambling site in the suburbs of our city.
Experts on the scene estimated its value at 1.5 billion renminbi. Mu Nanshan didn't care much at first.
He never touches things like gambling on stones, and he strictly forbids his family members to do so. But when a blurry photo of the scene appeared on the TV screen, his hand holding the teacup paused slightly. In the photo, a tall young man holds a petite girl in his arms. Although I couldn't see her face clearly, the girl's silhouette, her figure.
No matter how I look at it, she looks like my precious daughter. Old Wang, come and take a look. Mu Nanshan put down the teacup.
The housekeeper, Uncle Wang, hurried forward.
Master, what are you looking at?
Mu Nanshan pointed to the pause screen on the TV screen.
Don't you think this girl looks a lot like our Wanxin?
Uncle Wang came closer, took a closer look, and was also a little surprised.
Don't say it, sir, there is some resemblance. But it should be just a coincidence. You know the eldest lady's personality. Why would she go to a place like that?
Mu Nanshan nodded, and felt that he was overthinking it.
His beloved daughter is misogynistic and is usually annoyed by even talking to the opposite sex. How is it possible to stand so closely with a man?
But for some reason, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. If Wanqing could really find a boyfriend who was so capable and protective of her, then he, as her father, would be able to rest assured. He even began to imagine what the scene would be like if his juicy little cabbage was eaten by an unknown pig.
Well, although it's a bit unpleasant, it seems not bad.
Just when he was daydreaming, his fingers subconsciously enlarged the photo on the tablet. Then, his whole body froze.
In the background of the photo, in the corner of the crowd, a familiar figure was staring at the imperial green with his mouth wide open and a dull look on his face. He would recognize that stupid face even if it turned into ashes. Mu Lianhua. It was his good-for-nothing nephew. Boom! A surge of rage instantly erupted from Mu Nanshan's chest. This little bastard. He slammed the table so hard that the valuable purple clay teacup jumped up and the tea splashed all over the floor. I've warned you repeatedly. No one from the Mu family is allowed to gamble. Did he turn a deaf ear to my words? Uncle Wang was startled by his sudden anger and tried to persuade him. Master, calm down, calm down. Young Master Lianghua, he might just be here to watch the fun. Lively? Mu Nanshan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He thought of his eldest brother, Mu Lianghua's father. Because he was addicted to gambling, one of his hands was chopped off and he has been disabled ever since. That is the eternal pain of the entire Mu family. This is also the reason why he made the iron rule that Mu family members must never get involved in gambling. Now, his nephew actually pretended to obey and went to the gambling stone field. If his elder brother knew about this, he would be so angry that he would cause serious consequences. No, this matter must be made known to his elder brother. Uncle Wang. Get the car ready. I'm going to the old house now. Mu Nanshan's face turned pale. Today, I'm going to make my elder brother break this little bastard's legs with his own hands. Master. You can't do that. Uncle Wang was anxious. The master is already in poor health. If you tell him this, wouldn't that be like stabbing him in the heart? Although young Master Lianghua is a jerk, he still has some sense of propriety. Looking at his expression, it's obvious that he's just here to watch the fun, not to gamble himself. After Uncle Wang's earnest persuasion, the anger in Mu Nanshan's chest finally subsided a little. He sat back in his chair, breathing heavily. It took a long time. He seemed to remember something and pulled out the photo again. He pointed at the girl in the photo who looked very much like Moon Wanxin, and then pointed at the silly son in the corner. Uncle Wang, do you think this is strange? If that brat Lianghua saw a girl who looked exactly like his own sister being embraced by a wild man, how will he react? Uncle Wang thought about Mu Lianhua's sister protecting maniac nature and his firecracker-like temper. A funny picture instantly formed in his mind. He couldn't help but almost laughed out loud. With young Master Lianghua's temperament, I'm afraid he would rush up and fight that man to the death right then and there. Maybe he'd even point his finger at me and yell at me for being the human trafficker who kidnapped his sister. As Mu Nanshan listened to Uncle Wang's analysis, the anger on his face was gradually replaced by a helpless expression. He also felt that with his stupid nephew's intelligence, he would definitely do such a thing. He shook his head, and suddenly felt a little curious about the mysterious young man who opened the Imperial Green. No one knew who this person was, but he could make his useless nephew look like he had seen a ghost. This young man is quite interesting. Chapter 32, Someone was killed. The Raisu 777 was running smoothly in the night. Moon Wanxin held the box containing the Ding Kilnchik and crowing bowl, her little face still showing excitement and blush. She counted the money one by one on her fingers. Husband. That bowl, bought for 100,000 yuan, is worth 5 million yuan. That painting cost $3,000, its value is inestimable. And that imperial green piece? I bought it for 50 million. I made 900 million after selling half of it. The remaining half is still worth 750 million. The more she calculated, the brighter her eyes became. Finally, she came to a conclusion that made her gasp. Oh my God! We made almost 1.7 billion today? This number is really scary. This was the first time in her life that she had such a clear and shocking understanding of money. She turned her head and looked at Lin Feng, who was driving. The last bit of superiority in my heart due to my family background was completely crushed. What is the daughter of the richest man in Longchang? Compared to her husband, who is so handsome, she is simply weak. Next second, she suddenly came over, put her arms around Lin Feng's neck, and gave him a kiss on the side of his cheek. Lin Feng was startled and the car shook. What are you doing? You're driving. Although he said this, he couldn't hide the doting smile on his face. I'm happy. Moon Wanxin rubbed against his arm like a kitten. Hubby, you're amazing. I love you so much. Lin Feng's heart was warmed by her sudden confession.
He freed one hand and rubbed her head.
Good. We'll kiss each other when we get home.
My mom made your favorite braised pork and sweet and sour spare ribs today. When she heard that there was something delicious to eat, Moon Wanxin's eyes lit up even brighter.
Really? Then let's go home quickly. At the same time,
the entrance to the residential complex where Lin Feng lives. Under the dim streetlights, the two figures looked particularly desolate.
Zhao Weina and Yi Zhaowei have been squatting here for almost 3 hours.
Cold, hungry, and tired.
Mom, that bastard, is he coming back or not?
Yi Zhaowei squatted on the ground and asked weakly.
His stomach was already growling with hunger.
Wait. Zhao Weina gritted her teeth, her voice full of resentment.
He will definitely come back. Even if we die today, we will die at his doorstep. Just then, a beam of dazzling car light shot over from a distance.
A silver gray sports car with an extremely cool design was slowly driving towards the entrance of the community.
It's that Raisu 777. Here I come.
Yi Zhaowei was the first to react and jumped up from the ground.
Mom! It's his car. He's back. Zhao Weina also saw it.
She felt wronged, tired, and resentful throughout the day.
She wants to stop him. She wants him to pay. She wants to ruin his reputation. Lin Feng.
You little beast. She roared, rushed out from the side of the road, opened her arms, and blocked the middle of the road.
Squeak.
The harsh sound of brakes broke the quiet night sky.
Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough.
The moment he saw the figure rushing out, he slammed on the brakes.
But it was all too late. Bang! There was a dull thud. Zhao Weina was knocked flying like a broken sack.
Then, he fell heavily onto the concrete ground more than 10 meters away.
Motionless. In the car.
Moon Wanxin let out a terrified scream, and her little face turned pale in an instant. Lin Feng's heart also skipped a beat.
Someone was hit and killed?
He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
Don't be afraid.
He unbuckled his seatbelt, turned around, and hugged Moon Wanxin, who was trembling with fear, tightly in his arms.
I'm here, it's okay.
While comforting Moon Wanxin, he opened the car door and walked down.
Not far away. Yi Zhaowei stood there blankly. He watched with his own eyes as his mother was hit by the sports car and flew away. Several seconds passed. He seemed to react. Ah!
A scream, so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, erupted from his throat.
Mom! He rolled and crawled to Zhao Weina's side.
But Zhao Weina was lying on the ground with her eyes closed, unconscious, and blood was spreading rapidly under her body.
Fuck you!
Yi Zhaowei turned his head suddenly, his eyes turning blood red. He saw Lin Feng getting out of the car.
All rationality collapsed at this moment. You killed my mother. I kill you.
He rushed towards Lin Feng like an enraged beast.
Lin Feng frowned. Just then,
in his mind, that familiar voice sounded again.
Bite.
The host has been detected to have encountered a sudden malicious incident. Select system startup. Option 1, persuade with kind words, calm down the situation, take all responsibilities, and compensate the other party for all medical expenses, nutrition expenses, and mental damages.
Reward, Our Lady Halo. Option 2, the law is the best weapon. Teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Reward, elite lawyer team.
Lin Feng looked at Yi Zhaowei, who was rushing towards him like crazy.
Without the slightest hesitation. I choose 2. Chapter 33. This is called professionalism. I kill you.
Yi Zhaowei's eyes were red, and he looked like a madman, roaring and rushing towards Lin Feng.
Lin Feng didn't even bother to hide.
Just when Yi Zhaowei's clenched fist was about to hit him in the face,
he moved. A clean and neat sideways movement. Immediately afterwards, an extremely swift elbow strike hit Yi Zhaowei's side accurately. Ouch!
Yi Zhaowei let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and fell down with his body bent. He curled up on the ground, twitching in pain, unable to utter a complete sentence.
Flash sale.
Lin Feng retracted his elbow and didn't even bother to look at him again. He turned back to the car and tapped lightly on the window. The car window rolled down, revealing Moon Wanxin's tearful little face, filled with fear.
Don't be afraid, get off the bus.
Lin Feng's voice was steady and powerful, as if it carried some kind of magic, which instantly soothed Moon Wanxin's inner panic. She obediently unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed the door and got out of the car, then threw herself into Lin Feng's arms like a frightened little rabbit.
Hubby, I'm afraid. Her voice was trembling. Fine.
Lin Feng patted her back gently.
I'll call 120 first, then 110.
He took out his cell phone, his movements neither hurried nor slow, and his movements clear and organized.
Half an hour later, at the police station.
After finishing the statement, Lin Feng took the still frightened Moon Wanxin's hand and walked out of the interrogation room.
Just walked into the lobby.
A middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, who looked gentle but had an extremely powerful aura, walked up quickly.
Hello, Mr. Lin.
The man bowed slightly, his attitude respectful. I am the head of your personal legal team, Jin Yan. From now on, all matters related to this traffic accident will be fully handled by our team.
You don't need to worry about it anymore.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows.
The efficiency of System Dad is awesome.
It hasn't been long since the elite lawyer team came online.
Thanks for your hard work. Lin Feng nodded. You're welcome, Mr. Lin. It's our honor to serve you. Jin Yan had a professional and appropriate smile on his face.
He made a pleased gesture.
The car is ready.
I'll take you and your wife home first. I have a clear understanding of the situation on the road through the dashcam and road monitoring. A group of people walked out of the city bureau gate and saw a black Maybach parked quietly on the side of the road.
The driver opened the car door.
After getting in the car, Jin Yan continued to report.
Mr. Lin, you don't have to worry at all.
According to the video evidence, you were driving normally during this accident, your speed did not exceed the speed limit, and when you saw the pedestrian, you took emergency braking measures, and your operation was not improper. The injured Zhao Weina deliberately rushed onto the motorway, a typical ghostly head-on scam.
She should bear full responsibility for this accident.
Moon Wanxin, who was sitting next to him, opened her mouth into an O shape in surprise when she heard this. She had been worried that Lin Feng would have to bear some responsibility or even go to jail for hitting someone. Now, after hearing what lawyer Jin said, the big stone in my heart instantly fell to the ground.
So, my husband is not only not responsible, but he's also a victim? She couldn't help but ask. Yes, ma'am.
Jin Yan nodded with a smile. In theory, we could also file a lawsuit against the other party for compensation for their dangerous behavior, the emotional distress caused to Mr. Lin, and the damage to his vehicle.
Moon Wanxin stopped talking altogether. She looked at the calm and composed man beside her, and the deer in her heart began to beat wildly again. Major. This is fucking professional.
Lin Feng was not surprised by this result, he was concerned about something else.
I hit that guy, how do you say that? You are talking about Mr. Yi Jiaowei, right?
Jin Yan pushed his glasses, his tone remaining calm. According to the on-site surveillance footage, Mr. Yi Jiaowei lost control of his emotions after witnessing his mother being hit, and he attacked you.
Your actions constituted legitimate self-defense.
Moreover, judging by the circumstances of the incident at night, in the suburbs, with the other party being emotionally agitated and behaving in an unpredictable and aggressive manner, your counterattack could also be defined as emergency avoidance.
To sum up, you do not need to bear any legal responsibility.
Jin Yan's words were clear and concise, without any loopholes. Lin Feng felt so relieved. This elite team of lawyers truly lives up to their reputation.
How badly was that woman injured?
Lin Feng asked casually. Our people have already communicated with the hospital.
Jin Yan answered immediately.
The injured Zhao Weina suffered a minor intracranial hemorrhage and 2 fractures. Her life is not in danger, but her subsequent treatment and recovery will probably cost a large sum of money. But don't worry, all expenses should be borne by them themselves. If they dare to engage in any subsequent acts of extortion, our legal team will show them what the iron fist of justice is. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction.
Okay, then I'll leave this matter entirely to you. Okay, Mr. Lin. The Maybach is smooth all the way.
Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin tacitly agreed not to mention what had just happened. There are some things that don't need to be told to the elders in the family, so as not to make them worry. Soon, the car returned to the entrance of the community. The accident scene, which was previously a mess and even stained with blood, has now become clean.
The Rice Su-777 that was hit has also been towed away.
As if nothing had happened.
Chapter 34 Talking to my lawyer. Hospital, corridor outside the emergency room.
The pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with Yi Jiaowei's exaggerated wails.
Sister! You're finally here.
When Yi Jiaowei saw Yi Ruhong rushing over, he felt like he had found his backbone.
Mom, she's dying.
Yi Ruhong's face turned pale and she grabbed his arm.
What's going on? What happened to Mom? It's Lin Feng. It's that bastard Lin Feng.
Yi Jiaowei was in tears, having already rehearsed his lines countless times in his mind. He didn't know what kind of luck had struck him, but he made a fortune and bought a multi-million-dollar sports car.
Now he's completely blown away.
He saw my mother crossing the road, and instead of slowing down, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed over. I went up to him and argued with him, but he hit me.
Sister, look at my waist, it still hurts.
He lifted up his clothes, revealing a faint red mark on his waist, looking extremely aggrieved.
Lin Feng?
When Yi Ruhong heard this name, she was completely stunned.
How could it be him? How could he become like this? Hitting someone with a car and then beating them?
Yi Ruhong's heart was both painful and confused. She didn't want to believe it, but she looked at her mother lying unconscious on the hospital bed and her brother crying.
But this is reality. Just then, a nurse came over with a list. Who are Zhao Weina's family members? Yes, I am her daughter. Yi Ruhong responded quickly. The patient needs immediate surgery. Here's the bill. Go pay 80,000 yuan first.
The nurse handed over the list with a flat tone, without a trace of emotion.
80,000?
Yi Ruhong and Yi Jiaowei, the brother and sister, were dumbfounded on the spot.
Nurse, why does it cost so much money? Yi Jiaowei asked stutteringly. Surgery fees, hospitalization fees, various medicine costs, 80,000 is just the initial cost, and the subsequent treatment costs are still uncertain.
After the nurse finished speaking, she turned and left. The brother and sister held the thin bill, but it felt like it was weighing 1,000 pounds.
Where can their family come up with 80,000 yuan? Hurry! Call relatives and friends to borrow money.
Yi Ruhong was the first to react, her voice tinged with tears. For a moment, the only sounds in the corridor were the anxious calls of the brother and sister on the phone.
Hello, third uncle? This is Zhao Wei. My mom was in a car accident and is in the hospital awaiting surgery. Could you lend me some money first? Hello? Hello? Is the signal bad? Xiaoli, it's me, Ruhong, my mom. Oh, your husband lost money in the stock market recently, and money is tight. Okay, I get it. I won't bother you anymore. Hey, Uncle Wang. 2 hours passed.
They made every phone call they could think of and their lips were almost worn out.
As a result, I only borrowed 18,000 yuan. It's still a long way from the 80,000 yuan surgery fee. Despair. What should I do? What should I do?
Yi Jiaowei squatted on the ground, holding his head, completely at a loss.
Yi Ruhong took a deep breath. Jiaowei, sell your car. Saving mom's life is the most important thing now. Selling a car?
Yi Jiaowei suddenly raised his head with a look of reluctance.
Sister. It's already evening, where can I sell it?
Besides, if I'm in such a hurry to sell it, those used car dealers will definitely bargain me down to the bottom.
I only had the car for less than a year, wouldn't it be a huge loss?
Yi Ruhong was so angry that she was shaking all over. It's already this late, and you're still worried about your broken car.
Then what else can we do?
Yi Jiaowei was also anxious and yelled at her, even if the two of us sell everything we have, we still can't raise enough money. After yelling, his eyes rolled and he suddenly thought of something.
Sister. He moved closer to Yi Ruhong and lowered his voice.
This is Lin Feng's fault in the first place.
He should pay for it.
Yi Ruhong's body suddenly stiffened.
Asking Lin Feng for money?
She blushed with shame at the thought.
Want to ask him for help?
This is worse than killing her.
Sister. Which is more important now, mom's life or your face?
Yi Jiaowei saw her hesitation and began to persuade her earnestly. Besides, he hit someone, so it's only natural that he should pay compensation.
We're not begging him, we're asking him to take the responsibility he should bear. He's rich now. This 80,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for him. If you're embarrassed to say it, I'll say it.
Yi Ruhong's heart was struggling violently. On one side is his mother's life, and on the other side is his own ridiculous self-esteem. Eventually, reality took over.
Give me the phone.
She held out her hand, her voice trembling. Yi Ruhong held the phone, her fingertips cold. She took out the number that she had blocked but still remembered by heart, and dialed it again, digit by digit. Beep beep beep. Just when she thought the other party wouldn't answer, the phone call went through. Hello. A cold, emotionless male voice came from the receiver. Just one word made Yi Ruhong's heart sink to the bottom. She opened her mouth, her throat dry.
Lin Feng, it's me, Yi Ruhong.
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. What's up? The tone was still that cold to the core. Yi Ruhong gritted her teeth and swallowed all the shame and embarrassment.
My mom, she was hit by a car and is in the hospital now. She needs surgery right away.
She paused and spoke in an almost pleading tone. The surgery will cost 80,000 yuan.
Can you help me pay it in advance? I will definitely pay you back later.
There was a chuckle from the other end of the phone. That laughter was full of undisguised sarcasm.
Yi Ruhong, are you crazy?
First, it was your mother who rushed in front of my car and tried to scam me. The surveillance camera captured it clearly.
The responsibility for the accident lies entirely with her.
Secondly, I called 120 and reported it to the police.
I've done everything I could. Third, you want money?
Lin Feng's voice suddenly turned cold.
Not a cent. If there's anything, let my lawyer talk to you. Beep beep beep.
The call was hung up abruptly. Yi Ruhong held up the cell phone, stood there blankly, listening to the busy tone coming from the receiver.
Chapter 35 Don't Care About Face. Sister? What did he say?
Yi Jiaowei saw Yi Ruhong hung up the phone and hurried over. Yi Ruhong's face was as pale as paper. She shook her head, her lips trembling.
Fuck it.
Yi Jiaowei snatched the phone, found the call record, and called back directly.
Lin Feng. You bastard.
As soon as the phone was connected, Yi Jiaowei started cursing. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my mom, I'll make you pay with your life.
Hurry up and transfer the medical expenses to me. Otherwise I will sue you. Sue you for intentional homicide.
There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds. Then, there was a sneer of extreme contempt.
Sue me? What are you going to sue me with? The surveillance video of your mom running into the middle of the street in the middle of the night to scam people?
With your IQ, I advise you to save your energy. Lin Feng's voice was cold. Oh, I forgot to tell you. My legal team will settle the accounts with you for the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift I gave to your family and the money I spent on you and your sister over the past 2 years.
Don't even think about shirking a cent. Beep beep beep.
The phone was hung up again. Yi Jiaowei called again, but the only sound he heard from the receiver was, "The user you dialed is busy."
He was blocked.
Hold. Yi Jiaowei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot.
Fuck. That bastard. He dared to hang up on me.
And he dared to block me.
Next second,
he raised his cell phone and slammed it to the ground.
Snap.
The phone screen shattered into pieces in an instant. Yi Ruhong was shocked by his sudden action. She came to her senses, quickly squatted down and picked up the scrapped phone.
Yi Jiaowei. Are you crazy?
She stood up suddenly and glared at her brother angrily. This was her only cell phone, and now, it was smashed by him. Yi Jiaowei shrank his neck when she yelled at him.
He didn't dare to talk back.
He could only turn his head to the side and hold his breath in frustration. Lin Feng hung up the phone and threw it on the sofa.
What's wrong, husband?
Moon Wanxin, who had just come out of the bathroom, asked curiously while drying her hair.
Nothing.
Lin Feng stood up and rubbed her head. Yi Ruhong called and asked for money.
I asked her to talk to the lawyer. He smiled and said, "It's not worth getting angry with such a fool. I'm going to take a shower." Moon Wanxin nodded obediently.
She unconditionally supports any decision her husband makes. Lin Feng just walked into the bathroom. The cell phone he had thrown on the sofa suddenly rang again. Moon Wanxin picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. She hesitated for a moment, then swiped the answer button.
Hello? Hello. Wanxin? Is that you, Wanxin?
Yi Ruhong's anxious and tearful voice came from the other end of the phone. Moon Wanxin was stunned for a moment.
How did she get to call this phone? It's me, Ruhong. What can I do for you? Nguanqin, please help me persuade Lin Feng.
Yi Ruhong's voice sounded extremely desperate.
My mother was hit by him and is now lying in the hospital, waiting for money for surgery.
How could he be so cruel as to watch someone die without helping him?
Nguanqin, weren't we best friends before?
Please help me, I beg you.
Mu Nguanqin's originally calm expression instantly turned cold after hearing these words. Yi Ruhong.
Her voice was colder than ever before.
Do you still have any shame?
Yi Ruhong on the other end of the phone stopped crying abruptly. It was your mother who was desperately trying to kill herself by crashing into my husband's car.
The police even issued an accident report, and my husband is not responsible at all. You still have the nerve to confuse right and wrong and slander my husband? Friend?
Mu Nguanqin sneered, I was really blind before, how could I know someone like you? For money, you're even willing to risk your own mother's life. Your family has truly changed my worldview.
I tell you, there's not a penny. Don't call me anymore, I find it disgusting.
After saying that, Mu Nguanqin hung up the phone without hesitation. Then, decisively, this number was also blacklisted. After doing all this, she felt that the anger in her heart had finally been released.
Dare to bully her husband? Court death. In the hospital corridor. Yi Ruhong was holding Yi Jiaowei's cell phone, completely dumbfounded.
She listened to the busy tone coming from the receiver, her mind blank.
I was hung up again. I was blocked again. One time it was Lin Feng.
One time was with her former best friend, Mu Nguanqin.
Why? Why did things turn out like this?
Sister, look at you, Yi Jiaowei next to her said with a face full of complaints. I told you to talk nicely, but you insisted on bringing up those things right away.
Now you've offended the other person. You're totally going to lose the money. Yi Ruhong's body shook. Chapter 36 Usury.
Yi Ruhong suddenly came to her senses and retorted sharply.
Can you blame me for this? Didn't you hear the tone of that bitch Mu Nguanqin?
She's like a crazy husband protector. She can't stand hearing even a bad word from Lin Feng.
She doesn't even consider me a friend.
The brother and sister started arguing loudly, blaming each other in this cold corridor.
No one thinks they are wrong. It's everyone else's fault.
Just then, a nurse pushed an equipment cart and hurried past them.
What are you arguing about? This is a hospital. The nurse glared at them impatiently. Are you the family of Bed 3 Xiaoweina? Are you ready to pay the surgery fee? If not, the doctor will schedule the next surgery first.
These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over my head. The quarrel between the brother and sister came to an abrupt end.
Yi Jiaowei's face turned pale in an instant.
He grabbed Yi Ruhong's arm, his voice trembling.
Sister, what should I do? Mom, she can't wait any longer.
Yi Ruhong bit her lips until they bled.
What else could she do? She borrowed money from everyone she could. She lost all her last bit of face. But what is the result? Nothing was found. Despair. Sister.
Yi Jiaowei suddenly lowered his voice and rolled his eyes.
I know a friend.
He's quite rich, he should be able to lend it to us. Yi Ruhong raised her head suddenly as if she had grabbed the last straw.
Really? Quick. Call him. But Yi Jiaowei was a little hesitant. His interest rate is a bit high. Usury.
Although she has never been in contact with it, she has seen too many examples of broken families on the news and on TV.
No.
Without even thinking about it, she refused.
Yi Jiaowei, are you crazy? Can you borrow that kind of money casually? It's a bottomless pit. Then what else can we do?
Yi Jiaowei also became anxious and growled at her.
Do we have any other options now? Huh? Am I just going to watch my mom die on the operating table? Sister. This is my life.
Yi Ruhong's body began to tremble violently. On one side is an abyss of no return. On one side is the mother lying on the hospital bed, her life or death uncertain.
Does she have a choice? She didn't. A full half-minute passed.
Yi Ruhong squeezed out 2 words.
Fight.
A hint of joy flashed across Yi Jiaowei's face. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
The call was connected quickly. Hello, Brother Long, it's me, Jiaowei. Oh, it's you, kid. What do you want from me? Brother Long, my mother was in a car accident and urgently needs money for surgery. Can you help her out? There was a chuckle from the other end of the phone. Sure, how much do you want? 80,000. 80,000? Sure, the voice on the other end of the line said cheerfully. Same old rules, 3% interest, payable once a week. Is that okay? Yi Jiawei subconsciously looked at Yi Ruhong. Yi Ruhong closed her eyes and nodded painfully. No problem. Brother Long. Okay, then what can you use as collateral? Or you can find a guarantor. Yi Jiawei was stuck. His junky car wouldn't be worth much even if he sold it. Guarantor? When his cronies heard that he was going to borrow money at high interest rates, they didn't even have time to hide. His eyes rolled and he suddenly thought of something. Brother Long. My sister. My sister is a top student from a 985 university. A graduate of a prestigious university. She'll vouch for me. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Then, there was a burst of more interested laughter. Oh? A 985 university student? That's worth a lot more than your junk car. Okay, ask your sister to send me photos of her ID and student ID, and I'll give you the loan right away. Hang up the phone. Yi Jiawei handed the phone to Yi Ruhong with an excited look on his face. Sister, did you hear me? Hurry up. Send the ID over. Yi Ruhong's fingertips were cold. She never thought that her academic qualifications, which she was so proud of, would one day become her capital for borrowing usury. This is such a huge irony. But she didn't hesitate. Take a photo and send it over. Less than a minute. Byte. A crisp notification sound came from the broken phone. 80,000 yuan was credited to your bank card ending in XXXX. The money has arrived. Yi Ruhong grabbed her cell phone and rushed to the payment counter. Pay. I'll pay. When she handed the stamped bill to the nurse, she felt completely exhausted. The red light in the operating room came on. My mother's life was temporarily saved. Yi Ruhong and Yi Jiawei, brother and sister, sat on the bench in the corridor in a daze. The anxiety and madness just now faded away. It is a heavier and more suffocating confusion and fear. Sister. For the first time, Yi Jiawei's voice was filled with tears and fear. This money, how are we going to pay it back in the future? The red light in the operating room finally went out. A few hours later, Zhao Weina was pushed out of the emergency room and transferred to the general ward. The effect of the anesthetic wore off and she slowly woke up. Where is this? When she spoke, her voice was hoarse. Mom! You're awake. Yi Jiawei, who was guarding the bedside, was the first to rush over, tears in his eyes. Mom! You almost didn't get to see me. You were hit by that damn bastard Lin Feng. Buzz. Zhao Weina's brain went blank in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the heart rate monitor next to the bed issued a rapid alarm. Beep 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 beep. What's going on? A doctor and two nurses rushed in immediately. Yi Ruhong was so angry that her face turned blue and she slapped Yi Jiawei on the back of the head. If you can't speak, shut up. Yi Jiawei staggered after being slapped and shrank to the side in grievance, not daring to say another word. After a hectic rescue, Zhao Weina's vital signs finally stabilized. Before leaving, the doctor glared at the Yi siblings fiercely. The patient just had surgery, he shouldn't get too excited. How can you be a family member? Wait until the ward becomes quiet again. Zhao Weina slowly rolled her eyes and asked weakly. That little bastard, where's Lin Feng? He's been arrested, right? You hit someone and you want to run? I tell you, this thing won't be over for at least 10 or 8 years. Yi Ruhong and Yi Jiawei looked at each other. Both the brother and sister showed expressions of great confusion and embarrassment on their faces. Speak! When Zhao Weina saw them like this, her heart skipped a beat and she had a bad feeling. Where are the others? Yi Ruhong took a deep breath and finally spoke with difficulty. Mom! The traffic police came and also checked the surveillance camera at the intersection. They decided it was entirely our responsibility. Lin Feng, he took no responsibility at all. He went home after recording his statement. There was deathly silence in the ward.
More than 10 seconds passed. What did you say? Zhao Weina roared with all her strength. She suddenly sat up from the bed, her eyes wide open, and her face turned purple with excitement. Beep 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 beep. That damn alarm sounded again. Bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. Zhao Weina pulled out the infusion needle on the back of her hand, and blood gushed out instantly. I was just walking down the street. He hit me with his car. Why is it all my fault? Is there still justice? Is there still law? Just because he's rich? Does having money mean he can do whatever he wants? Does having money mean he can take human lives? Sister. Mom. Don't get excited. Yi Zhaowei was so frightened that he almost lost his soul and rushed forward to hold her down. Yi Ruhong also ran out to call a doctor. There was another round of chaos. By the time Zhao Weina's emotions calmed down again under the effect of the sedative, only cold resentment remained on her face. No. We absolutely cannot let this matter go like this. She stared at Yi Ruhong intently. Ruhong, give me your phone. Use your TikTok account and post a video. I want to expose him. I want everyone on the internet to see what kind of person Lin Feng is. Just because he has money and power, he can do whatever he wants. He can even hit someone without taking any responsibility. Yi Ruhong and Yi Zhaowei, brother and sister, were both stunned. They knew better than anyone that it was indeed their mother who was the first to commit fraud. But who dares to say this now? Hurry up! What are you standing there for? Zhao Weina urged. Yi Ruhong gritted her teeth and handed over the phone with a broken screen. Hold your phone closer. Zhao Weina directs Yi Zhaowei. Yes. Right. This is the angle. Take this picture of me in my hospital gown and the gauze on my head. Make me look as miserable as possible. The more miserable the better. She tidied her messy hair and gathered her emotions. Then, facing the camera, he squeezed out 2 tears and spoke in a sad, angry, and helpless tone. Hello everyone. My name is Zhao Weina. Today, I'm going to use my life to report a scumbag by name. A bastard who hit someone and not only didn't take responsibility, but also turned around and slandered me as a scammer. His name is Lin Feng. Chapter 37 Great Opportunity. According to the customs of Lonchang, newlyweds must return to their parents' home on the 3rd day after their wedding. This is not only the first time for the daughter to return to her parents' home after getting married, but also the first time for the son-in-law to formally visit his father-in-law and mother-in-law. On the one hand, it is to comfort the girl's parents and let them know that their daughter is living well in her husband's family and they don't have to worry. On the other hand, it is also a way for the daughter to thank her parents for raising her, and for the son-in-law to thank his parents-in-law for giving him the opportunity to marry their daughter. Therefore, the day of returning home is particularly important. Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin got up early. After they washed up and had breakfast, they began to pack the gifts to take back home. In addition to the set of Ding Kiln chicken crowing bowls that he opened yesterday, Lin Feng also specially bought a lot of top-quality supplements and teas. After all, it is the first time I meet my father-in-law, so I must be polite. However, when the two of them walked downstairs with their bags and prepared to leave, they remembered a very embarrassing problem. That Coolme SU-777 was sent for repairs yesterday because it hit Zhao Weina. It seems that I have to find time to buy a few more cars. Lin Feng stood by the roadside, watching the traffic coming and going, and shook his head helplessly. Otherwise it would be too inconvenient. Moon Wanxin stood aside, covering her mouth and laughing. Finally, the two had no choice but to stop a taxi on the side of the road. The car started and slowly merged into the traffic flow. Moon Wanxin turned her head and looked at Lin Feng, who was standing beside her with a calm expression, and suddenly asked curiously. Honey, are you nervous? I'm going to see my dad soon. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Nervous? There are no such words in my dictionary. Moon Wanxin recalled the scene when she first met his parents. At that time, she was so nervous that her palms were sweating and she couldn't even speak clearly. Tisk, bragging. She curled her lips in disbelief. My dad is not an ordinary person. Most people can't handle his aura. Lin Feng smiled. He reached out and scratched Moon Wanxin's little nose. Don't worry, I, your husband, will take action and make sure that your father-in-law is happy. Virtue. Although Moon Wanxin said this, she felt sweet in her heart. She dislikes Lin Feng's confident and slightly arrogant look.
The car drove for a while.
Lin Feng suddenly frowned.
Master, are you taking us on a day trip around the city? This route is obviously wrong.
The driver was a kind-hearted middle-aged man. Hearing this, he glanced at Lin Feng in the rearview mirror and explained with a smile.
Little brother, you don't know.
A high-ranking official from the province is coming to inspect today, and all the main roads in the south of the city are closed.
It's impossible to get through without taking a detour. A senior leader in the province?
Lin Feng's heart moved slightly. He suddenly remembered the map of Dragon City's future events that the system had rewarded him with. He thought about it and immediately summoned the map in his mind.
The map is densely covered with light spots of various colors. Each spot of light represents a major event that will happen in Longcheng in the next 3 months.
For example, in 5 days, the plan for the almost abandoned commercial street in the west of the city will be announced, and 2 subway lines will be built at the same time. By then, the housing and shop prices there will at least increase tenfold. For example, in half a month, Longcheng's largest technology company will be on the verge of bankruptcy due to the leakage of core technology. Its stock price will plummet. The person who leaked the technology was the son of the company's founder. Lin Feng looked at the picture and his heart was burning with excitement.
Oh shit. This thing is simply a walking money printing machine. No, it's even more awesome than a money printing machine.
He took a deep breath and began to look for information related to provincial leaders on the map.
Soon, a dot of golden light caught his attention.
Geng Xiaoshui, son of Longcheng provincial leader Geng Jihui, accidentally fell into the water at Honglian Lake Park at 8:35 this morning and is in critical condition.
What a great opportunity. This is a fucking huge opportunity.
Compared to things that can be solved with money, saving the provincial leader's only son is a favor that is truly priceless. He jerked his wrist up and glanced at the time.
8:28. Less than 7 minutes left. Master. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose. Honglian Lake Park is just ahead, stop the car.
The driver was startled by him and subconsciously stepped on the brakes.
Ah. Little brother, aren't you going to the Mu family manor? We haven't arrived yet. Moon Wanqin also looked confused. Hubby, aren't we going home?
Why are we here?
Since I'm here.
Lin Feng made up a reason.
Let me show you the scenery.
After saying that, he took out 100 yuan and handed it to the driver.
No need to look for it.
Please wait for us here for a while, 15 minutes at most. Then, he pulled Moon Wanqin, who had not yet reacted, pushed the door and got out of the car. Although I feel that Lin Feng's behavior today is a bit strange.
But Moon Wanqin was still well behaved and didn't ask any more questions. She is just like this, trusting her husband unconditionally.
Okay, I'll do as you say. It was early morning.
There are not many people in Honglian Lake Park. Most of them are elderly people doing morning exercises. Lin Feng took Moon Wanqin and walked quickly to the lake.
His eyes, like a radar, quickly scanned the crowd.
Found it. Just under the willow trees by the lake not far away.
A chubby little boy who looked only 6 or 7 years old was squatting on the ground with a small branch, poking an ant nest with great concentration. Not far behind him stood a young woman in sportswear, probably his nanny or family member.
Time, 8:33.
There were only 2 minutes left before the accident happened. Lin Feng's heartbeat began to accelerate unconsciously.
It's him. Chapter 38, Rescue at Red Lotus Lake.
Lin Feng took Moon Wanqin and pretended to take a walk by the lake. His steps were not fast, but each one was precise as he moved closer to the chubby little boy. Moon Wanqin was a little confused.
Honey, what are we waiting for? Wait for an opportunity. Lin Feng's answer was ambiguous. Time, 8:34.
The little boy squatting under the willow tree poking at the ant nest seemed to be tired of playing. He stood up and brushed the dirt off his hands. When he turned around, he seemed to have discovered some new world. Not far from the lake, close to the water, there is a colorful pebble that shines beautifully in the morning light.
Auntie! Look! Stones!
The little boy shouted excitedly and ran towards the lake with his short legs. The young woman not far behind him was lowering her head, concentrating on watching short videos on her mobile phone. When she heard the shout, she just raised her head absent-mindedly. Xiaoshui, don't run too fast, be careful not to fall. Before he finished speaking.
Ah! A short scream.
The boy named Xiao Shui tripped hard on a raised stone step.
His small body lost balance in an instant.
The whole person flew towards the lake.
Thump!
Water splashed everywhere. The boy's figure was instantly swallowed up by the dark green lake water.
The time is frozen at 8:35. Xiao Shui. The color drained from the young woman's face in an instant.
She threw away her cell phone, let out a heart-wrenching scream, and crawled towards the lake.
Help! Someone fell into the water. Help!
Her cries broke the early morning tranquility of the park. The elderly people who were doing morning exercises around, as well as passers-by in twos and threes, were all shocked by this sudden change and stopped in their tracks.
What's going on? It looks like a child fell into the water. Hurry! Call 110. Call 120. The crowd instantly became a mess.
Some people hurriedly took out their cell phones to call the police, while others searched the shore for bamboo poles and ropes to rescue people. Everyone was extremely anxious, but no one dared to go into the water. The Red Lotus Lake looks calm, but everyone knows that the deepest part in the center of the lake is more than 10 meters. In the midst of this chaos, a young man wearing a white shirt and tie, who looked like a nearby office worker, squeezed out of the crowd. His name is Zhang Bin, an ordinary office worker.
But he grew up by the river and is very good at swimming.
He barely gave it a second thought when he saw the tiny figure struggling and thrashing in the water.
Damn it, saving people is the most important thing.
He quickly took off his leather shoes and unbuttoned his shirt.
Moon Wanqing next to her was so anxious that she was about to cry. Husband! Quick! Help!
She had just finished speaking.
A black shadow passed by Zhang Bin like a cheetah.
Zhang Bin had just taken off one shoe and was about to take off the other. He felt a gust of wind blowing past him.
Next second. Thump! There was another sound of someone falling into the water.
Zhang Bin was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the back of the person who dived into the water without even taking off his clothes.
Fuck! Who is this guy? This isn't the way to grab heads, right?
The crowd on the shore also exclaimed.
Someone went down. Great! Someone went down to rescue them. Everyone's heart was in their throat.
Moon Wanqing covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She saw it clearly. The person who jumped down without hesitation was her husband, Lin Feng.
The lake water is freezing cold.
As soon as Lin Feng entered the water, he felt a chill that instantly enveloped his whole body. He didn't care about all these, and tried hard to open his eyes, looking for the small figure in the turbid lake water.
Found it!
It was less than 5 meters in front of him. The boy named Xiao Shui was splashing around in the water, his little face flushed red, and he was about to sink. Lin Feng kicked his leg suddenly and his body shot out like an arrow. He grabbed the little boy's waist from behind, trying to comfort the already terrified child. The little boy clung to Lin Feng's body tightly with his hands and feet as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw.
Lin Feng's movements were instantly restrained. A huge pulling force came from the boy.
He felt his body sinking uncontrollably.
Damn it! How come this little brat is so strong? Ashore.
Zhang Bin has given up taking off his shoes.
He just stood by the lake with one foot wearing a shoe and the other bare, looking stupid.
He looked at the two figures entangled in the water, feeling mixed emotions.
This young man is a man. It's just that this way of saving people is a bit too reckless. This is unprofessional.
If they get entangled by the person who falls into the water, both of them will be doomed. He was wondering whether he should jump down to help. Then Lin Feng in the water suddenly used his elbow to hit the back of the little boy's neck, neither lightly nor heavily. The little boy's body suddenly stiffened.
Then, his limbs went limp and he fainted. Zhang Bin. Everyone on the shore. Fuck. Is there such a thing? Is this fucking saving people? This is probably because they are afraid that people won't die fast enough. Chapter 39 I love you more every day.
On the shore, everyone was stunned. Even Moon Wanqing, who had always blindly worshipped Lin Feng, turned pale with fright.
Husband, did he beat someone to death? Just when everyone was confused and uncertain, Lin Feng, freed from his restraints, instantly became smooth in his movements. He held the back of the little boy's head with one hand, keeping his mouth and nose above the water. With his other hand, he paddled in the water and swam towards the shore easily. The whole process was smooth and there was not a single unnecessary movement. Zhang Bin understood. His face, distorted by shock, slowly turned into admiration. Expert. This is fucking professional. In panic, a drowning person will burst out with tremendous strength and cling tightly to the rescuer. The final result is often that both of them sink together. And this young man solved this problem from the root in the simplest, most direct, and most effective way. Quick! Help them! The crowd on the shore reacted and reached out their hands in a hurry. Lin Feng used his strength to easily climb ashore. He didn't care that he was soaked all over, and immediately laid the unconscious little boy flat on the ground. The young nanny rushed over crying. Xiao Shui! Xiao Shui, wake up! Don't scare me! Get out of the way! Lin Feng shouted softly and pushed her aside. He knelt on the ground, unbuttoned the boy's wet collar, and cleaned the water plants and dirt from his mouth and nose. He then held the boy's forehead with one hand and lifted his chin with the other to open his airway. Immediately afterwards, cardiopulmonary resuscitation was initiated. Press and blow. Press and blow. His movements were standard, as if they came out of a textbook. Everyone around held their breath. Time passes by minute by minute. Just when everyone's heart was about to rise to their throat. Cough, cough, cough. The little boy lying on the ground coughed violently several times. A mouthful of muddy lake water spurted out of his mouth. Immediately following. Wow! A loud cry echoed throughout the park. Alive! Thunderous applause and cheers broke out in the crowd. Great! I'm saved! Boy! Good job! You're such a hero! The young nanny was so excited that she was incoherent. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng repeatedly. Thank you! Thank you! You are our family's benefactor. Zhang Bin stood on the outskirts of the crowd, looking at the young figure surrounded by everyone, feeling empty inside. He silently put on his other shoe. Then, he turned around, squeezed out of the crowd, and rushed to catch the bus that was about to be late. The gap between people is sometimes bigger than that between people and dogs. Make way! Make way! Just then, a photographer carrying a camera and a female reporter holding a microphone squeezed in from outside, panting. Longcheng TV. We are from Longcheng TV's Longcheng news program. The female reporter's face was full of excitement, and she put the microphone directly in front of Lin Feng. Hello, sir. We have recorded the entire scene of you risking your life to jump into the water and save someone. Excuse me, what were you thinking when you saw the child fall into the water? Weren't you scared at all? Lin Feng frowned. He stood up, took the towel handed to him by Moon Wanxin, and wiped the water off his face. Then he didn't even look at the reporter. There's nothing to be afraid of. After saying that, he took Moon Wanxin's little hand. Let's go. It's too late to go home. Dad must be waiting anxiously. He pushed through the crowd, and under everyone's admiring gaze, he took Moon Wanxin and walked towards the taxi that was still waiting for them on the side of the road without looking back. Only the female reporter holding the microphone was left, disheveled in the wind. Several seconds passed. She finally reacted, quickly turned around, faced the camera, and began her live broadcast in an extremely excited tone. Dear audience members. Did you see that? This is our Dragon City's hero. He is brave, upright, yet so low-key. He didn't even want to leave his name. If our society could have more people like him, our world would be a much better place. In a taxi. The driver looked through the rearview mirror at the righteous young man behind him who was still dripping with water. His eyes were full of admiration and appreciation. Little brother, you are really great. I was really worried about you just now. Don't worry, Uncle will waive your fare today. Lin Feng smiled. That won't work. Let's keep things separate. He turned his head and looked at Moon Wanxin, who was looking at him with admiration. What's wrong? I discovered. Moon Wanxin said softly and sincerely, I seem to love you a little more every day. Chapter 40 is popular all over the internet again. Lin Feng felt warmed in his heart by her sudden words of love. He was just about to say something. Then I saw Moon Wanxin beside me suddenly took out a pack of tissues from her bag. She pulled out a sheet and carefully wiped his still dripping hair and cheeks. Her hands were shaking slightly. You just scared me to death. Moon Wanxin's voice was filled with a hint of crying and fear. Do you know how deep that lake is? What if your leg cramps? What if you get tangled up with that kid and can't get away? You can't save others, and you're getting yourself into trouble too. What should I do? The more she spoke, the more excited she became, and her eyes turned red. Lin Feng was stunned. He never expected that an action that seemed easy to him would cause Moon Wanxin so much worry and fear. Yes. He has undergone systematic transformation and his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. For him, this water depth is no different from his own swimming pool. But he forgot. His little wife is just an ordinary girl who worries about him. Looking at her aggrieved and worried expression, Lin Feng's heart melted in an instant. He reached out and gently held her little hand that was wiping his face. Sorry. His voice was so gentle that it could squeeze water out of it. I was inconsiderate and made you worry. I promise you, I will never scare you like this again. Moon Wanxin sniffed and raised her watery eyes. Real? Lin Feng nodded solemnly. I swear. Moon Wanxin then pouted and leaned her head on his shoulder. Then, I'll forgive you this time. The atmosphere in the car became warm again. Lin Feng looked at the girl in his arms who was as well behaved as a kitten, and his heart moved. He suddenly wanted to tease her. He smiled evilly, stretched out his hands, and gently pinched her chubby little face. To be honest, wasn't I really handsome when I jumped into the water to save someone just now? Moon Wanxin's face was pinched by him, and her words became unclear. She turned her head away. Not handsome at all. I was soaking wet, like a drowned rat, and I was in such a mess. Really not handsome? Lin Feng persisted and moved his face closer. Don't you feel handsome at all? Moon Wanxin's cheeks felt hot when he looked at her, and her heart skipped a beat. Just a little bit. Only a little? Lin Feng was not satisfied. That's a hero saving a beautiful girl. No, it's a classic scene of a hero saving a child. It has to be incredibly handsome, right? Puff. Moon Wanxin was amused by his cocky look. She stretched out her little fist and punched him lightly on the chest. All right. You're the most handsome. You're super handsome. So handsome. So handsome that it's inhumane, okay? The smile on Lin Feng's face instantly became as bright as a blooming sunflower. That's more like it. As soon as the words fell, he suddenly held Moon Wanxin's face and kissed the chattering little mouth. Moon Wanxin's mind went blank in an instant. The driver saw the scene in the rearview mirror and calmly turned up the volume of the radio. For a long time. Lip parting. Moon Wanxin's cheeks were so red that they were about to bleed. She was so embarrassed that she buried her head in Lin Feng's arms and dared not see anyone. What are you doing? It's outside. The driver is watching it. Lin Feng, however, looked indifferent and even licked his lips proudly. What are you afraid of? I kiss my own wife, it's only natural. In order to hide her shyness, Moon Wanxin quickly changed the subject. You, stop talking. Look at you, you're all soaked. If you don't change your clothes, you'll catch a cold. Let's go to the mall and buy you some dry clothes, then we'll go meet my dad. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Lin Feng responded with a smile. Just when Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin were choosing new clothes and getting their hair done in the high-end Hanglan Plaza in Longcheng. They have no idea. The entire Dragon City network has been completely in chaos because of them. The 3-minute rescue video shot by a reporter from Longcheng TV was immediately posted on the official Douyin and Weibo accounts. Hashtag Dragon City Hero White Shirt Hashtag. Hashtag the 50 million gambling stone master once again achieved remarkable success Hashtag. Hashtag textbook style drowning first aid Hashtag. Just half an hour. These topics fermented like a rocket and directly jumped into the top 3 of the city's hot search list. In the video, Lin Feng's back as he jumped without hesitation. That steady and agile figure in the water. After getting ashore, he performed first aid calmly and professionally. Every scene is full of powerful and exciting impact. Especially at the end, when facing the interview from the reporter, he just said lightly, "There's nothing to be afraid of," and then he took his girlfriend and quietly left. He is also regarded by countless netizens as a real-life example of leaving home after the work is done, keeping one's achievements and fame hidden. The comments section has completely collapsed. Holy crap! This guy is so handsome. Not only is he handsome,
but what he does is even more handsome.
This is a true male god, okay?
He's 10,000 times better than those effeminate young hunks who can only draw eyeliner.
I don't care. From today on, he's my new husband. No one can snatch him from me.
Sister upstairs, please draw your swords.
It was obviously me who saw you first. Certainly. Soon, some netizens with sharp eyes and good memory recognized the familiar figure in the video. Wait. This guy, why does he look so familiar? Oh my god. Oh my god. Isn't this the stone gambling master who spent 50 million and opened a 1.5 billion Imperial Green 2 days ago? It's really him. And the girlfriend next to him. They look exactly the same. I was there that day. Oh my god. What kind of godlike person is this? Rich, pretty, and with a heart of gold. God must have been so partial when he created humans. Lin Feng, again. Without him knowing it, it became a hit on the internet. Plaza 66, top floor VIP room.
Lin Feng changed into a brand new haute couture suit.
The well-tailored fabric made his already tall figure look even more perfect.
Moon Wanxin picked out a Patek Philippe watch for him, which was low-key and luxurious, just right for his current status. The two of them were dressed up from head to toe before taking a taxi to the Mu family manor.
Chapter 41. No, it's my husband.
In a solemnly decorated office in Longqing City Mansion, Deng Jihui, a senior leader from the province who came to inspect, was listening to his subordinates' work reports. He frowned slightly, and his aura of majesty without anger made the atmosphere in the entire conference room seem a little depressing.
Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open.
A young secretary wearing glasses, with a pale face and panting, rushed in with a tablet computer in her hand.
Gung. Secretary Gung. Deng Jihui's brow furrowed even deeper. You're so flustered. How disgraceful. No. Secretary.
The secretary's voice was trembling as he handed over the tablet.
Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai is in trouble. Boom. Deng Jihui's mind went blank in an instant.
He snatched the tablet away, and on the screen was playing a live broadcast from Longqing TV. In the picture, a familiar little figure is struggling and thrashing desperately in the cold lake water.
It's his son. He came down for inspection today.
His wife was not feeling well, so she asked the nanny to take their son to the park.
How could it be?
At that moment, the heart of this man who was so powerful in the officialdom and remained calm even when faced with a crisis, stopped beating. He stared at the screen intently, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze.
Just then, thump!
A figure jumped into the lake without hesitation.
Deng Jihui's breathing suddenly stopped.
He watched as the young man approached calmly in the water, knocked his son unconscious with a clean motion, and then dragged him easily to shore. He watched the young man get ashore, and despite being soaked, he used impeccable first aid techniques to pull his son back from the brink of death.
Wow.
When I heard the loud cry coming from the tablet, Deng Jihui's tense body suddenly softened and he slumped down in the chair, his back soaked in cold sweat.
Alive.
His son survived.
He let out a long breath.
Then, he raised his head and looked at the screen again. The young man who was facing the interview with the reporter just waved his hand calmly and left quietly with his girlfriend.
Check.
Deng Jihui's voice was a little hoarse, but it carried an unquestionable majesty.
Find out all the information about this young man for me. I want to go and thank you in person. Yes. The secretary nodded quickly, turned around and left quickly.
He knew in his heart that this young man was going to be lucky. Being able to make Secretary Gungo such a big favor means a bright future in the entire Guangdong province. The taxi slowly stopped in front of the gate of an absurdly large manor.
European-style castle buildings, huge fountain gardens, and the carved iron gate that looks very valuable. Lin Feng looked at the extremely luxurious scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
He is worthy of being the richest man in Longcheng.
The life of rich people is so plain and boring. Honey, we're home.
Moon Wanxin was like a happy little bird. She took Lin Feng's hand and ran towards the manor.
Manor, living room. Mu Nanshan and the housekeeper Uncle Wang were sitting on the sofa, watching the huge LCD TV on the wall.
What was being broadcast on TV was the life-saving news that had gone viral on the internet. This young man looks familiar.
Mu Nanshan touched his chin, thoughtfully.
Yes, sir, Uncle Wang echoed,
I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
Suddenly, Mu Nanshan pointed at the back of the girl holding the hero's hand on the TV screen.
Old Wang, look, doesn't that girl's figure resemble that of our Nuanqin?
Uncle Wang took a closer look and was also amused.
That's true, but sir, you must be obsessed with the young lady. Everyone you see looks like her. As soon as the words fell. Dad. I'm back.
A delicate figure rushed in from outside the door and threw herself directly into Mu Nanshan's arms.
Oh, my precious daughter. The dignity on Mu Nanshan's face was instantly replaced by doting.
He hugged his daughter and smiled from ear to ear.
Look, Master, Uncle Wang joked, you were just talking about that image on TV, and now it's really back. Mu Nanshan laughed out loud. He scratched Mu Nuanqin's nose and pointed at the paused picture on TV.
Come on, Nuanqin, take a look.
Do you think this girl on TV looks like you? Mu Nuanqin raised her head and looked at the TV.
When she saw the girl on the screen, who was holding Lin Feng's hand and wearing the same clothes as herself, her little face turned red. She buried her head in her father's arms embarrassedly, her voice soft and sticky.
Dad, that's me.
The living room suddenly became quiet.
Mu Nanshan was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing.
You girl, you're even joking with your dad. But as he laughed, the expression on his face slowly froze. Subconsciously, he glanced at the TV screen again.
In the picture, the girl is wearing the latest Chanel dress. The exquisite diamond hairpin on the head.
And the limited edition high heels on her feet. He turned his head sharply and looked at his daughter in his arms.
Exactly the same. Exactly. Mu Nanshan's brain short-circuited a bit. He raised his hand and pointed at the hero who saved people on TV with some disbelief.
He pointed at his shy daughter.
The voices sounded a little ethereal.
So, that hero who saves people is your boyfriend?
No, it's my husband. Chapter 42, Conquering the Father-in-Law. No, it's my husband.
These 5 simple words were like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking Mu Nanshan on the forehead.
Husband? The CPU in his brain burned out instantly.
He first stared blankly at his shy baby daughter in his arms. She turned her head and looked at the TV screen, and saw the back of the girl wearing the same dress as the hero, who was holding her hand. Finally, his gaze slowly and stiffly moved to the living room door. A tall young man, wearing a high-end suit and with an outstanding temperament, was standing there carrying bags of gifts.
It's the hero who saves people on TV. He was also the mysterious man in the photo of the gambling stone field who made his silly nephew look like he had seen a ghost. Boom! Countless chaotic streams of information collided wildly in his mind. Mu Nanshan felt a darkness before his eyes. The whole person fell to the side of the sofa. Dad! Master!
The screams of Mu Nuanqin and Uncle Wang instantly resounded throughout the living room. After a flurry of pinching the Renjong point, fanning, and feeding water,
Mu Nanshan finally woke up slowly.
When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was not his daughter crying, nor his loyal old housekeeper. Instead, he stared straight at Lin Feng, who had already walked to the center of the living room.
Heartwarming.
His voice was as weak as a leaky bellows.
What did you just say? Say it again to Dad.
Mu Nuanqin felt both distressed and amused when she saw her father like this. She took the initiative, walked over, and took Lin Feng's arm, with happiness and determination written all over her little face.
Dad!
He is my husband, Lin Feng.
We have already obtained a marriage certificate and held the wedding. Today is the day we return home.
After hearing this, Mu Nanshan took a deep breath and almost fainted again.
Next second,
a shrill howl, so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, burst out from the throat of the richest man in Longchang.
Ouch! My little cabbage. He pounded his chest, tears streaming down his face.
I've worked so hard, with so much effort, to raise these juicy little cabbages for over 20 years. How could I be pushed around without a sound by a pig that appeared out of nowhere? I don't even know what this pig looks like, how old it is, how many people are in its family, or how many acres of land it owns. Lin Feng stood aside, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably.
Am I a pig? Mu Nuanqin couldn't bear to watch her father acting like a drama queen anymore. Dad! What nonsense are you talking about?
Lin Feng is not a pig. She puffed out her rather large small chest like a hen guarding her food and spoke angrily.
He's so good to me. He's the best person in the world to me. Okay? Mu Nanshan wiped away his bitter tears. He's a poor boy, how can he be nice to you? Should he buy you some candy? Poor boy? Moon Wanqin felt like she had heard a huge joke. Dad! Don't judge people by their appearance. You'll look down on them. My husband has made hundreds of millions of dollars through his own investments. Mu Nanshan's crying stopped abruptly. He blinked, a little unresponsive. How many hundreds of millions? He held a wedding for me, and all the fireworks in Dragon City were set off just for me. Didn't you watch the news a few days ago? Mu Nanshan suddenly remembered. A few days ago, there was indeed a news report saying that a mysterious rich man spent a huge sum of money to book the entire Longqing fireworks show just to make a beautiful woman smile. At that time, he also sighed to Uncle Wang that young people nowadays really know how to have fun. After all this fuss, this young man is actually playing with his daughter? The wedding ring he gave me was that exquisite diamond ring worth 1 billion. And the wedding dress I'm wearing cost 100 million. Also, the largest shopping mall in the city center, Vientiane City, is now also my husband's property. Boom! 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 A series of powerful blows completely stunned Mu Nanshan. He felt that his worldview was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly by this son-in-law who appeared out of nowhere. $1 billion diamond ring? A wedding dress worth 100 million? And he bought the mixie? Oh my god. Is this a fucking pig? This is clearly a golden dragon crossing the river. Mu Nanshan looked at his daughter's proud expression, and the grief and anger in his heart that the cabbage was taken away was rapidly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, there is an extremely complex emotion. Shock, astonishment, and a hint of strange relief? It seems, this deal isn't such a loss? He remembered the scene on TV where the young man risked his life to jump into the water to save someone. I thought of my good-for-nothing nephew in the photo, and the look of astonishment on his face when I saw him. He is brave and resourceful, rich and pretty, and has incredible luck. The most important thing is that he is willing to spend so much money on his own daughter. This son-in-law seems not bad? When Moon Wanqin saw her father's expression slowly soften from the purple color of pig liver, she knew there was hope. Her eyes rolled and she was secretly delighted. Dad, don't get excited. Sit down. This is Lin Feng's first visit, and he even specially prepared a return gift for you. After saying that, she ran to the door like a happy little butterfly and brought back a heavy wooden box. The box was made entirely of precious golden nanmu wood and was carved with exquisite auspicious cloud patterns. It was obvious that it was worth a lot of money. Moon Wanqin opened the box carefully. On the yellow satin, there lay quietly a bowl with an ancient shape and a unique style. Dad, look. Moon Wanqin handed the box over as if she was presenting a treasure. This is a treasure my husband found especially for you in the antique street. It's called the Ding Kiln Chicken Crowing Bowl. This bowl is amazing. It looks ordinary in the daytime, but if you take it to a dark place, the spots on it will emit an eerie light and change colors. As a famous antique collector in Longcheng, Mu Nanshan's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the word Ding Kiln. He carefully took the bowl out of the box. It feels warm and has a thick texture. The glaze color and the shape of the vessel exude an indescribable simplicity and mystery. Uncle Wang. Come here. Mu Nanshan waved to the old butler beside him. Come here and open your eyes. Uncle Wang is also an old player. He has been with Mu Nanshan for decades and has seen at least 800 treasures. He carefully took the chicken crowing bowl from Mu Nanshan's hand. Then he took out a pair of reading glasses from his pocket and put them on. He first looked at the overall shape of the bowl, then moved closer to carefully observe the irregular spots on the glaze. Finally, he turned the bowl over and carefully stroked the ring foot at the bottom of the bowl. Suddenly, Uncle Wang's hands began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. His usually calm face turned red. He suddenly took off his glasses, and his eyes widened like bells, filled with incredible ecstasy and excitement. Master! His voice was distorted due to excessive excitement. This treasure should be real. Chapter 43. Take it. Real? According to legend, the Ding Kiln Chicken Crowing Bowl, which only exists in ancient books, is it real? He stood up suddenly from the sofa, and because he moved so quickly, he almost felt dizzy again. Old Wang. You didn't see it wrong? His voice was trembling. No mistake.
Uncle Wang excitedly held the bowl to his chest as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. There were even tears in his eyes, which were wide with excitement. Master, look at the glaze, the shape, and the star-like flares on the bowl's walls. They're exactly like the descriptions in the ancient books. I've been dealing with antiques all my life, and I've always dreamed of seeing this bowl in person. I never expected that today, thanks to my uncle, I would be able to see it. Son-in-law. When these two words came out of Uncle Wang's mouth so naturally, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became a little subtle. Moon Wanxin's little face turned red all of a sudden, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and a barely noticeable curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mu Nanshan was completely stunned. He looked at his old friend who had been with him for decades and whose vision was sharp to the point of being harsh. At this moment, he was like a successful fan chasing a star, showing an almost worshipful expression towards his son-in-law. This is too fucking magical. Sir, you may not know this, Uncle Wang said, immersed in great joy, and began to introduce it non-stop. Legend has it that these ding kiln chicken crowing bowls were originally a pair. It's the imperial tea bowl given to the general by Emperor Huizong of Song. Later, one of them was burned in a fire during the Hanoji incident in Japan, and its whereabouts have been unknown since then. And the only one left, after many twists and turns, finally fell into the hands of a commoner. He regarded it as a national treasure and never even drank a sip of tea from it for the rest of his life. Uncle Wang became more and more excited as he spoke, and his hands holding the bowl shook even more violently. This is a world-famous artifact. It's a treasure of our China. It's been lost for so many years, and I never expected that it would be brought back by you, my son-in-law. There was dead silence in the living room. Moon Wanxin's little mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. She knew that this bowl was precious, but she never expected it to be so precious. This cannot be measured by money, it is simply a priceless treasure. She looked at the calm man beside her, and the deer in her heart was no longer beating wildly, but was dancing tango. My husband is so awesome. After listening to Uncle Wang's explanation, Mu Nanshan felt his heart start beating wildly again. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then, he looked again at the young man in front of him, whom he called Pig. He is rich, beautiful, brave, resourceful, and has incredible luck. Now, that's fucking classy. With just a quick search, I found a long-lost national treasure. How is this stealing his cabbage? Mu Nanshan's mood was extremely complicated. The feeling of grief and indignation just now had long since disappeared into the sky. Instead, there was a kind of indescribable ecstasy and pride. Look, this is my son-in-law, Mu Nanshan. This wave of operations is so amazing that it makes people's scalp tingle. Ahem. Mu Nanshan cleared his throat and tried hard to maintain his dignity as a father-in-law. He walked to Uncle Wang and carefully took the chicken crowing bowl from his hand. It feels warm to the touch, as if it still carries the warmth of history. He stroked the mysterious flares on the wall of the bowl, and was completely stunned. Okay. After a long time, he finally uttered a sigh of admiration from the bottom of his heart. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. The face that originally showed a bit of scrutiny and dissatisfaction now only showed satisfaction and appreciation, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Lin Feng. He called Lin Feng in such a friendly way. This gift is so precious. You are so thoughtful. Lin Feng smiled, neither humble nor arrogant. Dad, as long as you like it. The word dad made Mu Nanshan's heart blossom with joy, and all the pores on his body relaxed. I like it. I like it so much. Mu Nanshan held the bowl in his arms, unable to let it go. The wrinkles on his face turned into a chrysanthemum from his smile. Come on, stop standing and sit down. He warmly greeted Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin and asked them to sit next to him. Uncle Wang. What are you still standing there for? Go and get that cake of De Hong Pao I've treasured for 20 years. Today I want to have a few drinks with my good son-in-law. All right, sir. Uncle Wang also had a happy look on his face, and walked towards the tea room happily. Moon Wanxin looked at the happy scene in front of her and almost fainted with happiness. She secretly stretched out her little hand from under the sofa and hooked Lin Feng's fingers. Lin Feng turned his hand around and tightly wrapped her small hand in his palm. The living room, which was tense and chaotic just now, is now filled with warmth and harmony. Mu Nanshan held his precious bowl, pulled Lin Feng, and began to talk enthusiastically about the intricacies of various antiques, calligraphy and paintings. He discovered that this young son-in-law was not only lucky, but also extremely knowledgeable. No matter which era of porcelain he talked about, or which school of calligraphy and painting, Lin Feng could always add a few words in a casual manner. Moreover, every sentence is incisive and hits the core. The more Mu Nanshan talked, the more shocked he became, and the more he admired her. In the end, when he looked at Lin Feng, he no longer had the attitude of an elder looking at a younger person. It was a kind of mutual appreciation, like meeting a worthy opponent in chess or a soulmate in the mountains and rivers.
Chapter 44 Black-Hearted Little Cotton Jacket. The father-in-law was so happy. Moon Wanqing quietly pulled the corner of Lin Feng's clothes and gave him a wink. "Dad, let me take Lin Feng to my room. I have a lot of childhood photos there." Mu Nanshan was holding the chicken crowing bowl, studying it with fascination.
Upon hearing this, he just waved his hand without even looking up.
"Go ahead, young people, talk more."
As soon as she left the living room, Moon Wanqing's true colors were revealed. She pulled Lin Feng and hid at the corner of the stairs, her little face wrinkled and she beat her chest and stamped her feet.
"Oh my! Husband! We've lost a lot. From what Uncle Wang said, that bowl must be worth several small goals, right? Just give it to my dad for nothing? It hurts my heart no matter how I think about it."
She counted on her fingers, looking like a money grubber. "No, this deal is not worth it. I'll find a chance later and tell your dad that he likes tea too. I need to trick him into giving this bowl back. We can't let this old fox of mine get away with it." Lin Feng was so amused by her black-hearted little cotton-padded jacket appearance that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pinched her puffy little face. "Okay, it's just a bowl. We have no use for it. Your dad likes it, so I gave it to him. Didn't you see how he treated me just now?" He made a 180-degree turn. "Isn't this worth more than a bowl?" "That's different," Moon Wanqing insisted. "Attitude is attitude, money is money. It's such a waste to give something so valuable to my dad." Lin Feng was completely speechless. Just as the two were pulling each other, Mu Nanshan's voice came from the living room.
"Lin Feng, come down and play a game with me?" The two looked at each other and had to go back to the living room.
I saw that Mu Nanshan had someone set up a fine rosewood chessboard in the pavilion in the backyard.
On the chessboard, the black and white jade chess pieces glow with a warm luster in the sunlight. "Can you play chess?" Mu Nanshan asked with a smile.
Lin Feng didn't have time to answer. Suddenly, a crisp reminder sound rang in his mind.
Ding! Detected that the host is deeply interacting with family relationships, check-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Go 10th Dan skill.
Next second.
Countless knowledge about Go, fixed patterns, chess records, and brilliant moves flooded into Lin Feng's mind. From ancient times to the present, the lifelong efforts of all chess masters have turned into his instinct at this moment.
Lin Feng's body paused slightly.
Seeing that he didn't say anything, Mu Nanshan thought he was not very good at it, so he smiled generously.
"It's okay, just play around."
He pointed at the chessboard and said, "You play black, go first, and I'll give you 3 pieces." Giving up 3 stones in Go is a huge concession for amateur players.
"Good." Lin Feng didn't hesitate and walked to the chessboard.
He took 3 black pieces and placed them on 3 star positions on the chessboard. Moon Wanqing couldn't understand it at all, so she could only move a small stool and sit next to it, watching nervously. She leaned over to Uncle Wang and asked in a low voice,
"Uncle Wang, how is my husband doing?"
Uncle Wang twirled his beard and carefully observed the situation on the chessboard. "My son-in-law's chess skills are not that brilliant, they are even a bit ordinary. However, every step he took was very steady and solid, without a single flaw." Mu Nanshan was also observing Lin Feng.
He was playing chess to test Lin Feng's character.
He discovered that this young man made his moves decisively and without hesitation. His seemingly ordinary chess moves concealed a meticulous and careful planning. Well, he is an honest and reliable person. Mu Nanshan was becoming more and more satisfied with his son-in-law. As his mood improved, his chess moves became more unrestrained. The white piece turned into a big dragon, rushing left and right on the chessboard with great momentum. It seemed that the black chess piece's living space was being eroded bit by bit, and it was about to be completely surrounded and killed. Moon Wanqing's heart was in her throat.
Uncle Wang's brows were also tightly furrowed. The master's murderous aura is too strong. I'm afraid my son-in-law can't bear it. Just when everyone thought that the outcome of this game was a foregone conclusion, Lin Feng moved. He picked up a black piece. Then, without thinking, it landed on a position on the chessboard that no one could have expected. Pa! A soft sound. Earth-shattering. At that moment, the situation on the entire chessboard changed suddenly. Mu Nanshan's originally arrogant and domineering white dragon was cut in half at its vital point as if by a sharp sword dropped from the sky. The life of the entire dragon was instantly cut off. All is lost. There was deathly silence in the pavilion. Mu Nanshan's body froze in place, the white piece in his hand hanging in the air, unable to fall. Uncle Wang stood up suddenly, his eyes as big as copper bells, staring at the chessboard. How is this possible? He cried out in surprise, Master, this move is simply a stroke of genius. A stroke of genius. A full half-minute passed. Mu Nanshan slowly put down the chess piece in his hand. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with an expression as if he was looking at a monster. How did you come up with this idea? Lin Feng smiled faintly and put the black piece in his hand back into the chess box. It was just a fluke. It all depends on you, Dad. Chapter 45, Confusion of Right and Wrong. Lucky? Thank you? Mu Nanshan looked at Lin Feng's calm face. Is this fucking luck? This move of chess conceals clumsiness and cleverness and appears foolish despite being extremely wise. It is clear that he calculated until the very last step, and only then did he reveal his true intention and kill with one blow. This kid is really good at pretending. Dad, your chess skills are not good enough. Moon Wanqing doesn't understand chess, but she understands winning and losing. She ran to Lin Feng like a proud little peacock, hugged his arm, and raised her chin proudly towards her father. My husband is amazing. Mu Nanshan puffed his beard and glared. He looked at his beloved daughter, whose elbow had turned outward to the Pacific Ocean, and groaned in anger. You know shit. Although he refused to admit defeat, in his heart, he was extremely satisfied with his son-in-law. Just then, Moon Wanqing's cell phone rang. It is the message notification sound of various social software, ding dong, ringing non-stop. What's going on? She picked up her phone and unlocked the screen. Next second, her little face turned pale in an instant. Husband. She held up the phone, her voice trembling. Lin Feng frowned and took it. On the screen, there is a TikTok video. The cover of the video shows a woman lying on a hospital bed with thick gauze wrapped around her head, her face pale and her eyes filled with grief and anger. It was Zhao Weina. The title of the video is even more shocking. Where is justice? Launching tycoon Lin Feng hits someone with his car and refuses to pay compensation, claiming that money can settle everything. One click to open the video. Zhao Weina's voice, which was filled with tears and every word was heartbreaking, came out. My family, my name is Zhao Weina, an ordinary single mother. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I work hard every day just to give my children a better life. But just the night before yesterday, my life was completely ruined by a beast named Lin Feng. In the video, Zhao Weina cried and portrayed herself as an innocent and pitiful victim. She never mentioned the fact that she rushed into the middle of the road to commit fraud. He just kept emphasizing over and over again how badly he was hit, how difficult his family's situation was, and how cold-blooded and heartless Lin Feng was, bullying others. He drives a luxury car worth millions, but he's not even willing to pay for an 80,000 yuan surgery. He said I hated myself and he wouldn't give me a penny. He also told us to sue him. He has plenty of money and lawyers, and poor people like us can't do anything to him. My dear family, is there really no law in this world? Just because you're rich, can you do whatever you want and take human lives so lightly? Today, even if I die, I will expose his ugly face. I beg everyone to help me and seek justice for ordinary people like us. At the end of the video, Zhao Weina kowtowed heavily to the camera. The entire video is so full of acting and emotion that it's worthy of an Oscar. The comments section of the video has completely exploded. Fuck. Is this guy even human? He's a beast. He must be severely punished. It's broad daylight, in the open air. This kind of thing is happening? What the hell are the launching police doing? Quickly arrest this guy called Lin Feng. Sisters. Find him. Find his home address, his company address, everything. This kind of social scum doesn't deserve to live in this world. Forwarded. I ask for nothing but justice. This elder sister is so pitiful. It's so hard for a single mother to raise a child. That Lin Phone must compensate. He must be compensated until he is bankrupt. Just 1 hour. This video has received over 3 million likes, over 500,000 comments, and has been forwarded over 1 million times. The topic hashtag Lin Phone in Longcheng bumps into someone hashtag rush to the top of Longcheng's hot search list in an unstoppable manner. Following the titles of God of Gambling on Stones and Hero of Dragon City, Lin Phone became popular on the internet in an unexpected way. Only this time, he is the public enemy of the entire internet. Just then, a local celebrity with millions of followers, Longcheng's small incident, also quickly caught up with the trend. He recorded a video immediately. In the video, he was filled with righteous indignation and looked righteous. Family. I have to say a few words about what happened today. Lin Phone, I don't care how rich or powerful you are. If you hit someone, you must take responsibility. Don't talk to me about surveillance or liability. A mother lying on a dying hospital bed versus a wealthy second-generation man driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car. We ordinary people have our own standards for who's right and who's wrong. I'm going to put this aside for today regarding my little incident in Dragon City. I'll take care of this matter. I demand that Lin Phone apologize to Ms. Zhao immediately and bear all medical expenses and subsequent compensation. If you don't stand up, I'm sorry, but we, the netizens across the internet, will let you know what the power of justice is. As soon as this video was released, it instantly set the internet on fire. Brother Long is mighty. This is the light of righteousness of our Dragon City. Support Brother Long. We must give that Lin Phone some strength. Brother Long, let's go to the hospital to visit Sister Zhao. We can't let her fight alone. Public opinion on the internet has completely gotten out of control. Countless netizens who were incited began to frantically attack all information related to Lin Phone. Even 2 days ago, the news released by Longcheng TV station about Lin Phone bravely jumping into the water to save someone was flooded with trolls. It's a show. This is definitely a show. It's all to establish a persona for himself. You can only judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart. He saved someone with 1 foot and then hit them with the other. What a hypocrite. I'm vomiting. I feel sick for that child even thinking about being saved by someone like that. Longcheng's small incident looked at the crazy soaring data in his background and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He knew that the festive traffic was coming. He immediately released a new video. Family members. I see everyone's anger. I've already booked the earliest flight back to Dragon City tomorrow. I will personally go to the hospital to visit Sister Zhao and send her warmth and support on behalf of all our fans. I also want to ask Lin Phone in person whether his conscience has been eaten by a dog. Family members, wait for my news. Justice will never be absent. This video once again set the entire internet on fire, and traffic exploded. Hospital, in the ward. Zhao Weina and Yi Zhaowei, brother and sister, were holding up the phone with a broken screen, looking at the astronomical number of views and likes on it. Their faces were filled with morbid excitement and ecstasy. Sister. Mom. We're famous. Yi Zhaowei was shaking with excitement. Look. Everyone on the internet is helping us curse that bastard Lin Phone. And this big internet celebrity called Dragon City Incident said he's coming to see us tomorrow. Zhao Weina looked at the phone screen with a resentful yet complacent smile on her face. Lin Phone. Aren't you rich? Aren't you powerful? I want to see how you die this time. I will make you lose your reputation and never recover. Chapter 46. The stage is set. Mu Family Manor, Backyard Pavilion. The originally happy atmosphere dropped to freezing point. In the mobile phone video, Zhao Weina's shrill and artificial cries were heard. Mu Nanshan's old face, which had just been smiling like a chrysanthemum, was now so black that ink could drip out of it. Dad. Moonwan was so anxious that tears were about to fall, and she snatched the phone away. This video is fake. It's all that woman's nonsense. When we came out of the police station that night, the traffic police told us clearly that she had rushed into the middle of the road and was trying to scam people. We were not responsible at all. She's conflating right and wrong. This is a false accusation. Mu Nanshan didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and signaled Uncle Wang beside him. Uncle Wang understood and immediately took out his mobile phone, tapping the screen rapidly with his fingers. In less than a minute, he handed the information he had just found to Mu Nanshan. Mu Nanshan looked at the vague traffic accident report on his phone, which was released by the official account of Longqing Traffic Police on the night of the incident. The notice only said that the cause of the accident was under investigation, and did not announce the determination of responsibility. His eyes, which had experienced decades of ups and downs in the business world, narrowed slightly. He saw through the trick at a glance. Public opinion war. This is the most disgusting and unsolvable conspiracy. The other party took advantage of the ordinary people's sympathy for the weak and used moral kidnapping to replace facts and laws. This is outrageous. Mu Nanshan slapped the rosewood chessboard, causing the jade chess pieces on it to jump up. How dare a shrew stir up such a storm in Dragon City? He turned to look at Lin Feng, with a hint of anger in his tone. Lin Feng, don't worry about it. My Mu family's public relations team is not here to eat and do nothing. I promise that within 3 hours, this woman and the crappy internet celebrity behind her will disappear from the internet. Husband. Moon Wanqin also pulled Lin Feng's arm, her little face pale. My dad is right, let's just leave it alone. She hadn't finished speaking yet. He was interrupted by Lin Feng. Dad, it's heartwarming. Lin Feng's voice was very calm. It's as if the social scum who is cursed by millions of people online and whom they wish to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin is not him at all. He took the phone back from Moon Wanqin. Then, in front of the two of them, he clicked on the comment section of the video. Look at those disgusting insults and curses. This kind of scumbag deserves to be hit by a car. His whole family deserves to die. I found out, his wife's name is Moon Wanqin, the daughter of Longqing's richest man, Mu Nanshan. They're birds of a feather. The address has been revealed. The Mu family manor. Brothers, let's go send him a wreath. Moon Wanqin's body began to tremble violently. She couldn't imagine what would happen if these crazy netizens really rushed into her house. But Lin Feng smiled. Need not. He raised his head and looked at Mu Nanshan, who looked stunned. Dad, this is just a small matter, you don't need to do anything. I can do it myself. Mu Nanshan was stunned. He never expected that at this critical juncture, Lin Feng would refuse his help. Is this kid too confident or too naive? Doesn't he know that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it? Being overwhelmed by such overwhelming public opinion, even a god would be skinned alive. What do you want to do? Lin Feng did not answer directly. He just turned the screen of his phone towards Moon Wanqin. On the screen is the latest video released by the internet celebrity named Longqing Small Incident. Family. Justice will never be absent. I've already bought a plane ticket back to Dragon City tomorrow. I will live stream the entire process and visit poor Sister Zhao in the hospital on behalf of our millions of fans. I'm also going to question that beast named Lin Feng face to face. Has his conscience been eaten by a dog? Family, see you in our live studio tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Lin Feng's finger gently tapped the word live broadcast. Then he looked up and smiled. Dad, didn't you just ask me what you wanted to do? It's very simple. Let them make a fuss. The bigger the commotion, the better. I've already set up the stage for them. Tomorrow, I'll be waiting for them to come on stage and perform. However, the ending of this play may not be what they expected. Mu Nanshan looked at the young man in front of him. Look at the expression on his face that shows he is in control of everything. He suddenly had a strong premonition. Tomorrow, in Longqing, something big is going to happen. Good. Mu Nanshan nodded and asked no more questions. I trust you. However, he changed the subject. The security of the manor has been immediately upgraded to the highest level. I don't care what kind of drama you're going to perform tomorrow, my daughter's safety must not be compromised. Thank you, Dad. Lin Feng smiled. It feels really good to have such a domineering and protective father-in-law. Moon Wanqin looked at the two most important men in her life. In just a few words, they started a war that she could not understand at all. The panic and fear in her heart were gradually replaced by an inexplicable sense of security. She didn't know what Lin Feng was going to do. But she knew. Her husband is omnipotent. She stretched out her little hand and held Lin Feng's big hand tightly. Hubby, I don't care what others say. I trust you. Always on your side.
Lin Feng turned his hand and wrapped her small hand in his palm. Then he lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
Chapter 47 Northern Expedition.
After a phone call from Uncle Wang, the security of the Mu family manor was immediately raised to combat readiness level.
Moon Wanxin was still feeling uneasy.
Her little hand tightly grasped the phone, and the vicious curses on the screen made her heart ache. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang.
Caller ID, Jin Yen. Director Lin, have you watched the news?
As soon as the phone was connected, Jin Yan's anxious voice came over.
Those people online are absolutely crazy.
They can't tell right from wrong and can't even distinguish between right and wrong.
Don't worry, I've mobilized all my colleagues at the law firm to clarify this for you online.
Lin Feng smiled. Lawyer Jin, I appreciate your kindness.
But, no need. Let them scold.
Jin Yan was completely stunned on the other end of the phone. Director Lin, this is damaging to your reputation if you allow them to spread rumors like this.
Reputation?
There was a hint of amusement in Lin Feng's tone.
When have I ever cared about this?
After saying that, he hung up the phone. In Lin Feng's mind, the familiar and cold mechanical voice arrived as expected.
Ding.
The host has been detected to be facing a major public opinion crisis.
A check-in task is now being issued. Option 1, keep the peace.
Spend 100 million and hire the nation's top PR team to suppress all negative public opinion and clear your name.
Reward, title, Mr. Nice Guy. Option 2, fight back. Since they want to play a propaganda war, let's play along. Let the storm intensify. The internet is not a lawless place, rumormongers must pay with blood. Reward, 10 million elite online influencers. I choose 2. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for making your choice.
Rewards being distributed. 10 million elite online water armies are in place. A top-level management group has been automatically created for the host, please check. Next second. Lin Feng's cell phone vibrated slightly. A WeChat group named Northern Expedition appeared in his chat list. Group members, 200. He just clicked in. A series of uniform messages instantly flooded the screen.
Commander number 001, with your 50,000 naval forces, reports to the king. Commander number 002, with 50,000 naval forces under your command, reports to the king. Commander number 003, with 50,000 naval forces under his command, reports to the king.
Commander number 200, with your 50,000 naval forces, reports to the king. A total of 10 million soldiers assembled. The king commands us to do this, even if it means death.
Lin Feng looked at the screen full of middle school-like atmosphere, yet murderous speech, and the corners of his mouth twitched.
Oh shit. The system is awesome. This is an iron army on the internet that can hit whatever it points and has extremely high combat effectiveness. Husband, what's wrong with you?
Moon Wanxin saw him staring at his phone in a daze and asked in a low voice. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a new push notification pop up on her phone. It was posted by the internet celebrity named Longcheng's Small Incident.
Family, I just got off the plane. I'm rushing to the hospital now. Justice will prevail.
Moon Wanxin was so angry that she was shaking all over.
She couldn't bear it any longer and clicked directly into the comments section to confront those brainless trolls. You don't know anything. Why do you curse at me? She just sent one. In an instant, I was drowned in a sea of saliva. Hey, the rich man's lackey is here?
Wash, keep washing, I want to see how much you can wash.
How much did the OP get paid for working so hard? Could you bring a bro along too? Didn't your parents teach you what's right and wrong? Or are rich people's parents inhuman?
Moon Wanxin was so angry at the dirty words that her eyes turned red.
Her little hands tapped quickly on the keyboard.
She wanted to refute, but found that everything she said was pale.
How could one person's voice drown out the slander of thousands of people? A big hand covered her phone.
Lin Feng took her phone and pressed the lock screen button directly.
Are you stupid?
He reached out and scratched her little nose lovingly.
Why would you get angry with a bunch of idiots who are being used as pawns? But they...
Moon Wanxin felt so aggrieved that she was about to cry.
Don't say but.
Lin Feng held her in his arms and patted her back gently.
Turn off your phone and turn off the comments.
My husband invites you to watch the biggest show of the year. After saying that, he issued his first command in the group named Northern Expedition.
Everyone listen. From now on, step up your efforts.
Push hashtag Longqing bumps into the top tag hashtag to the top of the national trending searches. I don't care what methods you use, hype, provoke conflict, or lead the conversation. I want this to be so popular that everyone knows about it before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let the Zhao Weina and that internet celebrity called Longqing Zaya Shijian fly higher and higher.
There was silence in the group for 3 seconds. Then, there were more uniform responses. As you command, my lord.
Moon Wanxin leaned in Lin Feng's arms. Although she was still a little uneasy, the panic in her heart miraculously subsided. She raised her head and looked at her man's calm and confident profile.
Husband, what are you going to do?
Shoo. Lin Feng stretched out his finger and pressed it against her soft lips, with an unfathomable smile on his face.
The show has just begun. He just wants to make things bigger. It became known to everyone.
It got to the point where everyone stood on the moral high ground and criticized him. He wanted to let Zhao Weina's family and that jumping internet celebrity enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention.
Because the higher you fly, the more painful it will be when you fall. Chapter 48 Public Enemy. Mu Nanshan's face turned pale as he looked at the disgusting comments on his phone.
He tossed his phone aside and returned his attention to the chessboard. Lin Feng, this game of chess isn't over yet.
Let's continue.
He suppressed his anger. Lin Feng nodded without saying anything.
Moon Wanxin couldn't understand chess, but she could understand her father's expression.
She leaned close to Uncle Wang and asked in a low voice.
Uncle Wang, my dad, isn't he planning to lose his temper on the chessboard?
Uncle Wang smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Miss, don't you know the master's temper?
He's just holding back his anger and has nowhere to vent it.
The chess game begins again. However, this time,
Lin Feng's style of chess has changed. If we talk about the previous game, he was like a steady and cautious master, taking every step carefully and hiding his clumsiness and cleverness. So in this game, he is a killing god crawling out of hell. Every move he made was filled with undisguised, murderous intent. No testing, no planning. Only the most direct and bloody frontal charge.
Bang!
The black piece fell, like a black battle axe, and directly chopped into the white chess position. Mu Nanshan subconsciously wanted to defend himself. But Lin Feng's next move was faster and more ruthless.
Bang! Another one.
It was as if the clarion call for a general attack had been sounded. On the chessboard, all of Lin Feng's black pieces seemed to come alive at this moment. They transformed into thousands of troops and launched a suicidal charge from all directions towards Mu Nanshan's lonely white dragon.
Strangling. Encirclement and suppression. Massacre. Mu Nanshan was stunned.
He felt that the person he was facing was not a chess player at all. But he is a general who has experienced many battles and is decisive in killing. He tried to resist in a panic, but every step seemed like he fell into a trap carefully set by the opponent.
But it was only a dozen moves.
His big white dragon was divided, surrounded, and finally slaughtered, leaving no place alive.
All is lost. The defeat was even more tragic and complete than the previous one. Mu Nanshan stared at the chessboard blankly. You. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with an expression as if he was looking at a monster. You brat. How can playing chess be like killing someone? No mercy at all.
Lin Feng smiled faintly and put the black piece in his hand back into the chess box.
Dad, the chessboard is like a battlefield. To be kind to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself.
Mu Nanshan was so choked by his words that he couldn't speak for a long time. He looked at Lin Feng's calm face, and the anger that had been suppressed in his heart suddenly rose up again.
Come again.
He slammed the table and swept all the chess pieces on the board into the chess box.
I just don't believe this. I have to beat you today.
Moon Wanxin was standing by, stamping her feet anxiously.
Dad. Why are you still acting like a child? Mu Nanshan glared. Shut up. You're a traitor.
Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and teach your disrespectful husband a lesson.
Then, in the next hour, the entire backyard pavilion was filled with Mu Nanshan's angry roar. Come again. Come again. Damn it. Why the hell did you kill my dragon again? Come again.
Uncle Wang stood aside, looking at his master who was being tortured to death, but who kept fighting and became more and more courageous after repeated defeats.
An expression of pity appeared on his face. It's so miserable. It's really miserable.
My son-in-law, this is not playing chess at all. This is clearly a one-sided, inhumane, and bloody massacre.
Finally,
after losing 7 games in a row, and being defeated completely in each game,
Mu Nanshan completely collapsed.
He threw the white piece in his hand hard onto the chessboard. The whole person was slumped in the chair, gasping for breath, looking as if his body was hollowed out. He looked at Lin Feng for a long time before he uttered a word.
Kid, tell me honestly, what rank are you at?
Lin Feng thought about it and answered honestly.
Probably a little bit stronger than a professional ninth dan. Puff.
Mu Nanshan felt like he was stabbed in the heart again. He waved his hands and shouted weakly into the house.
Tell the kitchen to prepare lunch. Make some extra dishes.
Then he turned his head, looked at Lin Feng, and snorted.
Boy, don't leave today, stay for dinner.
Mu Nanshan looked at her father's hypocritical expression, and the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. She knew that her father, who was very picky, accepted Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. At the Mu family manor, the father-in-law and son-in-law reconciled in a peculiar way.
The entire online world has been completely ignited.
Under the push of Lin Feng's 10 million Northern Expedition Army, regardless of cost and with all their strength. The topic #Lin Feng in Longcheng hits someone hashtag is no longer just a hot search in Longcheng.
It swept the hot search lists of major online platforms with a devastating momentum.
Shake, first.
Micro, first. Knowledge comes first. 100, first. Quick, first. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and overwhelming public opinion. Countless people who didn't know the truth rushed in.
When they saw the tearful accusation video of Zhao Weina forwarded by Longcheng Small Incident,
everyone's anger was ignited.
What kind of social scum is this?
They must be severely punished. Is being rich such a big deal? Does being rich mean you can take people's lives lightly? Boycott. We must boycott the Mu Group. Make this black-hearted capitalist bankrupt. Public opinion has completely gotten out of control.
As one of the instigators of all this, Longcheng Small Incident has now arrived at Longcheng First People's Hospital.
He held up his phone and started the live broadcast. Family. I'm here. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent.
He pointed the camera at the woman lying on the bed in the ward, her face pale and dying. Zhao Weina's acting skills reached their peak at this moment. When she saw the camera, tears immediately flowed down her face. Her miserable and helpless look instantly struck the hearts of everyone in the live broadcast room. The number of people in the live broadcast room began to soar at a terrifying rate.
100,000. 500,000. 1 million. The entire screen was completely covered with dense barrages of comments. I'm so heartbroken. Big sister, please don't cry. Brother Long, YYDS. You are the real hope for us ordinary people. Where's that bastard Lin Feng? Find him. We need to confront him face to face. Yes. Face to face.
A small incident in Dragon City. Looking at the ever-increasing numbers and the screen full of comments supporting him, he was so excited that he didn't know what his name was.
He knows. He made the right bet. Chapter 49 adds more hot news. Family. Family.
Longcheng Xiaojiu faced the camera and shouted at the top of his lungs. His excited and flushed face was filled with the light of justice. Everyone might think this is just a simple incident of a wealthy man driving a car and bullying others.
But I'm telling you, you're wrong. The truth is far more filthy, uglier, and more unscrupulous than you can imagine.
He paused suddenly, took a deep breath, and was brewing a thunder that would shake the world.
In the live broadcast room, millions of viewers held their breath.
The barrage of comments has all come to a standstill.
This beast called Lin Feng. He didn't just hit Sister Zhao. He is also Sister Zhao's future son-in-law. Boom. The entire live broadcast room exploded instantly. What the hell? Future son-in-law? What the hell did I hear wrong? Brother Long, you are serious. This melon is too big. Is this true? I can't F King accept this twist.
Longcheng Zia Shijian ignored the frenzy of the barrage and pointed the camera at Zhao Weina, who was lying on the hospital bed and crying so hard that she was about to faint.
Family members, listen for yourselves. Let Sister Zhao tell you in person what this beast did to her and her daughter.
Zhao Weina raised her face wrapped in gauze and covered with tears. Her voice was hoarse, desperate, and like the cry of a cuckoo. My poor daughter, her name is Yi Ruhong. She and that beast Lin Feng have been together for 4 whole years. My daughter obeyed him in everything and gave him everything. She thought she had found the man she could entrust her life to. Lin Feng also promised her that he would give her the grandest wedding in the world. He said that he wanted all the fireworks in Dragon City to be set off just for my daughter.
But on the wedding day,
when my daughter, wearing a pure white wedding dress, was waiting for him to marry her with joy,
he actually grabbed the bridesmaid's hand and ran away in front of all the friends and family.
When Zhao Weina said this, she couldn't catch her breath and started coughing violently, as if she wanted to cough out her heart and liver.
That bridesmaid.
She's the daughter of the Mu family, Moon Wanxin. In order to climb up the Mu family's ladder, he abandoned my poor daughter.
My daughter went crazy at that time and wanted to jump off the building.
As a mother, I feel so sad.
I just want to find him and get to the bottom of it.
I just want to ask him why he did this to my daughter and whether he still has a conscience.
But what about him?
When he saw me, he didn't say a word. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards me.
He wants to kill me to silence me.
He's just afraid that I'll tell others about the ugly things he did.
My poor daughter, woo-woo.
Zhao Weina's cry was shrill and yet contagious.
Everyone was shocked by this story, which was even more bizarre and melodramatic than any TV drama.
More than 10 seconds passed.
The barrage of comments exploded in an unprecedented manner. Oh my god. Fuck. I've never heard of such a beastly thing in my fucking life. Breaking off an engagement. Cheating on the bridesmaid. Driving into my mother-in-law. Is this something a human being could do? I understand. I understand everything.
The news a few days ago about that mysterious tycoon who booked all the fireworks in the city, the hero is Lin Feng. The heroine is that mistress, Moon Wanxin. Their happiness is built on the pain of another girl.
Ugh. I'm throwing up.
No wonder he jumped into the water to save someone and then ran off with that woman.
He must have been guilty. Call the police.
You must call the police.
This is not a simple traffic accident. This is intentional homicide. Find him. Find his entire family.
This kind of scum doesn't deserve to live in this world.
Boycott the Mu Group.
Let the stock of this unscrupulous company hit its lower limit.
Public opinion is no longer out of control. It's complete, possessed by the devil.
If before, Lin Feng was just a rich second generation who bullies others by taking advantage of his power, so now, he has become the biggest scumbag of the century who abandoned his fiancée, cheated on his beautiful and rich wife, and attempted to murder his mother-in-law. Just 10 minutes.
This live clip of the Longcheng incident was spread crazily to every online platform. On Weibo.
Hashtag Linfeng Century Scumbag Hashtag. Hashtag the groom ran away with the bridesmaid on the wedding day Hashtag. Hashtag the most poisonous thing is the unfaithful man Hashtag.
The 3 topics dominated the hot search list at the speed of a rocket. The top 3 are all him. Following that, there is a boiling word explosion.
At this moment, the entire internet was paralyzed because of Lin Feng. Countless netizens flocked to the official accounts of Longcheng, leaving crazy messages and demanding that the authorities take immediate action to bring this unscrupulous social scum to justice.
The influence of this incident has far exceeded that of ordinary social news. It became a national trial about morality, human nature, and justice. Chapter 50 Genius Operation. It's late at night.
Lin Feng was lying in the guest room prepared for him in the Mu family manor, unable to sleep at all. In his mind, that cold mechanical voice rang out.
Ding!
The system has detected that the host has stayed in the new map Mu family manor for more than 4 hours, and the automatic check-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, information hidden. God-level information hiding. The host can selectively hide all personal information, including but not limited to identity, address, assets, and relationships, as desired. No mortal or technological means can reveal the secrets that the host does not want to reveal.
It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early.
This reward is tailor-made for the current situation.
He chose to open it without hesitation.
Now, let alone a human flesh search, even if the Jade Emperor came, he wouldn't be able to find anything about him. He could sit back and watch the clowns finish their show. Just then, the door of the guest room was quietly pushed open a crack. A little head in pink bunny pajamas poked in. It's Moon Wanxin. Seeing that Lin Feng was still awake, she tiptoed in and threw herself into his arms. Honey, I can't sleep. Her little hands tightly grasped Lin Feng's pajamas, and her voice was full of worry. Those people online are being so rude. I just begged my dad to find someone to delete those videos in trending searches, but he told me to just leave it alone. What on earth do you want to do? I'm so worried about you. Lin Feng felt the trembling of the little woman in his arms, and his heart warmed. He reached out and patted her back gently. Silly girl, trust your husband. They are just a bunch of rabble, how can they really turn the world upside down? Go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, I'll show you a good show. Moon Wanxin rubbed against his arms and found a comfortable position. Then I won't leave tonight. I want to sleep here with you. Good. The next day, early morning. In the restaurant. Mu Nanshan had two big dark circles under his eyes, obviously he didn't sleep well the night before. While drinking porridge, he gave instructions to Uncle Wang. Old Wang, tell Mr. Li that I agree to sell the land on Furong Street. Furong Street? Lin Feng raised his head. Dad, are you talking about the commercial pedestrian street in the west of the city? Mu Nanshan nodded inside. Yeah, that street has been in my hands for several years, and it's half dead. There have been rumors for the past 2 years that Metro Line 3 would pass through there, but until now, there hasn't even been a document. Now that Mr. Li is willing to pay 800 million to take over, I don't want to waste any more time. The sooner I make a move, the less trouble I'll have. Lin Feng put down his chopsticks. Dad, I don't think you should sell that street. Mu Nanshan raised his eyebrows. Oh? Why? Things like subway planning will be implemented sooner or later. Lin Feng's tone was very affirmative. If you sell it now, once the documents arrive, the price won't be 800 million anymore. Of course I know. Mu Nanshan said unhappily, but what if it's not implemented? I'll have to spend tens of millions a year just on maintenance and management. I can't afford it. Let's do this, Lin Feng said directly. Mr. Li will contribute 800 million yuan, and I will contribute 1.2 billion yuan. Puff. Mu Nanshan spat out a mouthful of porridge. Uncle Wang standing by was also stunned. 50% higher than the market price? This is not buying anything, this is clearly giving money. Uncle Wang analyzed carefully from the side. Master, you know in your heart that the land on Furong Street is a hot potato. Let's sell it. I'm afraid the subway planning documents will come out tomorrow, and I'll be giving it away for nothing. If I don't sell it, I'm afraid the documents won't come out in 3 to 5 years, and I'll be killed by it. Uncle Wang's words touched Mu Nanshan's heart. He has been so worried these days that several of his hairs have turned white. Lin Feng smiled. Dad, since you're so conflicted, I have a way to have the best of both worlds. I'll still give you 800 million for your commercial street, full price. But I only want half the equity. The remaining half is still yours. This way, you can get the money and solve your current financial problems, while also keeping half of the equity and waiting for it to appreciate in value in the future. What do you think? The living room suddenly became quiet. Mu Nanshan and Uncle Wang both looked at Lin Feng as if he were a fool. Buy only half of the shares at full price? What the hell is this genius operation? Doesn't this mean that 400 million yuan was given to the Mu family for nothing? Hubby. You're awesome. Moon Wanxin was the first to react, clapping her hands excitedly. Dad. Just agree to it. She showed off proudly to her dumbfounded father and housekeeper. You don't know how amazing my husband is. He went shopping at the antique street a few days ago and made nearly 1 billion. That little bit of money from Furong Street is just a drop in the bucket for him. Boom. One day, 10 billion? Chapter 51 Secretary Gung takes action. One day, 10 billion? Is this fucking human language? Even a money printing machine can't be this fast. Mu Nanshan felt that his worldview had been pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly countless times by this cheap son-in-law in just 2 days. He took a deep breath. Old Wang. Go and get the subscription contract for Furong Street.
Yes, sir. Uncle Wang turned and left in a hurry, fearing that his son-in-law would change his mind. Mu Nanshan forced himself to remain calm, picked up the bowl of porridge in front of him and took a sip. Hot. He looked at Lin Feng with mixed feelings. What is this kid up to? Soon, Uncle Wang returned to the restaurant with a printed contract. Mu Nanshan took the contract. Without even looking at it, he turned to the last page and signed his name. Then, he pushed the contract in front of Lin Feng. Boy, 800 million to buy half of my shares. I, Mu Nanshan, have never suffered such a loss in this business in my life. If you dare to make me lose everything, I will lock Muanxin up and never let you see her again. This threat doesn't have any basis at all. Lin Feng smiled, picked up the pen, and signed his name on the contract. In duplicate, neat and tidy. Dad, don't worry. You will never regret this deal in your life. Mu Nanshan snorted, which was considered as his agreement. Tell me, how are you going to pay me 800 million? In installments or? Lin Feng didn't say anything, just took out his cell phone. Send me your card number. Although Mu Nanshan was confused, he still asked Uncle Wang to send his bank card number. Next second. Byte. A crisp text message alert sounded from Mu Nanshan's phone. Subconsciously, he picked it up and took a look. Longcheng Bank, dear Mr. Mu Nanshan, your account number ending in 8888 was deposited with 2 billion renminbi at 8:15 a.m. on August 10th. The current account balance is. He rubbed his eyes hard. Then, look again. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. That's right. It's 9 zeros. A full 2 billion. Plop. The phone in Mu Nanshan's hand slipped and fell into the bowl of porridge in front of him. His whole body froze. Uncle Wang and Mu Nuanxin, who were standing by, were shocked when they saw him like this. Dad. What's wrong with you? Master. Are you okay? Mu Nanshan ignored them. He just slowly raised his head. He looked at Lin Feng with an extremely complicated expression. This young man just casually transferred 2 billion yuan into his account at one time? What the fuck is this concept? This is not money anymore. It's just a string of cold numbers. This is strength. It's confidence. Now, he finally understood why his silly nephew had such a look of astonishment. How can this be his son-in-law? This is clearly inviting back a god of wealth. Things on the internet. Mu Nanshan suddenly thought of it. Lin Feng put the contract away and spoke slowly. Dad, don't be impatient. Wait for a reversal. Trust me, I can handle it. At the same time, this public opinion storm ignited by Lin Feng himself has completely spread from online to offline. The streets and alleys of Longcheng, restaurants, subways, office buildings. Almost everyone was discussing the name Lin Feng. Have you heard? That gambling stone master who saved someone a few days ago turned out to be a scumbag of the century. Yeah, that's disgusting. He abandoned his fiancée and even ran over his mother-in-law with his car. He's worse than an animal. And that Mu family's daughter is no good either. A mistress in power is a nest of snakes and rats. Longcheng First People's Hospital. In the senior ward, Zhao Weina and her family were immersed in great ecstasy. Sister. Mom. We got it. We got it. Yi Zhaowei held up his cell phone, his face flushed with excitement. Look at this live broadcast backstage. Just this morning, the rewards and gifts received exceeded 500,000. Zhao Weina was lying on the hospital bed, looking at the numbers jumping on her cell phone, with a sick smile on her face. This is just the beginning. When that bastard Lin Feng is brought to ruin, we will get even more compensation. When the time comes, we'll move to a bigger house and buy you a BMW. Yeah. The whole family laughed so hard that they fell over, as if they had already seen a beautiful life in the future. Longcheng City Mansion, top floor office. Deng Jihui was frowning as he listened to his secretary's report. Secretary, I found it. There was a hint of disbelief in the secretary's voice. The young man who saved Xiao Shui by the lake that day was Lin Feng. Deng Jihui's body shook violently. Which Lin Feng? That's Lin Feng, the one being scolded by the entire internet right now. The secretary quickly handed over a confidential document that had just been transferred from the traffic police team.
Inside is the most original, unedited high-definition surveillance video of the road section where the incident occurred.
There is also the most authoritative accident responsibility determination letter issued by the traffic police team. It's written in black and white, very clear.
It was Zhao Weina who suddenly rushed out of the sidewalk and rammed into Lin Feng's car.
Lin Feng, no blame.
Deng Jihui stared at the screen, seeing Zhao Weina's ugly face as if she was trying to scam someone. I watched the videos on the internet again and saw her shameless performance with tears and distortion of right and wrong. A surge of rage.
Good. Okay. Deng Jihui laughed in anger.
He slammed the table so hard that the whole office shook. You're playing this kind of trick of spreading rumors and fooling the public on my territory.
You're making fun of the people of Dragon City. You treat the rule of law in my Dragon City as a joke. He saved my son. He is the hero of Dragon City.
Now, because of a shrew's false accusation, he is being pointed at and cursed by thousands of people.
Is this the Dragon City under his rule? How ridiculous. How ironic. Notify them. Deng Jihui's voice is unquestionable.
Hold a press conference immediately in the official name of the Longqing city government. Release this surveillance video and this letter of responsibility, completely and without deleting a single frame. I want to show everyone in the world what these weaklings they hold so dear are. I want everyone to know that in Dragon City, there are still fucking laws.
Got it. Secretary. Chapter 52, Shocking Reversal. Launching First People's Hospital.
In the VIP ward, the atmosphere was as lively as if it were Chinese New Year.
Family. Family.
The little Dragon City incident held up a selfie stick, and the expression on his face showed both compassion for the world and uncontrollable ecstasy.
Did you see that? This is the brilliance of humanity. This is the power of justice. He pointed the camera at the constantly jumping number on the phone.
The amount of rewards received in the live broadcast backend has exceeded 1 million.
What happened to Sister Zhao's family has touched the hearts of all of us.
On behalf of Sister Zhao, I'm here to thank the family for their generous donation.
But this alone is far from enough.
He took a deep breath, and with his acting skills bursting out, he wiped away the non-existent tears with the back of his hand. Ms. Zhao's follow-up treatment, mental damage, and her poor daughter who was mentally ill after being hurt by that scumbag, all require money.
I'm here to announce a donation account.
I, Longqing Xiaoshi, promise everyone in the name of my millions of fans. Every penny of this money will be used for Sister Zhao's family.
Family members. Let us work together for justice.
After saying that, he typed the bank card number he had prepared long ago in bold red letters in the center of the live broadcast screen.
A moment.
In the live broadcast room, all the netizens who were incited to emotion were excited.
I've transferred 500.
It's not much, just a token of my appreciation. I'm still a student, and I've already turned 30.
Come on, Brother Long. Come on, Sister Zhao. Damn, this makes my blood boil.
I just transferred all the 10,000 yuan bonus the company just gave me.
Kill that bastard named Lin.
Yi Jiawei held his mobile phone and looked at the bank's text message reminders of transfer successful in the background, and his whole body was shaking with excitement.
10,000. 50,000. 100,000. In just half an hour, the amount in the account exceeded 3 million. Sister. Mom. We got rich. We really got rich.
Excitedly, he put his phone in front of Zhao Weina. Zhao Weina looked at the string of numbers that dazzled her, and her saliva was almost flowing out greedily.
This is just the beginning.
She said bitterly, when that little bastard Lin Feng is completely ruined, we'll make him pay more than this.
Yes.
A hint of viciousness that was inconsistent with his age flashed across Yi Jiawei's face. Just asking him to pay the money is too easy for him.
I want to make sure he can't stay in Dragon City anymore.
He rolled his eyes and came up with a more vicious idea. Mom, sister, let's just expose the address of the Mu family manor. Let those righteous netizens go to his house and settle the score. Let him know what the vast ocean of the people means. Yi Ruhong, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help but speak after hearing this.
You're crazy.
She stood up suddenly.
We are breaking the law by doing this.
Also, Lin Feng, he actually.
Shut up.
Zhao Weina slammed the bed and yelled at her daughter. You're such an ungrateful traitor.
You're such a traitor. Lin Feng treated you like this, and you still side with him? Are you such a jerk? Yi Jiaowei also looked at his sister with contempt. Sister, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? We are venting your anger now. We are helping you get justice. Besides, who said we were the ones who exposed it? He shook his phone proudly. I said it was a righteous hacker who couldn't stand what Lin Feng did and hacked his information. Is that not okay? Yi Ruhong was left speechless by her own mother and brother. She looked at their faces, which were twisted by greed and resentment, and felt strange and chilling. Half an hour later, an account claiming to be a righteous hacker published the detailed address of the Mu family manor on the internet. The entire network is in an uproar. Brothers, we have the address. Let's go offline. Damn it. I'm buying a ticket to Dragon City right now. If I don't break that scumbag's legs, I won't be named Wang. Form a group. Are there any brothers from Longcheng? Let's go and give the Mu family some specialties. Count me in. I've already called Hualala. Wreaths, funeral clothes, and paper money for the dead plenty. For a moment, the crowd was excited. Countless netizens, overwhelmed by anger, flocked from online to offline. Less than an hour. A huge crowd of people gathered at the gate of the Mu family manor. They held banners and shouted slogans. Lin Feng, you scumbag, give me justice. Mu family mistress, get out of Dragon City. The security guards of the manor tried their best to stop them, but they were unable to stop the surging crowd. Eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, and some people even started throwing red paint on the valuable carved iron door. The entire manor fell into chaos. In the ward, Zhao Weina and Yi Jiaowei were admiring their own masterpiece through the live broadcast of the Dragon City incident. The two of them laughed so hard that they fell over. Mom, look. It feels so good. Yi Jiaowei pointed at the chaotic scene on the screen and danced excitedly. Once this is over, we'll go negotiate with that bastard Lin Feng. If he doesn't pay 300 to 500 million yuan in compensation for mental damage, this matter will never end. Zhao Weina licked her lips greedily. 30 to 50 million? Too little. I want his too, the Rice Su-777. Just then, the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. What the hell? What's going on? Dragon City's official Weibo has released something. Go check it out. Launching Xia Shijian was also stunned for a moment, and subconsciously, he left the live broadcast room and opened Weibo. The official account of Longcheng release forwarded a headline news from Longcheng Daily 5 minutes ago. It was also accompanied by a concise yet firm text. The internet is not a lawless place, and the truth cannot be distorted. Everyone was confused by this sudden official response. Countless people clicked on the news link with curiosity and doubt. The headline of the news is very official and bland. Investigation report on the traffic accident on Ring Road on the evening of August 8th. But when they saw what was inside, everyone was stunned. The notice not only included the section of the road where the incident occurred, but also a 360-degree high-definition surveillance video with no blind spots. Also attached was an official responsibility determination letter issued by the Longcheng Traffic Police Corps and stamped with a bright red seal. In the video, Lin Feng's vehicle drove straight as normal after the green light came on. And Zhao Weina, who was crying bitterly online and claiming that she was intentionally murdered, suddenly rushed out from the green belt of the sidewalk like a mad bull, and crashed straight into the front of Lin Feng's car. Scam. It's a complete and utter suicidal scam. It is clearly written in black and white on the responsibility determination letter. After investigation, the pedestrian Zhao Mumu seriously violated traffic regulations by jaywalking. He is suspected of intentionally causing the traffic accident and should bear full responsibility for the accident. The car owner, Mr. Lin, did not commit any driving violations and is not responsible. At this moment, the entire internet seemed to be paused. The comment section that was in an uproar and full of calls for war and killing just a second ago was now dead silent. A few minutes passed. The barrage of comments, filled with countless question marks and WTF, completely exploded. Fuck. Is there something wrong with my eyes? So the person we've been scolding for 2 days is a victim? The weakling we've been sympathizing with for 2 days is a scoundrel who is trying to scam people? My face hurts, it feels like it's been slapped. This is a shocking reversal. The clown is actually me? It's collapsed, it's collapsed. The entire internet is fucking collapsed. Chapter 53, Death Struggle. Launching release, this official account has tens of millions of followers, but it usually posts news with fewer than 1,000 comments. But today, this post received over 1 million likes and 500,000 retweets in just a few minutes. Countless netizens who had scolded Lin Feng before felt a burning pain on their faces. I was wrong, I repent, I am the idiot who was used as a tool. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I kowtow to you. This isn't a reversal, it's fucking turned my head around. I declare the Zhao Weina and that little Dragon City incident are Oscar worthy. The clown is actually me. Dragon City. In a rental house. A Douyin blogger with the online name, Xiao Wugu, suddenly jumped up from his chair. Chance. A great opportunity has arrived. He was jealous of the Longcheng incident for the traffic it was making, but he couldn't find a way in. Now, isn't the opportunity here. He immediately set up his phone, cleared his throat, and with an indignant expression on his face, began recording the video. Family members, I want to say a few fair words about Mr. Lin Feng's matter. I just watched the official video frame by frame 10 times. I can responsibly tell you that Zhao Weina is 100% a perpetrator of a malicious fraud scheme. She exploited everyone's sympathy, twisted the truth into falsehood, spread rumors, and fooled the entire internet. This kind of person is more hateful than a real bad person. Because she exploits the kindness of all of us. After recording the video, he spent 100 yuan to buy some traffic and released it directly on Douyin. At the same time, another blogger with the online name was so excited that he almost cried. The day before yesterday, he just made a weak comment under the video of the small incident in Longcheng, saying wait for a reversal in everything and don't take sides easily. As a result, he was scolded tens of thousands of times by those angry netizens, and his ancestors were cursed to the point of being ignored. In the end, he was forced to delete his comments and cancel his account. Now, he posted a new video using his second account. There was nothing in the video except a black background with a line of big red words written on it. I don't mean anything else, I just want to ask, to the tens of thousands of people who cursed me the day before yesterday, do your faces still hurt? After the video was released, the number of likes kept increasing and soon exceeded 100,000. There is not a single comment in the comments section. Because he turned off the comment function. But looking at the number of likes that kept jumping, I felt that I had never felt so proud in my life. So cool. With the fate of more and more bloggers, the wind direction on Douyin, Weibo, and all social platforms has completely changed. Hashtag the whole internet owes Lin Feng an apology hashtag. Hashtag Zhao Weina, the one who hit the porcelain hashtag. Hashtag internet celebrity Dragon City small incident get out of Dragon City hashtag. One new topic after another rushed to the hot search with greater ferocity than before. Of course, there are also some stubborn netizens who refuse to believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The authorities must have been bribed by that Lin guy. How can a second-generation rich man who drives a multi-million-dollar luxury car be innocent? You've all been brainwashed by capitalism. This video must have been photoshopped. With technology so advanced these days, isn't it easy to Photoshop a video? Family members, don't be led by the rhythm. We must trust Sister Zhao. Trust Brother Long. More people, filled with questions and anger, flocked back into the live broadcast room of the Dragon City incident. The live broadcast room, which was originally full of gifts, rewards and transfers, stopped instantly. Instead, the screen is full of question marks and questions. Brother Long, have you read the official announcement? What exactly is going on? Didn't you say Lin Feng hit someone? In the video, it was clearly the woman who bumped into him. Scammers. You swindlers. Give me back my tip. Money back. Money back. In the ward. The smile on the face of Longcheng's small incident froze. Yi Jiaowei held his mobile phone and was dumbfounded as he looked at the transfer record that suddenly stopped in the background. Sister. Mom. What's going on? Zhao Weina snatched the phone away when she saw the glaring news report from Longcheng release. Her face, which originally had a smug smile on it, turned pale. No, impossible. She screamed. This is fake. It has to be fake. That beast Lin Feng paid off the officials. They are the ones who teamed up to bully us ordinary people.
The Longcheng incident also reacted, and he quickly shouted at the camera at the top of his lungs.
Family members, don't panic. Don't believe these so-called official announcements. This is all due to the power of capital. It's that Lin Feng who's behind this. The truth will not be covered up. Justice is on our side.
Zhao Weina immediately cooperated and began her performance. She suddenly sat up from the bed and, desperately, began to tear off the gauze on her head.
I won't live anymore. I won't live anymore.
She beat her chest and stamped her feet, crying heart-wrenchingly, and her sorrowful look was 100 times more real than before. There is no justice in this world.
Just because someone is rich, can they be so lawless and confuse right and wrong? I'm just a powerless commoner. What can I use to fight them? I only have one rotten life left. Today, I will die in front of you to prove my innocence.
In the live broadcast room, some wavering netizens were convinced by her attitude of dying to prove her determination.
Yes. The power of capital is terrifying. We can't lose. Sister Zhao, don't get excited. We believe you. Damn it, let us fight them.
Seeing this, the Longcheng incident knew that it had to add fuel to the fire. He looked at the camera, raised his arms and shouted, almost like a madman.
Family. Do you still remember those employees who were forced by the capitalists to jump off buildings? Do you still remember those experts who ate special supplies and treated us like leaks? Do you remember Mr. Wang, the man who said, "We have 9 ways to punish you"? Today, this Lin Feng will be the next one of them. They have money and power, they can buy off the media and distort the truth. But they can't stop us from talking. We ordinary people must unite today. We must fight these black-hearted capitalists to the end. We are justice.
His highly inflammatory speech completely ignited the anger of those netizens who already hated the rich. The comments in the live broadcast room were once again filled with support and come on.
Chapter 54 Lin Feng, no responsibility. Husband. Husband. Look.
Moon Wanxin jumped down from the upstairs like a happy little rabbit, holding her cell phone high in her hand. The worry and fear on her little face were gone, replaced by excitement and relief.
It's reversed. It's really reversed.
She rushed to Lin Feng and put the phone screen in front of him.
Look. The Dragon City authorities have issued a notice to clarify the matter. Those who scolded you are all apologizing to you now. She read the comments one by one. I was wrong, I repent, I'm the idiot being used as a pawn. Ha, this netizen is so talented. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I kowtow to you. Humph, do you know you're wrong now?
Looking at her beaming and proud face, Lin Feng's mood also improved. He reached out and pinched her little face.
This is just the beginning.
He took his phone and opened the WeChat group called Northern Expedition, which had been silent all night.
The time has come. It's time to close the net. He slowly and methodically issued the second instruction in the group. The general attack begins. Notify the gold medal law firm and issue a lawyer's letter. Attention all units, change wind direction. Target, Dragon City Incident, and Zhao Weina.
I want these 2 names, along with the words fraud, rumor mongering, and shameless, to be forever tied together. I will make them lose their reputation. In the group, the 200 commanders had been lying in wait for a long time and finally received the hunting order.
As you command, my lord. The king commands us to do this, even if it means death. The Northern Expedition will leave no grass behind. The Mu family dining table.
Mu Nanshan put down the newspaper in his hand. He naturally saw the shocking news reversal.
He looked at Lin Feng, his eyes full of confusion. Boy, the authorities have cleared your name, so this matter is over. What are you going to do next?
Lin Feng picked up the milk, took a sip, and said lightly.
Dad, do you think this is over? The show is only halfway through.
Just as Lin Feng expected.
Although the official announcement made most people realize the facts, the voices on the internet became even more confusing.
It is roughly divided into 3 factions.
One faction is the staunch supporter of Lin. I told you. How could Master Lin be that kind of person? Support Master Lin in defending his rights. Send that whole family of scammers to jail. Forwarded. The truth must not be tarnished. Heroes must not be slandered. The other faction is the stubborn and hard-nosed faction. I don't believe it. The video must be photoshopped. The power of capital is terrifying. You've all been brainwashed. How can a poor commoner possibly defeat a wealthy person? We must trust Brother Long. The last group is the completely confused spectator group. So what is going on now? Who should I blame? Waiting online, this is urgent. My brain has crashed. Is there a class representative who can summarize it? Just when these three parties were arguing fiercely, a lawyer's statement released by the official account of Gold Medal Law Firm once again set the entire internet on fire. The statement was sharp and worded carefully, directly pointing out Zhao Weina, Yi Zhaowei, and the internet celebrity Longcheng small incident real name Zhao Qua. They are suspected of malicious defamation, spreading rumors, and using false information for illegal fundraising. The amount involved is huge and the nature is extremely bad. The statement ended with a strong statement. Our client, Mr. Lin Feng, will reserve the right to pursue all legal responsibilities and has formally filed a criminal lawsuit with the Longqing Public Security Bureau. As soon as this lawyer's letter came out. Holy crap! Criminal prosecution? Such a big deal? Support! We must support. To deal with this kind of online scoundrel, we must use the iron fist of the law. Gold Medal Law Firm? Isn't that the most powerful law firm in Longcheng? Now those scammers are doomed. Of course, some people disagree. Tisk, it's just a lawyer's letter. Who are you trying to scare? It's just a piece of waste paper. If you have the guts, show me the evidence. What's the point of just issuing a statement? In the hospital ward, Longcheng small incident looked at the sternly worded lawyer's letter and was not surprised but happy. He immediately turned the camera to himself, with a contemptuous and tragic smile on his face. Family. Did you see that? They're getting anxious. They're starting to scare us with lawyers. A lawyer's letter? Ha 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 ha. I, Zhao Qua, have been hanging around online for so many years, and I've received at least 800, if not 1,000, of these lawyers' letters. Do you think I'm afraid? He pointed to his chest and spoke righteously. What I fear is the absence of justice. What I fear is the absence of righteousness. They want to sue me? Then let them. I want to see how Lin Feng, a bastard who hit and ran the scene and tried to silence people, has the nerve to sue us. Zhao Weina was also there, crying even harder. They have money to hire a lawyer, but they don't have money to pay for the medical expenses of an old woman like me who broke her leg. Where is justice? The two of them sang in unison and instantly stabilized the wavering fans in the live broadcast room. Brother Long is awesome. We support you. Yes. Sue him. We'll hire you a lawyer. Don't cry, Sister Zhao, we will always stand by you. However, the smugness on their faces didn't last long. 5 minutes later, the official account of Gold Medal Law Firm released a second Weibo post. This Weibo post does not contain any extra words. There is only one title. Public disclosure of preliminary evidence regarding the case in which our client, Mr. Lin Feng, was maliciously defamed, subjected to fraudulent activity, and committed by Zhao and others. Below, 3 video files and a PDF document are attached. The first video is a dashcam video on Lin Feng's car, which is ultra clear and censored, and his sound. In the video, it can be clearly heard that after hitting Zhao Weina, Lin Feng got out of the car to check and called 120 and 110. The second video is the official intersection surveillance video, but it comes with a timeline accurate to the millisecond and detailed text annotations. The suspect, Zhao Mumu, rushed out from the green belt with a clear target. The suspect, Zhao Mumu, used an unnatural posture and proactively rammed the vehicle of our client. The third video is a surveillance video of the hospital corridor. In the video, Zhao Weina, who should be lying on the bed dying, is dancing in the corridor with her son Yi Zhaowei, and excitedly counting the money in her mobile phone. And that PDF document. It was the official responsibility determination letter issued by the Longqing Traffic Police Corps, stamped with a bright red seal. In black and white. Lin Feng, no blame. Chapter 55, Obstinate. If we say that the previous official announcement only made some stubborn netizens stubbornly say that the video is photoshopped and the officials have been bribed. Now, these surveillance videos from different angles, with timestamps and even sound, are the last straw that broke the camel's back. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the hell can I say? The evidence is overwhelming. That hallway surveillance video made me laugh to death. 1 second he was crying his eyes out in the livestream, and the next second he was dancing in the hallway counting money? The Oscars owe you an Oscar. The dashcam footage shows Mr. Lin immediately calling 120 and 110. Didn't that Dragon City incident claim he was involved in a hit and run? How could they fabricate this rumor without even thinking it through? Brothers, stop chatting here. Go to the livestream. Go to that liar's livestream. Go to her. In a rental house in Longcheng, internet celebrity Xiao Wugu slapped his thigh excitedly, and the sense of justice on his face was 10 times stronger than before. He quickly turned on his phone and started a new recording. Family. Family. The evidence is here. I told you. The truth is clear and transparent. The truth will never be covered up. That Zhao Weina, that little Longqing incident, they took advantage of our kindness, exploited our sympathy, and carried out online fraud. What is this? This is a blatant crime. My brother Xiao Wu is putting this on the line today. If they don't go in and use the sewing machines, I'm going to eat my phone screen. Hospital ward. The Longcheng incident and Zhao Weina's family were still immersed in the pride of turning the tide and changing the situation. However, the style of the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. The screen that was previously filled with "Brother Long is mighty" and "Come on, Sister Zhao" was instantly drowned out by endless messages of "Scammer" and "Return your money." Swindlers. Your whole family is a scam. Give me back my hard-earned money. I'm just a fucking student. I saved up and transferred 500 yuan to you. Are you going to use it to buy a coffin? Zhao Weina, you old beast. Why don't you just die? You acted so well. You're not a good person in the Dragon City incident either. Snakes and rats are of the same nest. Just wait for jail time. Yi Zhaowei was stunned. He looked at the vicious curses and subconsciously shouted, "Sister. Mom. Why are they all scolding us?" Zhao Kuo's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. He hurriedly left the live broadcast room and opened Weibo. When he saw the post about the gold medal law firm that was ranked first on the trending search list, followed by the word explosive, it was like a flash of lightning. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It's over. It's all fucked up. This hammer is so strong that it can nail him directly to the pillar of shame. Turn off the live broadcast. Quick! Turn off the live broadcast. He roared and tried to snatch the phone from Yi Zhaowei's hand. Criminal proceedings. Illegal fundraising. Like the sword of Damocles, it hangs over his head. He just wants to take advantage of the popularity and gain some traffic, but he doesn't want to devote the rest of his life to it. No. Zhao Weina snatched the phone away and held it tightly in her arms. We can't close it. How are we going to make money if we close it? Make money? Make your mother's money. Zhao Kuo was completely anxious, no longer caring about his image, and cursed, "You old bastard. You want to kill me. The evidence is out. They're going to sue us for fraud. They're going to go to jail. Do you understand? Go to jail?" Zhao Weina was stunned for a moment, then started to rage, "I don't care. The money was given to me voluntarily by those netizens. It's out of their love. Why should I give it back?" Yi Zhaowei also echoed, "That's right. The money in our hands is ours. Why should we pay it back?" Zhao Kuo looked at this ignorant and greedy mother and son and felt nauseous. He knew that if he continued to tangle with these two idiots, he would be dragged into the water as well. Run. Must run. Good. Good. You guys are awesome. Zhao Kuo pointed at them, shaking with anger. Keep the money. Go to jail. I don't want to play with you anymore. He gritted his teeth. Surrender. Turn yourself in voluntarily, return all stolen money, and strive for leniency. Thinking of this, he turned around and rushed out of the ward, not even taking his live broadcast equipment worth tens of thousands of dollars with him. Tisk, Yi Zhaowei looked at his fleeing figure and curled his lips in disdain, "Coward." Zhao Weina also snorted coldly, "Useless thing, we can still make money without you." Yi Ruhong, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help it. Mom. She rushed over and tried to snatch the phone from Zhao Weina's hand. Stop broadcasting it. Please. Let's return the money and apologize to Lin Feng, okay? We were wrong, we were really wrong. Bang!
Zhao Weina slapped her daughter directly in the face.
Shut up. Apologize? I'm not wrong. Why should I apologize? I'm going to broadcast it.
I'm going to tell them that it was that beast Lin Feng who framed me.
He bribed everyone to bully me. Chapter 56 Wedding Derailment. I'm not wrong.
Zhao Weina's crazy and distorted face was facing the camera of the mobile phone. She held the phone tightly.
I'm not wrong. Why should I apologize? It's Lin Feng. He framed me.
He's rich, he's powerful, he's bribed the authorities, he's bribed the media, and now he's trying to bully an unarmed citizen like me.
Are you all blind?
She was screaming at the top of her lungs, spitting everywhere. In the live broadcast room, the dense barrage of comments was full of ridicule and contempt.
The music is still going on.
Old wall lamp, return my money immediately or I will call the police.
Fuck.
I've lived for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a shameless person.
It really opened my eyes. Yi Zhaowei's legs went weak. Go to jail? He's only 20 years old, he doesn't want to go to jail. Mom! Stop broadcasting it. Let's return the money. Please. He cried and pulled Zhao Weina's arm. Get out of here.
Zhao Weina pushed her son away with one arm, her eyes red, and she went completely crazy. She knew that she could no longer clear herself of the scam.
But she has one last trick up her sleeve.
It is also the most ruthless move that can hit the public's pain points the most.
Okay.
You don't believe me, but I got hit by a car. Believe it or not, my daughter's life has been ruined by him. She suddenly pulled Yi Ruhong, who was standing next to her like a fool, in front of the camera.
Look at her.
Zhao Weina pointed at Yi Ruhong's pale and haggard face and tearfully accused her to the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room.
That bastard Lin Feng. He's been with my daughter for 4 years. We've agreed to get married.
We've bought the wedding dress, booked the hotel, and all our friends and family are here.
But on the wedding day,
in front of everyone, he took that mistress, the daughter of the Mu family, and ran away.
My daughter, in her wedding dress, waited from morning till night, and what did she get?
News of this bastard booking all the fireworks in the city and proposing to his mistress.
Tell me. Is this something a human would do? The car accident could be fake. But what about this relationship? What about my daughter's ruined life? Is that fake too? What the hell? There's such a thing? Yes, it's a scam, but the issue of cheating on a scumbag seems to be unresolved, right? If this is true, then Lin Feng is indeed not a good person. Damn, my mind is confused. Why do these melons keep coming out one after another? Seeking a hammer. Seeking a hammer from the wedding day. Does anyone have a video?
Zhao Weina looked at the direction of the barrage.
Right. Just hold on to this matter. Just ruin Lin Feng's reputation completely. He doesn't dare to do anything to himself.
She even started crying even harder in front of the camera.
My poor daughter, she's almost mentally ill now. Lin Feng. Moon Wanxin. You two bastards. Give my daughter back to me. Mu family manor. There was a strange atmosphere in the restaurant.
Moon Wanxin looked at Zhao Weina's ugly face on the phone, and her face turned red with anger.
How could she be so shameless? The wedding day was clearly.
She hadn't finished speaking yet.
Mu Nanshan put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Lin Feng with a frown. Boy, how are you going to deal with this matter?
Although he had already recognized Lin Feng, this matter involved his daughter's reputation after all.
What about the mistress taking over and the wedding being snatched away? If this gets out, will his Mu family still have any reputation? Lin Feng finished the last mouthful of porridge in the bowl. Then he looked up. Dad, it's heartwarming. Do you want to see what happened on the wedding day?
After saying that, he issued the third command in the group named Northern Expedition in front of the two of them.
Put out the full video of the wedding day.
In the group, the replies were still uniform.
As you command, my lord. 3 minutes later. The official Weibo account of Gold Medal Law Firm released its third update. The dynamic title is simple, crude, and full of murderous intent.
Seeking hammer, getting hammer the truth about the rumors of Mr. Lin Feng's wedding affair.
Below, there is only one video file.
As soon as this Weibo post was released, it was instantly flooded with comments from the long-awaited crowd.
Likes, reposts, comments, crazy surge. In the hospital ward. Zhao Weina also saw this Weibo post.
She felt a pang in her heart, but then she sneered.
Video? It's a mess on the wedding day, who has time to record a video?
It must have been that little bastard Lin Feng who asked someone to synthesize it.
Right. It must be like this.
She even shouted more confidently towards the live camera.
Family members. Did you see that? They're photoshopping videos to deceive people again. Don't believe it. I want to see what they can come up with today.
The video started playing. The picture is very clear and was shot by a professional camera. In the camera, there is a very warmly decorated wedding room. Yi Ruhong was wearing a wedding dress and sitting on the bed with a happy look on her face. Lin Feng was wearing a neat suit and holding flowers in his hands, and the door slowly opened. Seeing this, some people in the live broadcast room began to waver in the comments.
This doesn't look like a Photoshop. It feels like this wedding was taken very seriously. Lin Feng wasn't just playing around, was he? In the video,
Lin Feng looked at Yi Ruhong with tenderness in his eyes.
Ruhong, let me. He had just spoken. A discordant voice. Wait a moment. Chapter 57 The Truth About Cheating. Wait a moment. The camera turns away.
Zhao Weina stood with her hands on her hips, blocking the door like a wall.
Lin Feng. You want to marry my daughter today? You can. Add another 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts.
Seeing this scene, the onlookers on the entire internet were stunned for a moment.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Am I fucking seeing things? On the day of the wedding, the groom was already at the door, and they raised the price at the last minute? This is too outrageous. Is it because the wedding wasn't lively enough, or because the groom is too good-tempered? I feel like I'm suffocating even through the screen.
In the video, the smile on Lin Feng's face froze little by little.
Auntie, didn't we agree on this before? The betrothal gift of 188,000 yuan, the 3 golds, the wedding house, the wedding car, which one of them was not done according to your requirements? Why did you change your mind again today?
Zhao Weina slapped her thigh with confidence.
The before was the before, and the now is the now. I raised such a beautiful daughter, and I'm giving her to you for nothing? What's wrong with asking for an extra 200,000 yuan? I'm telling you, this 200,000, not a cent less. If you're even a cent less, you won't be able to get through this door today. A head popped out from behind Zhao Weina. It was Yi Zhaowei. He looked quite carefree. Brother-in-law, my mother is right. We are just short of these 200,000. Don't you want to go to my sister? When I get married in the future, I have to buy a house and a car, right? As my brother-in-law, shouldn't you help me, my brother-in-law? Watch the video here. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Brother supporting demons. This is a textbook example of a brother supporting demon family. My fist is hard, really hard. My sister is getting married, so she's saving money for her brother's marriage? Why? Doesn't Lin Feng owe your family money? This isn't marrying off a daughter, it's clearly selling her. And they're even asking for an exorbitant price.
In the video, Lin Feng ignored the greedy mother and son. His gaze passed through them and fell on the bride sitting on the bed in a white wedding dress.
Ruhong, is this what you meant?
Yi Ruhong lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito.
Lin Feng, my brother, it's not easy for him either. Just consider it as helping our family, okay?
Lin Feng smiled.
Disappointment and sadness. Help you?
Yi Ruhong, we have been together for 4 years.
Who pays for your brother's college tuition and living expenses?
Your mother had surgery 2 years ago.
The surgery cost 50,000 yuan. Who paid for it? The mortgage on your house is 2,000 yuan a month. Who has been paying it back over the past 3 years? Over the past 4 years, the money I've given your family, totaling over and over again, is at least 300,000, if not 500,000. Isn't what I gave you enough? Holy crap! Turns out it's a parasite. It's been supporting their whole family for 4 years. Fuck. I'm really going to throw up. This family has no heart. They're just a bunch of vampires. Lin Shen, run. This marriage can't happen. This is a fucking bottomless pit. I feel so sorry for Mr. Lin. How did he get through these past 4 years? In the video, Lin Feng took a deep breath. He looked at Yi Ruhong for the last time. Ruhong, I'm going to ask you one last time. Today, do you still want to get married? If you want to get married, follow me. I won't give you a penny of this 200,000 yuan. You choose. There was deathly silence in the bridal chamber. The camera lens was fixed on Yi Ruhong's troubled face. Everyone held their breath, awaiting her sentencing. Yi Ruhong raised her head, looked at Lin Feng, and then looked at her mother and brother who were watching her eagerly. Her eyes were full of struggle and hesitation. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth. Lin Feng, that's my biological brother. In one sentence, this relationship was sentenced to death. The last trace of warmth on Lin Feng's face also completely disappeared. He nodded. Good. I see. He turned around, holding the bouquet that he had carefully prepared for a long time. He walked in front of Moon Wanxin and knelt on one knee. Does marrying you also cost 200,000? Moon Wanxin is still in a daze. In the hospital ward, Zhao Weina and Yi Jiaowei were stunned. In the live broadcast room, I take back what I said before, Lin Feng is not a scumbag, he is a bodhisattva. Good job running. Thank goodness you ran. Otherwise, you would have been sucked dry by these vampires for the rest of your life. Supporting their brother. Selling their daughter. This family is absolutely amazing. It completely changed my perspective. Now I finally understand why Zhao Weina is trying to scam people. It's because her only financial sponsor ran away and she's broke. The truth is out. This is the real reason. The wedding infidelity story was all a lie made up by this family for money. At Longcheng Police, this is a scam. This is a blatant scam. Arrest them now. Don't let them get away. Zhao Weina looked at the overwhelming curses on the phone screen. She could no longer hold the phone in her hand. With a click, it fell to the ground. Broken. Chapter 58 Complete Reversal. But the live broadcast did not stop. The other mobile phone in Yi Jiaowei's hand was transmitting everything in the ward to the entire network. The barrage is no longer just a curse. It was a carnival feast of curses. Give me back. Old witch. Give me back the money I spent on your daughter's cerebral palsy treatment. What the hell? My sister is getting married and buying a house and a car for her brother? Why don't you just go and grab them? Yi Jiaowei's calves were trembling as he looked at the overwhelming insults. He wanted to turn off the live broadcast. Zhao Weina snatched the phone away. Cry. She suddenly turned around and screamed at Yi Ruhong, who had lost her soul. Why are you crying? You useless thing. It's just 200,000. He can't even give you 200,000. Can you have a good life if you marry a man like that? Luckily you didn't get married. Otherwise you would have cried. Yi Jiaowei seemed to have found his backbone and immediately agreed. That's right. Mom is right. You can't even come up with a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, what a piece of crap. And you still want to marry my sister? Dream on. As soon as these words came out. What the hell did I hear? Can't I produce it? I don't want to be taken advantage of. Amazing logic. I'd call it the strongest logic of the year. I recommend applying for World Heritage status. The video that went viral on the internet is still playing. In the picture, Lin Feng knelt on one knee in front of Moon Wanxin, holding the bouquet that should have belonged to another person. Does marrying you also cost 200,000? Moon Wanxin was completely stunned. Her little face turned red all the way to her ears at a speed visible to the naked eye. Behind her, Zhao Weina and Yi Jiaowei were completely furious. Lin Feng. How dare you? You proposed to another woman in front of my sister? Are you even human? Yi Jiaowei was like a mad tiger, pointing at Moon Wanxin and cursing loudly. Moon Wanxin. You mistress. You bitch. You are my goddess. How can you be with him? The 3 words my goddess instantly ignited the laughter of all the onlookers. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I couldn't help it. He calls Moon Wanqin a goddess? I get it.
My brother fell in love with the bridesmaid and wanted his future brother-in-law to pay for it, but he ended up kidnapping her.
Ha ha ha, the best NTR scene of the year. This little brother is a genius. God's assist. I would like to call you the strongest. In the video.
After the initial shock, Moon Wanqin slowly came to her senses. She glanced at Lin Feng, who was kneeling on one knee with a sincere look in his eyes. He turned around again and took a look at the mother and son who were yelling like mad dogs, and Yi Ruhong who was lowering her head and looking cowardly. She suddenly smiled.
The smile is brilliant and bright. I don't want a dowry.
She tilted her head, winked playfully, and held out her little hand.
But you have to give me that bouquet of flowers.
Lin Feng also laughed.
It was the kind of laugh that came from the heart, full of relief.
He handed the bouquet in his hand to Moon Wanqin.
Lin Feng. You bastard. You damned beast.
Zhao Weina went completely crazy and was about to pounce on him with her fangs bared.
You abandoned my daughter. You ruined her life. I'm going to fight you.
Lin Feng stood up and protected Moon Wanqin behind him.
Abandon? He sneered.
Aunt Zhao, it's you who treated your own daughter as a commodity and clearly marked her price.
I can't afford it, so I choose not to buy it. Is that wrong?
His voice was not loud, but every word was heart-piercing.
Or, in your eyes, I, Lin Feng, deserve to be a cash machine for the rest of my life, sucked dry by a family of vampires like you? Zhao Weina was blocked by him and couldn't say a word.
Her old face turned purple. Lin Feng didn't look at her again. He turned his head and took a last look at Yi Ruhong, who was wearing a wedding dress but looked so unfamiliar.
That's right. Since the marriage is not going to happen. The 188,000 yuan betrothal gift I gave you before, and the tuition I paid for your brother, your mother's surgery, and the mortgage I paid for your family over the past 4 years. The tone is flat. Please settle the accounts with your family.
Pay me back the money, not a penny less, before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Otherwise, we'll see you in court. The video ends here.
Hashtag the most satisfying divorce of the year. Hashtag feeling sorry for Mr. Lin, runaway. Hashtag my goddess, how can you be with him?
These 3 topics dominated the hot search list.
All the previous negative entries about Lin Feng were washed away, not even a trace of them could be found.
Countless netizens flocked to the official account of the gold medal law firm to leave messages. Support Mr. Lin's rights protection. Sue these vampires to death. How can this guy be called a scumbag?
He's clearly a bodhisattva who came down to earth to help the poor, only to find out that the person he's helping is a family of ungrateful bastards.
Refund. You must refund.
Mr. Lin's money didn't just come from the wind.
I can't wait to see the sequel. Please. Please update quickly.
This was a public opinion storm that was ignited by Lin Feng himself and swept across the entire internet. Finally, at this moment, the most thorough one came.
Shocking reversal.
The mobile phone in Yi Zhaowei's hand was still broadcasting live.
On the screen, the wedding video has automatically looped and played for the second time.
At this moment, a barrage of comments floated across the screen.
Wait a minute. Brothers. I think I discovered a huge secret.
This barrage instantly attracted everyone's attention.
What's the secret? Tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. You've already taken off your pants and you're showing me this?
The netizen with the ID, Longcheng Baixiaoxing, did not post any more comments, but directly sent out a video link.
Countless people clicked on it subconsciously.
The video is titled, 2 days ago, at Longcheng Red Lotus Lake, an unknown hero jumped into the water to save people.
A full review. In the video,
a man, after seeing a child fall into the water, jumped into the cold lake without hesitation. He rescued the child and left quietly, keeping his merit and fame hidden. And the man's face, at a certain angle, was clearly captured by the camera.
Surprisingly, it was Lin Feng. Holy crap. Oh my god. It's him.
I was wondering why he looked so familiar.
Rescue hero. He's the one the entire internet was looking for a few days ago. Fuck, I wanna slap myself.
I was calling him a social scum online the day before yesterday.
I'm a fucking beast. A hero who risked his life to save someone by jumping into the water would be slandered by an old woman who was trying to scam people, saying she hit someone with her car with the intent to murder? How absurd! How ridiculous! Zhao Weina. Yi Zhao Wei. Yi Ruhong. Do you all have evil hearts? You are slandering the heroes of Dragon City. If the previous wedding video brought ruin to Zhao Weina's family, now, the emergence of this life-saving video has completely nailed them to the pillar of shame in history. Hashtag the whole internet owes Lin Feng an apology. Hashtag it turns out he is the hero who saved people. Hashtag feeling sorry for Lin Feng, the most miserable actor of the year. Hashtag Zhao Weina and her family get out of launching. Hashtag my goddess, how can you be with him? Hashtag Chapter 59 Ending. Mu Family Manor, in the pavilion in the backyard. The scent of sandalwood lingers. A set of purple clay tea sets and a Wang Wallywood chess set were placed on the stone table. It was like a paradise, and the earthquake happening on the internet had nothing to do with this family. Next to Mu Nanshan sat an old man in a tang suit, who was his old comrade in arms, Zhao Eri. Nanshan, your son-in-law is not a simple one. Zhao Eri took a sip of tea and looked at the calm and composed young man across the chessboard with interest. Old Zhao, why do you think so? Mu Nanshan pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. Zhao Eri smiled and pointed at the chessboard. This style of chess is too murderous. They opened the battle with a swift attack, pressing forward step by step, with each move being fatal, leaving no room for survival. On the chessboard, Lin Feng's soldier had already pressed in front of Zhao Eri's 9-square grid, like a sharp knife, pressing against the king's throat. He has been active in the chess world for decades, but has never seen such a fierce young man. Although it seems to be easy and calm, the chess moves are actually domineering and unreasonable. General. Lin Feng gently placed a cannon across the car in the middle of the road. A decisive blow. Zhao Eri looked at the deadlock, shook his head with a wry smile, and pushed the king in his hand onto the chessboard. No more, no more. You kid, you deliberately don't want me, an old man, to live. Lin Feng smiled and began to pack up the chess pieces. Uncle Zhao, thank you for letting me. Thank you for nothing. Zhao Eri waved his hands unhappily. Today, you have pressed my old face to the ground and rubbed it repeatedly. Mu Nanshan was standing by and felt so relieved watching this. This old guy usually likes to rely on his chess skills to defeat others everywhere. Today he finally met his nemesis. Just then. Husband. Moon Wanqing jumped out of the house, holding a mobile phone in her hand. It's reversed. Everything is reversed. She rushed to Lin Feng and put the phone screen in front of him. Look. The whole internet is apologizing to you. She read the comments one by one. Also, that lawyer you hired is amazing. So cool. Lin Feng reached out and pinched her little face. I don't have a lawyer. Ah. Moon Wanqing was stunned for a moment. You didn't hire a lawyer? How could that golden law firm? Lin Feng said lightly. That law firm is mine. Moon Wanqing's little mouth opened into an O shape, big enough to fit an egg. The teacup in Mu Nanshan's hand was hanging in the air, and he forgot to put it down. Zhao Eri was just about to pick up a chess piece to play with, but his hand shook and the chess piece fell to the ground with a pop. What did you say? Moon Wanqing stammered, unable to believe her ears. Jean, gold medal law firm, is it yours? Lin Feng nodded calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Fuck. Moon Wanqing couldn't bear it anymore and cursed. Her little face flushed red with extreme shock and excitement. Dad. Uncle Zhao. Do you know the gold medal law firm? She excitedly began to educate the two petrified old men. That's the #1 law firm in Dragon City. They're known as the Pizza Hut of Dragon City. They never lose a case they take on. 2 years ago, Longsheng Group's president, Shui Jingshan, was set up for a honey trap. The internet was all over the place, saying he had lost his integrity. The evidence was irrefutable, but what happened? The Golden Law Firm took action, and within 3 days, they had that woman and her accomplices all in jail. And last year's transnational economic case, with a value exceeding tens of billions, the other party hired the top lawyers in Beijing, yet they were still crushed by the top law firm. They're not suing for money, they're just doing it for fun. To enjoy the thrill of crushing their opponent's IQ.
I used to think that once our company gets bigger, it would be so prestigious if we could hire a top-tier law firm as our legal advisor. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Feng.
That little expression is no longer one of admiration. It's a pilgrimage.
Mu Nanshan and Zhao Er were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and saw 4 big words in each other's expressions.
Unbelievable. So, Mu Nanshan swallowed hard. The online issue is just resolved like this?
It's more than solved. Moon Wanqing took out her cell phone again and recounted the whole story in detail as if she was presenting a treasure. First, Longcheng Release officially intervened, directly releasing the surveillance video and the letter of responsibility, giving them a slap in the face. Then my husband's law firm immediately launched a powerful attack, sending a lawyer's letter to warn those scammers. They didn't take it seriously and continued to act in the live broadcast room.
As a result, my husband's law firm immediately dumped all the dashcam footage, hallway surveillance, and other evidence. They got what they wanted.
Finally, even the video of their family selling their daughter for a high price on the wedding day was leaked.
Now, it's all over.
That Dragon City incident, he ran away and turned himself in on the spot. That old witch Xiao Weina was scolded by netizens and was forced to leave the live broadcast immediately. She even smashed her phone. Now she's probably crying in the hospital ward, holding her stupid son. What awaits them is my husband's criminal prosecution for fraud, defamation, and illegal fundraising. He'll spend the rest of his life in prison reforming himself. Moon Wanqing was so excited when she spoke that she felt relieved.
Mu Nanshan was horrified when he heard this.
He looked at Lin Feng. From beginning to end, this young man just sat here quietly, drinking tea and playing chess. But while chatting and laughing, he mobilized the authorities, the media, and law firms, and manipulated a huge public opinion that was enough to destroy anyone. Finally, he used thunderous means to defeat his opponent beyond redemption.
This kind of mentality. This skill. This strength. He gasped. Fortunately, this is my son-in-law. Chapter 60, Mu Nanshan's Past. After a while,
Zhao Er was the first to come to his senses, and he slapped his thigh hard.
Good boy.
The look on his face when he looked at Mu Nanshan was filled with undisguised jealousy.
Nanshan, you're so damn lucky. I found such a precious son-in-law.
Mu Nanshan proudly picked up the teacup and blew away the tea leaves that didn't exist on it.
That's my daughter's vision. Follow my lead.
Zhao Er curled his lips, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and moved closer to Lin Feng.
Xiao Feng.
He rubbed his hands and smiled like a malicious old fox.
What do you think of our girl?
My granddaughter, Zhao Sisi, is 24 years old this year and just graduated from Jinxiao University.
She's so pretty. How about I introduce you to each other?
As soon as these words came out, Moon Wanqing's little face fell in an instant, and she cautiously held Lin Feng's arm.
The teacup in Mu Nanshan's hand slammed heavily onto the stone table with a bang. Zhao Er. He puffed his beard and glared. What the hell do you want to do? You're trying to steal my son-in-law's girlfriend right in front of me? Do you still want to save your dignity?
Zhao Er stiffened his neck and spoke with confidence.
What do you mean by poaching? Young man, what's wrong with getting to know more people and making friends? Besides, your Wanqing is so nice, are you afraid of our Sisi?
As he spoke, he quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket, opened a photo, and handed it to Lin Feng. Come here, Xiao Feng, take a look. This is my granddaughter, without makeup, no beauty filters or filters. Mu Nanshan was so angry that he almost flipped the table on the spot. This old guy has lost all his dignity in order to snatch people away. Lin Feng just glanced at the photo politely. Then, he reached out his hand and gently scratched Moon Wanqing's puffy little nose beside him.
Uncle Zhao, your granddaughter is very beautiful. But I already have a warm heart.
His voice was soft but firm.
Having her in my life is enough.
Moon Wanqing's little face suddenly turned red. She secretly hooked Lin Feng's legs with her little feet under the table, and her heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. The smile on Zhao Er's face froze. He took back his phone, sighed deeply, and his expression was full of loss.
Alas, what a pity, what a pity. It's a bargain for you, old man.
Mu Nanshan felt relieved when he saw his deflated look. He stood up, walked to Lin Feng, and patted his shoulder heavily.
Good boy. I wasn't disappointed. Now, the more he looks at his son-in-law, the more he likes him. From now on in Dragon City, you can do whatever you want. If anyone dares to trip you up, tell me. I, Mu Nanshan, will personally skin him alive. Lin Feng smiled. Thank you, Dad. It's late at night. Mu Nanshan sat alone in the study without turning on the lights. He looked out the window and saw Lin Feng walking with Moon Wanqing in the yard. The kind of genuine, unreserved smile on his daughter's face was something he hadn't seen in many years. That's great. He picked up the wineglass beside him and took a sip. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, but it reminded him of someone. A name he hadn't dared to think about for many years. Meng Lingling. A warm-hearted mother. He still remembers how the girl from a wealthy family ignored her family's fierce opposition and resolutely married him, a poor boy with nothing. At that time, he always said, Lingling, wait for me. Once I get this project, I'll take you around the world. Lingling, wait for me. Once the company goes public, I'll quit my job and stay at home with you every day. Wait for me. Wait for me. He had kept her waiting for far too long. It has been so long that he himself has forgotten his original promise. He only remembered that on the day she gave birth, he was out of town negotiating a contract that would determine the life or death of the company. He was on the phone, listening to her sobbing in painful moans. He was extremely anxious. Lingling. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. But after he signed the contract, he rushed back to Longqing overnight with red eyes. It's all over. My daughter has been born. And he also lost the girl whose heart and eyes were filled with him forever. She only wrote one sentence on the divorce agreement. Mu Nanshan, my world cannot just be about waiting. There was a gentle knock on the study door. Uncle Wang walked in with a bowl of hot hangover soup. Master, it's late. He put the soup on the table, looked at Mu Nanshan's lonely back, and spoke softly. Miss, you have found a good home. Mu Nanshan didn't look back, his voice was hoarse. Old Wang, tell me, am I a failed husband and a failed father? Uncle Wang was silent for a moment. Master, Madame Meng, last month she asked someone to inquire about the eldest lady's recent situation. Mu Nanshan's body shook violently. He turned around slowly. Uncle Wang continued. She just wanted you to know that she never, truly, blamed you. Mu Nanshan's chest heaved violently. He picked up the phone on the table. It was a number that was engraved in his bones, but he dared not dial it for 20 years. His fingers trembled on the screen. Finally, pressed the green dial button. Chapter 61, 100 million in betrothal gifts and 10 times the dowry. Lin Feng returned to the room and his cell phone vibrated. It's news from the Northern Expedition Group. Your Majesty, public opinion has completely reversed, and we have won a great victory. Below is a series of uniform screen refreshes. The Northern Expedition will leave no grass behind. The administrator sent another private message, which was a detailed bill, detailing every expense of the Water Army. Lin Feng didn't even look at it and directly transferred the amount according to the total amount on the bill. The money has just been transferred. That familiar and cold voice rang in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, shocking reversal. Task rating, perfect. Reward, for Seasons Hotel, 40% of the shares. For Seasons Hotel? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. ISNT that launching S landmark 5-star hotel? He immediately opened the mobile browser and typed in the words for Seasons Hotel. Soon, a glaring piece of news jumped out. Shocking. Dragon City Four Seasons Hotel was exposed for using pre-prepared meals, causing multiple diners to suffer from food poisoning, and its stock price plummeted overnight. Lin Feng frowned. It seems like another mess. This matter needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Just as he was thinking, the door of the room was quietly pushed open a crack. A little head in pink bunny pajamas poked in. It's Moon Wanqing. She tiptoed to the bed and, like a little hamster, slipped into Lin Feng's quilt. Lin Feng turned off his phone, feeling both amused and helpless. Aren't you going to sleep yet? Moon Wanqing popped her head out from under the quilt, her little face flushed and her eyes sparkling. I can't sleep, it's so refreshing. She hugged Lin Feng's arm and whispered. And, I want to stay with you. Lin Feng's heart was completely softened. He reached out and rubbed her little head. We've been staying at Dad's place for several days. Shall we go home tomorrow? Um.
Moon Wanxin nodded heavily and buried her face in his arms.
Wherever you go, I'll go. At the same time, in Mu Nanshan's study, the outgoing call was connected. Hello? A cold, yet extremely familiar female voice came from the other end of the phone. Mu Nanshan's hand holding the phone was trembling slightly. It's me, Nanshan. His voice was hoarse. There was silence on the other end of the phone. A long time. What's up? The voice was polite yet distant. Heartwarming. Mu Nanshan mustered up his courage. She's married. There was a clear sound of someone sucking in a breath of cold air from the other end of the phone. With whom? A young man named Lin Feng was very kind to her. Good. There was a subtle hint of sarcasm in the woman's voice. You also said you were very good to me back then. Mu Nanshan's heart ached. Lingling, I know. When is the wedding? Meng Lingling interrupted him. The date hasn't been decided yet. Tell me when it's decided, and I'll go back. Meng Lingling's voice softened a little. I want to see whose pig is eating my cabbage. This familiar joke made Mu Nanshan's eyes red instantly. Well. He was so excited that he said good twice. That's right. Meng Lingling's tone returned to its cold tone. I heard that the Four Seasons Hotel in Longcheng recently changed its major shareholder. Do you know who it is? Mu Nanshan was stunned. Four Seasons Hotel? I don't know. Although he is a big shot in Longcheng's business community, he mainly works in real estate and has not paid much attention to the hotel industry, especially a hotel that has had problems. Oh, nothing, I'm hanging up. Beep, beep. The call was hung up. Mu Nanshan stood there in a daze, holding his phone. Four Seasons Hotels changes shareholders? Although he was shocked, he felt more of an indescribable ecstasy. She is coming back. She finally came back. Mu Nanshan felt that his heart, which had been withered for 20 years, came back to life at this moment. It seems that there is still hope for reconciliation. The next morning. The atmosphere in the restaurant is harmonious. Mu Nanshan looked at Lin Feng and Moon Wanxin walking down side by side, with a smile from the heart on his face. Dad, we're going home today. Lin Feng spoke. Well. Mu Nanshan was in a good mood and liked Lin Feng more and more. Are you used to living at home? Well, I just miss my own little nest a little bit. Moon Wanxin leaned on Lin Feng and acted coquettishly. Okay, let's get this done before we leave. Mu Nanshan said with a serious face. Lin Feng nodded, took out a black bank card from his pocket, and gently pushed it in front of Mu Nanshan. Dad, this is a little gift from our Lin family. Give a heartwarming gift. Mu Nanshan picked up the teacup and asked curiously. Oh? How much? 100 million. Lin Feng said it calmly. Puff. Mu Nanshan took a mouthful of tea and spat it out. 100 million? Bride price? Moon Wanxin was so surprised that her mouth opened wide. Then, she smiled evilly and took her father's arm. Dad! Look! My husband has already given the betrothal gift, but where is my dowry? You can't be so stingy. Mu Nanshan looked at his daughter's money-obsessed look, then looked at Lin Feng who was calm and composed opposite him, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Mean? How can I, Mu Nanshan, be stingy when marrying off my daughter? He slammed the table with great enthusiasm. Old Wang. Uncle Wang immediately stepped forward. Master. Go and transfer 10% of the company's shares to the eldest lady's name. Besides. Mu Nanshan pointed at the black card and spoke in a loud voice. Lin Feng gave a betrothal gift of 100 million, and our Mu family will return a dowry of 1 billion. Let him know that my daughter, Mu Nanshan, is extremely valuable.